Hello students, welcome to today's live discussion of test number 3. So welcome you all. I know many of the students are busy with boards preparation. So many of you would be watching this discussion maybe recorded. Okay. So anyways, let us start as this is our third mock. And as we have mentioned, these mocks are super important for the April attempt. Okay, and I don't know how much score you got, so you can mention in the comments how much score you got in this attempt. So let us begin with the first physics section. Many of you knows me, and if you don't know, let me introduce myself. I am Sumit Kumar. I am graduated from IIT Roorkee, so almost I have 8 years of experience, and you would have seen me in one shots or live discussions previously, so you might be knowing about me a bit. So I'm here to help you for the April attempt preparation. So first of all, I'll be discussing physics part, and then Gaurav Arora sir will join us for chemistry, and then Deependra sir will join us for maths. So let us begin with the discussion of first question. Let us see what is this. Two concentric conducting spheres are of radii r1 and r2. The outer space is given a charge q. So this this outer sphere is given a charge q. So here we are having a charge q, and it's not started. Okay, it started now. I think are you able to hear me? Let me see. I think it's not still not showing. Please mention in the comments if you are able to hear me. Let me check myself. Oh yeah. So here we are having. Yeah. Okay. So we are there. So here we are having a charge q. Okay. The inner sphere is grounded. Grounded means what? The potential of that particular sphere is 0. Now potential is 0, not the charge. Okay. So some charge will come such that the potential of inner sphere will become 0. So let us take here the charge is q dash. Now if I write the potential of this sphere, how will I write this? Due to q dash charge, the potential will be k q dash divided by r1. Due to this q charge, how much will be the potential? Kq by r2, because inside the bigger shell, everywhere the potential due to this charge q will be kq by r2. So plus kq divided by r2, and because this is grounded, so this is 0. That is the concept here. So we can say that q dash comes out to be q into minus of q into r1 divided by r2, like this. So minus of q into r1 divided by r2, that is our third option. Sir, if I see one shot of you and solve problems by investing 1 year, can I crack JEE? Yes, sure, no doubt about that. Yes, I can hear. Okay, great. Next, fringe width in YDSC is measured to be beta. Okay, so the fringe width is given as beta. How we relate beta? So beta is equals to lambda d by d. This relation you know. Here lambda is the wavelength, d is the separation between the slits and the screen, and small d is the separation between the two slits. You know this formula. What will be the fringe width if wavelength of light is tripled? Wavelength of light is tripled. Let us take that is my beta dash. So lambda becomes 3 lambda here. The separation between the slits is halved, and separation between the screen and the slit is doubled. So screen and the slit is this d, so this is doubled, so 2d, and the separation between the slits is half, so this is d by 2. So we got how much? 3 into 2 into 2, that is 12 lambda d by d. So this became 12 into beta. So beta dash, the new fringe width comes out to be 12 times of the original fringe width. Third question. Let us read it out. 4 massless springs whose force constants are 2k, 2k, k and 2k. Okay. 2k, 2k, k and 2k respectively are attached to mass m, okay, capped on a frictionless plane. If the mass m is displaced in horizontal direction, then the frequency is. Now for spring mass system, we know the time period is 2 pi root m by k. Frequency is 1 upon time period. Now basically my k is changing here. So I need how much is the k equivalent for this system. So what we have to find, so here my time period will become 2 pi root, instead of k we will have k equivalent, the equivalent spring constant of this system. Now what is k equivalent that I need to find? How we find k equivalent? See which springs are in series, which are in parallel. If two springs are in parallel, k equivalent is k1 plus k2. If two springs are in series, k equivalent is equal to k1 k2 divided by k1 plus k2. Okay. Yeah, the same way as that of the capacitor. So for series combination, okay, if we have two springs, okay, here I am talking about spring. If the springs are in series, then the k equivalent is equals to k1 k2 divided by k1 plus k2. This is how we write. And for parallel, okay, how we write? K equivalent is equals to k1 plus k2. Why so? If they are in parallel, they are both pulling like this, okay. Two springs are in parallel, both are pulling like this, their forces adds, okay. So therefore we say k1 plus k2 like that. Now here you see these two are in series or parallel? Series certainly. So what will be the k equivalent of this? 2k into 2k, k1 into k2 divided by k1 plus k2 like this. How much it is? K. These two are in series or in parallel? In parallel. So here k equivalent will be k plus 2k, that is 3k. Now what about this k and this 3k? Are they in parallel or in series? Now if you see, if you displace it by distance x, one will get compressed by x, another will get elongated by x, both will have force in the same direction and the total force will be the sum of the two forces. Therefore, this k and this 3k are actually in parallel. So when I say here in parallel, so my k equivalent will become k plus 3k. Okay, these two equivalent is k, these two parallel equivalent is 3k, these two are in parallel again, so k plus 3k, that is 4k. Now use the formula, time period will become 2 pi root of m by 4k. Then you can take inverse because frequency is 1 by time period. So what it will be? 1 by 2 pi root of 4k by m, like this. Second option is there. Yes, okay. Are you able to get? Simple thing, but yes, in mains, many times we have seen questions like this. Although they appear simple, but if you miss them, it's not good. Next question. What is the equivalent resistance between A and B? Okay, now we need to see which resistances are in parallel and which are in series. If you talk about this resistor R, this terminal and this terminal are actually short circuit, isn't it? The two are short circuited. If two are short circuited, this resistance will be invalid. Current will not pass through it, therefore remove it. Invalid it is. Now, this resistor and this resistor, they two are in parallel because this terminal is there and this terminal is connected. Okay, so these two are actually in parallel. So parallel means R by 2. Now this resistor, if you see this terminal and the other terminal are again short circuited, it means this is also a null resistor. This is invalid. Current will not pass through this. Remove it. Then we have this resistor and this R by 2 is in series with R. So this became 3R by 2. Once in mains, similar type of question was asked and there we had capacitors. And same way, the two terminals of the capacitor were connected and we were able to easily identify that which of the capacitors are null there, means invalid in that circuit. let us discuss next question. As shown in figure, two infinitely long. I'll encourage all of you to mention in the comments if any of the point you are not able to understand or you want the explanation again, please mention in the comments. I'll be happy to respond. And also you can mention how much score you got, okay, how's your preparation going on, and if you want to ask anything else, that also you can mention in the comments. Let us read this question. This question appears a bit, you can say, lengthy, but it's not. As shown in the figure, two infinitely long identical wires are bent by 90 degree. This one and this one, placed in such a way that the segment LP and QM are along x-axis, okay, these are along x-axis and these are along parallel to y-axis, okay. OP is equals to OQ is equals to 4 centimeter, means this distance is 4 centimeter and this is 4 centimeter. And the magnitude of the magnetic field at O is 10 to the power minus 4 Tesla here. And the two wires carry equal current, okay. Let us take, if this current is I, this current is also I. The magnitude of current in each of the wire and the direction of the magnetic field at O will be. So at O, how much, so what is the direction of the magnetic field and what is the resultant magnetic field? What we need, sorry, the resultant magnetic field is there, what is the current is there and what is the direction of the magnetic field, okay. Now if I ask you, will there be any magnetic field due to this section there? No, it is pointing towards O. So due to this particular section, magnetic field at O is 0. Similar way, due to this particular section also, magnetic field at O is 0. They are pointing towards O. If some section, a straight section of the conductor is pointing towards O, the magnetic field due to that particular section there will be 0. Next, now due to this section I need and due to this section I need. First of all, let us check, is the direction same or opposite? Due to OS, the magnetic field is into the plane, okay. Due to this QN, the magnetic field is into the plane. It means both are adding, both are supporting, they will not cancel. If they would have cancelled, it would be 0. Now they are adding, okay. Let us say that due to this section, the magnetic field is B1, due to this section, the magnetic field is B2. So if I write B1, how much will be? Semi-infinite wire, mu naught I by 4 pi r, and the direction is inside, minus k cap. Similarly, my B2 is also minus k cap and the magnitude will also be same because this is semi-infinite. So B2 is also same. So when I say my total magnetic field B, that is B1 plus B2, how much is that? Mu naught I by 2 pi r. And the direction is minus k cap. So first thing is my direction is minus k cap, means into the plane. So the two options which claim it is out of the plane, they are incorrect. Now let us find what is the value of I. So mu naught I by 2 pi r is this, that is given to us. Let us equate that, mu naught I by 2 pi, and how much is the r? 4 centimeter. So that is 4 into 10 to the power minus 2. Convert that to SI, okay. This is 10 to the power minus 4 Tesla. We know that mu naught by 4 pi is 10 to the power minus 7. So this thing I can replace, okay, with 10 to the power minus 7. Then here we are having 10 to the power minus 2. So minus 2, so here it will remain minus 5. Then here minus 5, here we are having minus 4, so there 10 will remain. T is there, you know, that was just unit, so need not consider that. So what it is now, I by 2 comes out to be 10. So from here I can say I comes out to be 20. So that is 20 ampere and perpendicular into the plane. This was question number 5. Okay, and yeah, sir, I am confused on how to attempt the upcoming test, since I may have to attempt without revising due to the ongoing board exams. Please guide on the topic how to manage mocks of both JEE and board. Okay, now mocks are there, certainly you don't have much time that you will spend time to, you know, revise the backlogs and all. You don't have time right now. If you get, you can do, but if you don't have, so if you are giving a mock, okay, so see how many questions you did incorrect. 10 questions, okay. Now see the discussion of those questions as we are discussing here. So see the discussion of those questions, and at least those concepts, you know, will be okay for you. Let us take in magnetic field, you don't know how to find the magnetic field due to a straight wire, semi-infinite wire, like that. You saw this question, you will get it. So this is how you can proceed at this point of time. At least those, at least, you know, some portions will be covered that way, and when you get some time, you can revise the remaining portions also similar way. A sealed tank containing a liquid of density rho moves with a horizontal acceleration a, as shown in the figure. The difference in pressure between A and B is, okay, so it is moving in this direction with A. Now I want to write pressure difference between A and B. Let us take here the pressure is PA. What will be the pressure here? I am moving in opposite direction of the acceleration, the pressure will increase, okay. As I will move here, it will be rho A into the displacement that I will move. So here PA, here the pressure will be PA plus rho, acceleration is A, so A into the length L, okay. Why the pressure is increasing? Because here this hole is accelerating, so here more force will be required. Therefore, when we are moving in this direction, pressure is increasing, okay. So this will be rho PA plus rho A into this length, that is L. Now I am moving down. I am moving down by a height h, by a depth h. So here pressure will be this pressure plus rho GH. So this pressure is PA plus rho AL plus rho GH. And this becomes my pressure at B. So this is my PB. So if you talk about the pressure difference, that is PB minus PA, so that I will say that is a rho into AL plus GH. This is how we can write rho GH plus rho AL, okay. Fourth option is there, that is correct. Yes, Adityan, yes, you can do that, because many times it happens like there are 12 marks, and now in each of the marks, you know, some question will be there from each chapter you will see. So at least, you know, you will see the major topics or most important things that will be covered, okay. So when you will be again and again seeing the discussion of those particular chapters, so most of the portion of the chapter will be covered. So therefore it will help you that way. A plane light wave travels along I cap. An electron is constrained to move along plus j cap with speed this. Okay, so my electron charge is minus e. It is moving along j cap with speed v, that is 1.5 in 10 to the power 7. And my plane electromagnetic plane light wave is traveling along I cap. So in this direction my EM wave is going. This is the direction of propagation. What is the ratio of peak forces acting on electron? Now, electric field and magnetic field will be oscillating in planes perpendicular to this direction. That is clear to us. Now, I need the maximum forces due to electric field and magnetic field. So, I will just consider the peak value. Due to electric field, if I write Fe, how much that will be? Charge, that is minus E, okay, into the electric field. I just need the magnitude, so, and the maximum value I need, so that is E into E naught. Now, if I write the magnetic field force, that we know that is Q V cross B. Now, in which direction my B is? Certainly, my B is perpendicular to this direction of propagation, okay. Propagation is along x-axis, so B can be some component, you can say my y axis or my z axis, but I need the maximum value, so consider that as 90 degree only, the theta, okay. So just write the maximum magnitude, that is B VQ, so B naught velocity into the charge. I just need the magnitude, therefore taking that positive. Now take the ratio, that is Fe, this is my Fe max and this is my FB max. Now take the two ratios. So what it will become? This E will get cancelled there. So this will become E naught divided by B naught into V. And how we relate the peak values of electric field and magnetic field? E naught is equals to B naught into C. So E naught I can write as B naught into C divided by B naught into V. So this became C by V. What is C? C is 3 into 10 to the power 8. What is V? V is 1.5 into 10 to the power 7. So this became 20. This ratio is coming out to be 20. Next question. Let us see this. Two particles of equal mass m go around a circle of radius r under their action of mutual gravitational attraction. Okay. The speed of each particle with respect to center of mass is. This is one particle, this is one particle. Certainly they will be diagonally opposite like this. Okay. Let us make a proper circle. What it is? I have selected a circle only. It's not coming circle. Why it is like that? Okay. No, it's not coming. Anyways, let me draw myself. This is circle, two masses like this, m and m. Certainly they will be diagonally opposite. Okay. This is the center. Now they are moving in circle due to mutual gravitational attraction. How much is the force? Let us take here radius is r. So if I write force on this mass F, how much is that? G into m1 m2, so that became m square divided by the distance square. How much is the distance? 2r. And this is equals to mv square by r. M into v square, okay, because this is mass into centripetal acceleration. Centripetal acceleration is towards the center. So this is mass into centripetal acceleration. So m into v square divided by r. R is radius, not the distance between the two. Here I'll just write r like this. From here we can find the value of v. This got cancelled. So I can say that my 1r will also get cancelled. V comes out to be root of gm divided by 4r. That is first option. It was easy question, simple question. Next is two short dipoles p k cap and p by 2 k cap are located at this point and this point respectively. The resultant electric field due to the two dipoles at point 1, 0, 0. What is this? This is along x-axis, okay, where x is equals to 1. This is my x-axis, okay, and this is my y-axis. Where are the dipoles? How they are pointed? Let us mention them. First is p k cap and it is located at 0, 0, 0. Means here it is this is the dipole. This is p k cap pointing out of the plane. And then we are having p by 2 k cap, that is at x is 1, y is 0, okay, and z is 2. So out of the plane. Out of the plane here in the space. Okay, let me, how should I show it? It's not coming properly. Some dotted, okay, out of the plane. And along which direction is it is pointing? Certainly k cap only. So it is somewhat out of the plane, okay, and this is p by 2 k cap. Okay, then the resultant electric field due to these two dipoles at 1, 0, 0. It means we need the resultant electric field at this point. So due to this dipole, this is on the axis of the dipole. So what is the formula for electric field on the axis of the dipole? 2 kp by r cube. So here the electric field E1, let us take this is 1, this is 2, okay. So this is my E1 and how much is E1? 2k into p is p divided by r cube. Oh, wait a minute, my dipole is actually out of the plane. I did a mistake here. This E1 will not be like this. Yeah, This is out of the plane. This is on the equatorial line. If this is equatorial line, my E1 will be inside the plane, okay, minus Kp by r cube. So that is inside the plane. So E1 is like this, along negative z axis. How much is the magnitude? K into P divided by r cube. How much is this distance? 1. So 1 cube. Now what is E2? For E2, this point here, this is on the axial line. On the axial line, what is the formula? 2 Kp by r cube. So E2 will be along this dipole only. This is my E2. So this was minus K cap, and E2 is K into P is P by 2, Kp, 2 Kp, 2 into Kp, P is P by 2 divided by r cube. How much is the distance? Again 1, so 1 cube. And the direction is plus K cap, so plus K cap, like this. So this two got cancelled. This comes out to be Kp plus K cap. So total is coming out to be 0. One is minus K cap, one is plus K cap. Magnitudes are equal. So this comes out to be where is the mistake? I got the mistake. The distance. This was at 1, 0, 2. So this distance was actually 2. So here it should be 2. Here it should be 2. That's the mistake, yeah. Hmm. 2 Kp divided by r cube, r is 2 there. So this 2 got cancelled. So this is Kp divided by 8, this much plus K cap. Now resultant we can write E net as E1 plus E2 how much it is? Kp minus Kp by 8, that will become 7 Kp by 8, and the direction will be minus of K cap, minus of 7 by 8, and K I can write as 1 by 4 pi epsilon naught. So 8 into 4 is 32. So 7 divided by 32 pi epsilon naught K cap. It should be minus K cap. I think there is some typing mistake. Or what is the resultant electric field? And if the direction is given, then it should be minus K cap. Let me check in the actual paper. This was question number 9, huh? Yeah, let us see again. This is Kp by the distance cube, and that is inside the plane, okay, and then we are having Kp by 2, 2 Kp by 2 into the distance cube. The distance is there 2, yes, this distance is 2. So this is 2 cube, so 2 cube is 8, this is 8, and if we subtract that, E1 plus E2, this comes out to be Kp by 1 cube, and wait a minute, what is the direction? Direction is okay. Let me see the actual question. What was it? Just a minute, hold on. Checking the actual question. This is question number 9. And okay. The second option is having a typing mistake. I got it. Sir, option 2 should be minus. Yeah. Thank you for mentioning that. The second option here, it was 7 actually. This was a typing mistake in the question, okay. Everything else is fine. There was ever thinking that it should not be like this. Who mentioned that? Adityan, thank you. Okay, next question. The length of a steel cylinder is kept constant by applying pressure at two ends, okay. When the temperature of the rod is increased by 100 degrees Celsius, its initial temperature, okay, the excess pressure that will be. Now, the cylinder is fitted between the two, you can say rigid supports. Okay, now if you increase the temperature, what will happen? Expansion will happen. So natural length of the cylinder increases. It means what happens? There is a compression in the cylinder, but you are not allowing the cylinder to expand. The cylinder wants to expand, but you are not allowing. It means there is a compression. Due to that compression, there will be some stress that will generate there. So basically, how much length will increase? If I ask you, this was my cylinder, these two are the rigid supports, I increase the temperature by delta T, here the length was L naught. If I increase the temperature by delta T, here this length is L naught only, but the natural length of the cylinder has increased by how much? L alpha delta T, L naught alpha delta T. This much is the increase in the, you can say, natural length. Therefore, there is a compression. How much is the compression? This is the compression. Okay, so how much is the strain? Delta L by L naught, that is my alpha delta T. This is my strain. I can say Young's modulus is equals to stress divided by strain. Like this. This delta L by L I can take on the other side, and F by A will become Y into delta L by L. How much is delta L by L? Alpha delta T. So alpha delta T will come here. So this is Y alpha delta T. So this much is the pressure. Now we need to do the calculations. What is Y2 into 10 to the power 11? How much is alpha? Alpha is 11 into 10 to the power minus 6. So 11 into 10 to the power minus 6. And delta T, how much is delta T by 100 degrees Celsius? So that is 100. Now how much it is? This is 22 into, this is 10 to the power 11 plus 2, 10 to the power 13, 13 minus 6, yeah, 13 minus 6 is 8. So 10 to the power 8 it is. And 10 to the power 5 is 1 atm. The options are in terms of atm. So 10 to the power 5 is 1 atm. So if I take 10 to the power 5 out of this, this will become 22 into 10 to the power 3 atm. 22 into 10 to the power 3 atm. Still there is a thing, what it is? We are getting 22 into 10 to the power 3. Let's check again. Y is 2 into 10 to the power 11. Alpha is 11 into 10 to the power minus 6. Delta T is 100, and this became 22 into 10 to the power 13 minus, sorry, 13 minus 6. This was 13 minus 6, so that is 10 to the power 7. And then this I can write as 22 into 10 to the power 2 atm. And this can be mentioned as 0.2 into 10 to the power 3 atm. Yes, second option. Great. Moving ahead. Two rigid boxes containing different ideal gases are placed on table. Box A contains 1 mole of nitrogen at temperature T0, while box B contains 1 mole of helium at temperature 7/3 T0. The boxes are then put into thermal contact with each other, and heat flows between them until the gases reach a common final temperature. Okay, so this is one box. Let me choose a different color. This is one box. What we are having here? Initial box A contains nitrogen. Okay, so this is having nitrogen, and the temperature is T0. Another box B is there. It contains helium and temperature is 7/3 T0. Both are 1 mole. Box A is also having 1 mole and box B is also having 1 mole. So 1 mole, N is equals to 1, I can say here also N is equals to 1. Now you bring both of them in contact. Not that gas will go, no, they are in contact, but he is mentioning that the boxes are then put into thermal contact with each other, and heat flows between them. Heat flows between them until the gases reach a common final temperature. Now heat will flow. Finally, what will happen? Its temperature is T final. Here also the temperature is T final. Now, if I ask you, is there any heat loss to the surrounding? No, that's not there. It's not mentioned. It means, or is there any work done by the gases? No. No, there is no work done by the gases. The volume remains the same. There is no expansion by the gases. So what happens? The total internal energy of the system here has to be equal to total internal energy there. Okay. So total initial internal energy is equals to, I should write summation thing, okay. Total initial internal energy is equals to total final internal energy. How we write internal energy? NCV T. Change in internal energy is NCV delta T. Internal energy is NCV T. Okay. So here, this my UA. What is the internal energy? N is 1 into, what is CV? This is diatomic gas. CV is 5R by 2. So 5R by 2 into T. What is T? T naught. T naught. Plus, what is the internal energy of this? NCV T. What is N? N is 1. What is CV? This is a monoatomic gas. 3R by 2 into T. What is T here? 7 by 3 T naught. Okay. And this is equal to my final internal energy. Now, finally, they have the same temperature. So, when I write for this part, this will become 5R by 2 T final, and for this it will become 3R by 2 T final. This thing. Just make total initial internal energy is equals to total final internal energy. Sir, how to identify short circuit, which you did in question number 4. Short circuit means the two terminals are connected, okay. Yeah, in this question, Ayush is mentioning how to identify the short circuit. If the two terminals are connected by wire, it means they will have the same potential. If there is a wire means everywhere on this wire the potential will be same. Okay, if two terminals of a resistor are connected, they are on the same potential, means they are short circuit. Here you see, this terminal of this resistor, different color should be there, let me choose this. So this terminal of this resistor and this terminal are connected by this path. It means they will have the same potential. Same potential means no current will flow through the resistor. Total current will pass through with the zero resistance. This zero resistance path is there. Therefore, it is short circuited. Similarly, two ends of this resistor are connected by this path. Therefore, this is also dummy. So, these two are dummy, I removed them. Same thing happens in Wheatstone bridge. In Wheatstone bridge, the two resistors are arranged in such a way R1 by R2 is equals to R3 by R4. These 2 points has the same potential. Therefore, we remove that in between resistor there. Same potential mean also, that is short circuited, isn't it? Although that, doesn't appear directly, but actually that is short circuited. Where we were? On this question, yeah. Let us do the calculations here quickly. So, R will get cancelled, R and R. By 2, this by 2, this by 2, this by 2 I can cancel. This is 5 T naught plus this 3 and this 3 is getting cancelled. 5 plus 7 is 12 T naught is equal to, finally it is 5 plus 3, that is 8 T final. 4 into 3, 4 into 2, T final comes out to be 3 by 2 T naught. 3 by 2 T naught, that is option 2. Question number 11, option 2. Next question. In the shown AC circuit, phase difference between two currents I1 and I2 is, okay. Now this is a potential, okay, you can say my alternating potential, and maybe of type I can consider it to be like V naught sin omega t, like this. If I ask you how you will write I1, you will say, sir, when I write I1, my here this impedance is XC, so it will become V naught by XC. This is the peak value of the I1. And how much will be the phase? So you will say, sir, in capacitor, in case of capacitor, the current leads the voltage. Voltage is having omega t phase, the current will have phase omega t plus pi by 2. So it will be sine of omega t plus pi by 2. This became my I1. Current will lead the voltage in capacitor by an angle pi by 2. Now, I ask you how to write I2. So, you'll say, sir, I2 will be like V naught divided by the total impedance here, that is root of XL. Anyway, this is not required, but I am doing this part. Okay, this because we need to see the phase difference only. But anyways, I am writing it like this. So, sine of, here the current will lag because this is an inductor. There is no capacitor in this circuit, so current will lag by how much angle? Tan phi is equal to XC minus XL by R. So tan phi is equal to XL by R. This is how it will lag. Okay. How we write the phase difference? Tan phi is equals to XC minus XL by R. You remember this formula? XC in this circuit is 0, only XL is there. Okay. So tan phi 2 is equal to minus XL by R. So I can say this is sine of omega t minus tan inverse of XL by R. So this I2 current is like this, lagging the voltage. Okay, so this is my voltage phasor, and my I1 current is leading the voltage by pi by 2. This is my I1 current. So it is asking how much is the angle between these two. So this is 90 plus this angle. How much is this angle? That is this. So 90 plus tan inverse XL by R. Third option. Is this point clear? Please mention. Is this point clear to you? Is this point clear to you? Please mention. Getting it? My I1 is leading the voltage by 90 degree. My I2 is lagging the voltage by this much angle. Okay. So if I ask you how much is the angle between I1 and I2, that is this total angle. So pi by 2 plus tan inverse of XL by R. Next question. Two bars of thermal conductivities K and XK are and lengths 1 centimeter, 2 centimeter respectively, having equal cross section area. Okay, this is important. Equal cross section area are joined lengthwise as shown in the figure. If the temperature at the ends of this composite bar is 0 degree Celsius and 100 degree Celsius, and the temperature of the junction is 60 degree Celsius, then the value of X is, how much is the value of this X? So just draw an equivalent electrical circuit, equivalent electric circuit. How? This resistance R1, this resistance R2. So this resistance R1, this resistance R2. How to write resistance? L by Ka. Thermal resistance is L by Ka. So R1 is L1 by K1A, R2 is L2 by K2A. Okay. And we know here these two are in series. So whatever is thermal current here is same as the thermal current here. Okay. So across this R1, if I write this thermal current, how much is the temperature difference? This is 0 degree Celsius, this is 60 degree Celsius, and this is 100 degree Celsius. So through R1, how to write the current? Potential difference divided by resistance. So here temperature difference divided by resistance. Here potential difference divided by resistance. So instead of potential, take temperature difference by resistance. This is how we solve. Is this point clear? Great. Now put R1 and R2 as L1 by K1A into L2 by R2 as L2 by K2A. Do that quickly. So 60 divided by L1. How much is L1? 1 centimeter. By K1A. What is K1? K1 is K. So K into area of cross section is equals to 100 minus 60 is 40 divided by L2 is 2 centimeter by K2 is x times of k, so xk into area of cross section A. Here you see this Ka, this K is getting cancelled, the centimeter unit is getting cancelled, 20 into 3, 20 into 2. So this will become 3 is coming out to be 2 into x. So x comes out to be 3. Okay, this 2 is also there. Yeah, this 2 is also there. So x comes out to be 3. That is fourth option. Okay. So whenever these type of questions are there, so what you do is draw the equivalent electric circuit. Okay, show the equivalent thermal resistances. And what is thermal resistance? L by Ka. This is the thermal resistance formula. So L by Ka, okay, potential difference, instead of potential difference take the temperature difference. So temperature difference divided by this thermal resistance is equal to here temperature difference by this thermal resistance. Okay, so from there you can solve for whether it is asked the junction temperature or it is asked the relation between the two thermal conductivities. Clear? Great. Next question. A thin uniform rod AB of mass 1 kg moves translationally with acceleration 2 meter per second square. It's not mentioned in which direction, by the way, due to anti-parallel forces F1 and F2. Okay. The distance between the points at which these forces are applied is equal to 20 centimeter. Besides, it is known that F2 is equals to 5 Newton. Find the length of the rod. Okay. I don't know in which direction this rod is accelerating. It is mentioned that the acceleration is 2 meter per second, but I don't know in which direction it is going. Okay. So, it can be going towards the left, it can be going towards the right. Both conditions are possible. So, it can be like F1 minus F2 is equals to MA, mass is 1 into A. Okay, it can be, just let me write MA only, MA, or it can be F2 minus F1 is equals to MA. Either one of the two will be true certainly. Which one is true? We need to find that. How to find? Let us see. Here it is mentioned this is purely translating. It means the angular acceleration is 0. It means the torque has to be 0. The torque has to be 0 because it is translational. It is only having a translational acceleration. So torque has to be 0. So about center, if the center lies somewhat here, it's not mentioned where the center is. If the center somewhat lies here, is it possible for the torque to be 0? Not possible because both the torques will add. So certainly the center has to be somewhat here. Okay, and this is L by 2 and this is L by 2. Total torque is 0. So about center, if I write the torque due to F1, that is in this sense, so that is F1 into the distance L by 2. Okay, let me write properly, F1 into L by 2, and that has to be the torque due to F2. F2 torque is in clockwise and this was in anti-clockwise, this is in clockwise. So this is F2 into this perpendicular distance. How much is this? Total is L by 2, this is 20, so L by 2 minus 20, okay, this much will be L by 2 minus 20. I am taking L in centimeter, okay, so L by 2 minus 20. So this is L by 2 minus 20. Which one is lesser? Certainly L by 2 minus 20 is less than L by 2. It means which one has to be more? F2 has to be more. F2 has to be more. It means this is possible, this is not possible. L by 2 distance is lesser than L by 2 minus, sorry, greater than L by 2 minus 20. So F1 has to be lesser than F2. Certainly if torque has to be 0, the force which is near has to be greater. The force which is away has to be lesser, then only the torque will cancel out. So this relation is there, so I got this relation, I got this relation, and I know F2 is equals to 5 Newton. I'll put here F2, let us put here 5. So F1 into L by 2 is equals to 5 into L by 2 minus 100. And F2 is F2 is 5. So 5 minus F1 is equals to mass, that is 1, into acceleration is 2. So F1 comes out to be 5 minus 2 is 3. Now put F1 as 3. So 3 L by 2 is equals to 5 L by 2 minus 100. So from here I can say L by 2 comes out to be 100. No. 2 L by 2 is coming out to be 100. So L comes out to be 100 centimeter. 100 centimeter means 1 meter. That is first option. I hope this concept is clear to you. Moving ahead. What's the time now? Okay. If an electron in hydrogen atom jumps from third orbit to second orbit, it emits a photon of wavelength lambda. When it jumps from fourth orbit to third orbit, the corresponding wavelength of the photon will be in terms of lambda. So we need to find. So let us write the equation. 1 by lambda is equals to r into, this is a hydrogen atom. So z is equals to 1. Okay. So 1 by n1 square minus 1 by n2 square. Like this we can write. So initially it is going from third orbit to second orbit. So 3 to 2. 3 to 2. So 1 by lambda is equals to r into 1 by 2 square. So 1 by 4 minus 1 by 3 square is 1 by 9. So it will be 5 divided by 36. This is first equation. In second case, it is going from 4 to 3. So when it is going from 4 to 3, so 1 by lambda dash is equals to r into 1 by 3 square minus 1 by 4 square. So this will become 1 by lambda dash is equal to r into 144. 16 minus 9 is 7. Now write it down. So this is 1 by lambda dash is equals to r into 7 divided by 144. This is my second equation. Take the ratio. R will get cancelled. Okay. And this will become lambda dash divided by lambda. So this 144 will go in the numerator like this, 5 by 36 into 144 divided by 7. And then this is, I can say what it is, 12 into 12, 12 into 3, 3 into 4, 20 divided by 7. 20 divided by 7 lambda, first option. It was a simple question, easy question, just formula based. Some calculations. A fork has frequency of 2% more than the standard fork, and fork B has a frequency 3% less than the frequency of the same standard fork. The frequency A and B when sounded together produce 6 beats. So this thing means FA, which one is greater by the way? Frequency of A has 2% more, B is 3% less. So FA minus FB is 6. Like whenever it is mentioned like beat frequency is 6, what does it mean? It can be FA minus FB or it can be FB minus FA. So you have to check which condition is there. So from here I know that FA is having more frequency, FB is having lesser frequency. It means it is FA minus FB is 6. Next thing is standard fork, let us take, is having frequency F0. What is the frequency of FA? It is having 2% more. It means it will be 1.02 F0. Then B is having 3% less than standard. So FB is 0.97 into F0. This we know. Now put them here. So this will be 1.02 minus 0.97 F0. This is equals to 6. From here I got my F0 coming out to be 6 divided by 0.05. 0.05. F0 I got. What I need? The frequency of A. So that is 1.02 into F0. So FA is 1.02 into F0. So multiply this with 1.02 into 6 divided by, this is 0.05. So 5 by 100 I can say. This is 20. So this became 120 into 1.02. Okay, so how much it will be? 120 plus 12 into 2 is 24, and this is having how many decimal places? 2 decimal places. 120 into 0.02 if I do. Okay, so anyways 1.2.4, so this will become 122.4, like this. We are getting 122.4, that is option 3. So generally when we teach students, so what happens, our calculation practice goes down. So sometimes like we have to think, okay, this is 1.2 and there we are having 120. Generally, you know, when I was student, my calculations was very fast. Now, because generally we solve some questions, so it's, you know, common tendency that we use calculator. So when we use calculator, slowly that skill goes down. Sometimes even while adding, while subtracting, you may commit some mistakes. Therefore, if you are student, so make sure you don't use calculator. Always, you know, do calculation by yourself. Let us move ahead. Next question. In the diagram shown, a time varying non-uniform magnetic field passes through a circular region of radius r. The magnetic field is directed out, okay. It is as a function of radial distance r and time t according to relation, that is B naught into RT. What is the induced electric field strength at a radial distance r by 2 from the center? So at a distance of r by 2 from the center, let me choose, I think dark color will be visible. At a distance of r by 2 from the center, okay, how much will be the electric field? Now you take a loop of r by 2 and you see how much is the induced EMF in that loop. Okay, that induced EMF has to be equal to E into 2 pi r, electric field into length. Okay, what that will give? The total potential drop in that loop, total potential in the loop. So total potential across this loop, that has to be equal to the induced potential due to there. How to find the induced potential? Find the how much is the flux, differentiate that flux with respect to time. Simple thing. Let us do that. So first of all, let me find phi. Let me find phi. How much is phi? Okay. How to find phi? At a distance x from here, I am taking a small loop of thickness dx. From there, from that loop, the flux we are considering is d phi. So d phi will be the magnetic field there, B into the area, that is 2 pi x dx. What is magnetic field? Magnetic field is B naught into RT. If I am taking distance x, so you can write that x itself. So B naught into xt into 2 pi x dx integrated, this will give me flux phi. So what it will become? This is 2 pi B naught, this part is constant, 2 pi B naught and t, because I am integrating with respect to x, therefore my time is constant. Try to understand this. When I am integrating with respect to x, my time is constant. When I will differentiate with respect to t, my x will be constant. So 2 pi B naught into t, that part is out. There we are having x square. Integration of x square is x cube by 3. Limit goes from 0 to r by 2. So flux is 2 pi B naught t r cube divided by, this is 8 into 3, that is 24. So 2 into 12 there. So this is pi B naught t r cube by 12. This is the flux, total flux as a function of time inside this loop of radius r by 2. Now differentiate this, because induced EMF is equals to minus d phi by dt. Differentiate this with respect to time. So everything else is constant, t will go, so this will become pi B naught r cube by 12. This becomes my induced EMF. Now this induced EMF will be electric field into total length, electric field into total length in that loop. So my electric field, I'm using induced EMF E in, so let me write E, what should I write? E only? You should understand this is induced EMF, this is field, okay? So this is my field, let me write here again so that nobody is confused. So E field into 2 pi into the radius of that loop is r by 2 is equals to pi b naught r cube by 12. So pi 2 2, so this became b naught r cube by, this is r square, okay, 1 r is also getting cancelled. So b naught r square divided by 12. First option is there. What will be the direction of the induced EMF? How the EMF should come? Now my flux field is outside, that is increasing, okay. So if there is a conducting loop, then the current should come in such a way that will try to oppose the change. It means that will go inside like this. It means my electric field lines also will be in the same sense. So if I mark the direction, this direction comes out to be like this. Clear? Next thing, statement question, simple question, easy question. Statement questions are easy questions provided you have the conceptual clarity. So let us read. This question has statement 1 and 2. Okay, the 4 choices are given. Two springs S1 and S2, S1 and S2 of force constant K1 and K2. A force constant K1 and K2 respectively are stressed by same force. Stressed by same force means we are applying F only, okay. It is found that more work is done on spring S1 as compared to S2. Now if a spring is there and you apply some force to stretch it, how much work you will do to stretch it? How to find that? Initially consider it, natural length. If nothing is mentioned, consider it initially it was at its natural length. So you started applying this force F at some elongation, it will stop, okay. Maximum elongation they are talking about, it more work is done, okay, on spring, okay. So let us take this stop here momentarily, because initially the spring was at its natural length. You apply a force, it will go extend till maximum elongation, then come back like this, it will happen. So at maximum elongation, the work done by this force is equals to the energy stored in the spring, that is spring potential energy. So my x comes out to be 2F by K. How much will be the work done? Work done is F dot x, okay. So that is 2F square by K. This much is the work done. Now here work done is inversely proportional to K. It is mentioned that the more work is done on S1, more work is done on S1. It means K will be lesser for S1. It means I'm taking this statement, okay. More work is done for S1. So this tells us my work done is inversely proportional to K. It means my K1 is less than K2, which is second option. This is correct. Statement 1. If stressed by same amount, work done on S1 will be more than that of S2. If you stretch them by same amount, how much will be the work done? Work done is equal to change in the potential energy. So if you stretch by same amount, the work done will be half K into x square. X is same. Work done will be more in case of greater K. I am talking about statement 1 here. This will be work in this case, and my work is proportional to K here. It means first spring is having lesser K, work done in first will be lesser, work done in second case will be more. If stressed by same amount, work done on S1 will be more than that of S2. This is incorrect. So statement first is incorrect and statement 2 is correct. Second option. Please see this. Please see this carefully. This statement question is very important. See this carefully. Understand this logic here nicely. Statement questions are very easy, appear very easy, but most of the times, it's very easy to make them wrong. We see, oh, just two statements, there's, the theoretical, okay, just do quickly, and do quickly, they will be wrong then. Therefore, conceptual clarity is needed. Okay, the correct Boolean operation represented by the circuit diagram is, let us draw the truth table. A, B, Y, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. Let us take 0, 0. 0, 0 means both open. If both are open, this is Y. Whether this LED will work or not, means will there be any potential here or not, like that we have to tell, okay. So, the terminal of LED is one here, another on the ground, consider it like this. So, what will be the potential here? So, will it be 0? No, because both are open. Here it will be, potential will be not 0, isn't it? Because this is 6 volts, some current will be passing here certainly. So, potential will be higher here. It means 1 for the case of 0, 0. Second one, if we make 0, 1, 0 and B as 1, B 1 means short circuit, means close this switch. If you close this switch, what happens? Nothing happened. Okay, this point is having 0 potential, but it's not connecting to the other one. So, nothing will happen. Still the same condition 1. So, 1, 0, you close this, but it's not connected to it. Still the same condition 1. 1, 1, close this, close this. It means this point and this point are connected like this. Is there any potential difference then across the LED? No. It means the LED will not lit, it means the output will be 0. So, it is 0 only when both are 1 and is 1 when both are 0. It means it is opposite of AND, therefore, this is a NAND gate. NAND gate, that is option 3. Next question. A projectile is projected with initial velocity 6 I cap, 8 j cap, minimum time after which the velocity becomes parallel to this line. Okay, parallel to this line. What is the slope of this line? If I ask you, so y is equals to mx plus c, so 3 by 4x, and the intercept you can say, anyways, that is not needed, but I am just writing minus of 2 by 4. So, this is my slope. So, here my theta is basically equals to 37 degree. Initially, the theta is the angle with which it is projected. Let us say this is my theta dash. Initially, tan theta here, the angle with which it is projected is 8 by 6, that is 4 by 3, 53 degree, okay. Theta is 53 degree here. So, initially, I projected this with 53 degree. It is asking when the angle will become 37 degree. Somewhat here, when angle becomes 37 degree. And we need to find at what time this will happen. What time this will happen, okay. Let me relate. Horizontal velocity is same. So, here this is 10. Here let us take my speed becomes some v. So, I can say 10 cos 53, anyway that is my x-axis component, that is 6. This is 6. This has to be 6. So, it means 6 is equals to v cos of 37. So, 6 is equals to v into cos of 37, that is 4 by 5. And I got my v as 2 into 3, 2 into 2, 15 by 2. Here the speed is 15 by 2. What is the y component? What is the y component? Y component will be v sin 37. So, my Vy is equals to v sin 37. This is 15 by 2 into sin 37 is 3 by 5. So, 5 into 3, this is 9 by 2. So initial y velocity was 8, then the y velocity is 9 by 2, means my uy is equals to 8, okay, and my vy is equals to 9 by 2. Which formula should I use? I need time. V is equals to u plus at. So vy is equals to uy minus g, that is g is taken as 10, yeah, 10 into t. Is this clear? Okay. Now put these two here, put these two values in this. So from here I can say vy is 9 by 2. So 9 by 2 is equals to uy is 8 minus 10 into t. So 10t comes out to be 8 minus 9 by 2. 16 minus 9 is 17 by 2. So t comes out to be 17 divided by 20 seconds. 18 minus 9 is 7, not 17. 7, that is 7. That's what I was saying. This is 7 by 2. So 7 by 20. 7 by 20, that is third option. So now we have 5 more questions from the numerical value type. So let us start that discussion. Next question. Okay, simple question it is. A capacitor of 50 microfarad is connected in a circuit as shown. The charge on upper plate of the capacitor is, how much is charge on the upper plate of the capacitor? Please just find the charge on the capacitor. Upper plate, that positive, lower plate will be negative. This is 2 ohm, this is 2 ohm, this is 2 ohm. At steady state, capacitor will behave like an open circuit, no current will pass through. Here, how much will be the potential drop? This is 6 volt, 2 volt, 2 volt, 2 volt, isn't it? Yeah. So here we'll have 2 volt. What is Q? Q is equals to CV. Q is equals to CV. So what is C? C is 50 microfarad. What is V? V is 2 volt. So how much it is? 100 microcoulomb. And we need answer in microcoulomb. So this is 100. Clear? Yeah. Next. An old record player of 10 centimeter radius turns at 10 radian per second while moving on a 30-degree inclined as shown. A particle of mass m can be placed anywhere on the rotating record if the least possible coefficient of friction mu that must exist for no slipping to occur is mu. Okay, what is 2 root 3 mu? So where is the highest tendency for slipping to be? Where is the highest tendency of slipping? Somebody may say lowest point, somebody may say highest point. Only these two doubts will be. Let us check these two. At lowest point, my friction force is in the upward direction. My mg sin 30 is in the downward direction. And the centripetal acceleration is in the upward direction. So F minus mg sin 30 is equals to a m into a centripetal. In the topmost point, my you can say mg sin 30 is in the downward direction. My centripetal acceleration is in the downward direction. Friction is you can say somewhat like this. So where we need higher value of friction at this point. So here we have the highest tendency of slipping. Make it a knot. Here we are having highest tendency of slipping. If somehow or the other the friction is able to provide no slipping at this condition, slipping will not happen. So here if I write F minus mg sin 30 is equals to m into a centripetal, that is omega square, into the radius r. So friction force comes out to be mg sin 30 plus m omega square r. How much it is? Mass is, how much is the mass? Okay. Anyway, we can take mass as m. So m will anyways get cancelled. So mg sin 30 plus m omega square r is this my friction, and this friction force, because this is static, static friction is less than equals to mu into n. What is n? mg cos 30. So F is less than equals to mu mg cos of 30. Put this F here. So mg sin 30 plus m omega square r is less than equals to mu mg cos of 30. Now do the calculations. M is getting cancelled. G we can write as 10. 10 sin 30 is 5 plus omega square r. What is omega? Omega is 10 radian per second. Omega square is 100. R is 10 centimeter. Yeah, r is 10 centimeter. So this you can write as 0.1. So 100 into 0.1 is 10, less than equals to mu into g is 10 and cos 30 is root 3 by 2. So this will become 5 root 3. So mu comes out to be 5, you can say 5 into mu root 3 comes out to be greater than 15. So 5 into 3, 3 root 3, okay, mu comes out to be greater than root 3. What is 2 root 3 mu? So mu, you can say the least value of mu should be root 3. So if you put root 3, this will become 6. This will come out to be 6. Yeah, maximum and minimum points. Yes, those points are having maximum and minimum value of the friction. Perfect. Okay. Now let us move ahead. Next question. A compound microscope with objective of 1 centimeter focal length and eyepiece of 2 centimeter focal length has a tube length of this. Calculate the magnifying power of the microscope if the final image is formed at near point. Now, when the image is at infinity, how we write the magnification? LD by F naught Fe. This is for infinity. When the image is formed at D, so what we do? Instead of D by Fe, it will become 1 plus D by Fe. So L by F naught into 1 plus D by Fe. This is at D. Remember these two formulas. Remember these two formulas and keep that in your mind. Now, put the values. Because if there is some question, almost you can say 99% of the time, if there is a question from microscope or telescope, it is going to be formula based, provided you remember the formula. L is, what is L? Tube length. Where is the tube length? Focal length eyepiece. Focal length is this. Tube length is 20 centimeter. So 20 divided by objective of 1 centimeter. So 1 into 1 plus D is 25 divided by eyepiece is having focal length of 2 centimeter. So 2. So this is 20 into 27 by 2. This is 27 by 2. This became 270. Easy. Next question. Photoelectric effect. A photoelectric surface is illuminated successively by monochromatic light of wavelength lambda and lambda by 2. I should have a different color. Lambda and lambda by 2. If maximum kinetic energy of the emitted photons in each case is 3 times that in the first case. Okay, in the second case is 3 times as that of the first case. If the work function of the surface of the material is phi naught, then the value of Hc by lambda phi naught is, lambda phi is. Let us write the equation. How we write the Einstein photoelectric effect? So kinetic energy is equals to the energy of the photon that is coming to us. So Hc by lambda minus the work function. Okay, Hc by lambda, this is the energy of the photon that is coming. Some part will go as the work function. Okay, remaining will be the kinetic energy of the electron. So this is how we write this equation. Now first case, let us take the kinetic energy is K1. The wavelength is lambda, Hc by lambda minus phi. Second case, kinetic energy is 3 times of K1. 3 times of K1. Wavelength is lambda by 2. minus phi. I need to relate hc, lambda and phi. So K1 is hc by lambda minus phi, I will put here. So 3 times of hc by lambda minus phi, this is coming out to be 2 hc by lambda minus phi. Simple thing. Now write it, this is 3 hc by lambda minus 3 phi, and this is 2 hc by lambda minus phi. 3 hc by lambda, 2 hc by lambda, subtract them, hc by lambda. hc by lambda is equals to 3 phi minus phi, so 2 phi. So hc by lambda comes out to be 2 phi, so hc by lambda phi comes out to be 2. Okay, yeah, 6 into 70 for the previous questions you are mentioning. Yeah. Last question. A solid sphere of mass m, radius r has moment of inertia I about diameter. So this is my solid sphere. About diameter, if I write the moment of inertia, what is that? 2 by 5 mr square. This is given as I. It is recast into disk whose moment of inertia about an axis passing through edge and perpendicular to the plane remains I. Now this is a disk. I don't know the radius. Maybe, this is, let us take r. Radius is mentioned, okay. So yeah, we need to relate that. So here let us take the radius as r, small r. So here the moment of inertia about an axis passing through edge and perpendicular to the plane. It means about this. So about this is mr square by 2, about this is 3 by 2 mr square. So 3 by 2, mass will remain the same, and this is given as I itself. So equate the two. So 2 by 5 m r square is basically 3 by 2 into m small r square. M got cancelled because that is same. My r comes out to be 4 by 15 root of this into r. So this is 2 by root of 15, yes, n comes out to be 15. Yeah. Okay. Thank you all for attending this discussion. Perpendicular axis theorem. No. We used parallel axis theorem. About this mr square by 2, about this mr square by 2 plus md square. D is my r, so 3 by 2 mr square there. This is parallel axis theorem, not perpendicular axis theorem. Okay, I hope you understood all the questions in this discussion, and those who are watching this discussion as recorded, make sure you cover all the key points nicely. I explained everything here. If you are still having some doubts, you can mention in the comments. I will get back to you. So now we will have the discussion for chemistry part. So I will request Gaurav Arora sir to please take over the discussion. Let me see if Gaurav sir is ready. Okay. So Gaurav sir, it's over to you. I think the studio person is not there.
Hello. Yes, guys. Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, Adityan, Abhirani. So, guys, I mean, commendable. You are there. I hope I'm audible, and you are there, although your boats are knocking at the door. So, yes, Adityan, good evening, beta. And this is the actual temperament that you should have, because as students, if we move forward and go into the real world, what actually count is your being a perfect time manager. So thank you for being the perfect time manager, because ultimately time management is the key, guys. Maintaining your boards. I was reading one of the comment, I guess it was one of the student which must be still listening. That's how to manage. So how to manage between boards and JEE both. Good evening, good evening, good evening, Abhirani. Good evening, Ayushi. Namaste, namaste. So, beta, I was just telling you that obviously you must be a CBSE appearing student. I hope that is the case. Then, even if not, then even your state boards are also just lying on the gate, knocking at the doors. So, be a perfect time manager and just do not j- completely shift yourself to boards, because you will be landing up with holidays in between. So at least do these mock test, and whenever you do the mock test, just go through your errors that you have committed. uh, if possible, make them in a piece of copy, and then come to this live session, so that you can from today itself, with this chemistry, what I've started doing is I'm putting this question number also, so that maybe you should be knowing the sequence at which you must be so at least you can switch over, so that the discussion is definitely going to help you guys. Getting too many negative in chemistry, and so Ayushi is saying okay, so beta, negative you must be committing, because I mean, obviously there will be some conceptual error or maybe the calculation error, so let us browse through them. So that is what I'm saying, that first job is to attempt questions. When you attempt, you get to know whatever topic you're missing, that revision is required, so write them on a piece of paper. And if at all you're attempting and getting a -1 out of it, then you can only analyze it while the discussion. That's what I'm saying. Keep attempting the mocks. Even if you have your board examination, make arrangement for a time of 3 hours for the attempt, and then for like 3 hours for the discussion, because discussion you can, I mean, um, see, that time management you have to do, guys. Switch the sleep on that day, push it to a little bit on the uncomfortable side, so that manager you have to be, because 24 hours everybody is having. So Ayushi, let us see that you tell us while the discussion where you have fallen negative with chemistry. Physics and maths, you are saying good, so well done. So work on your weaker areas. Abhirani is saying physical education not ready, sir. Still trying. Beta, physical education, I mean, you just have to devote 8-9 hours, I guess. So do that tomorrow, because you will be having, okay, on 16th you're having your physical education, right? Okay, then just let us finish off with this, and then you can devote yourself to for the boards, because the boards is also having a 75% cutoff, so you have to clear that cutoff as well. So let us move to the discussion, guys. Now the first question of chemistry was from Ayushi, saying okay, thank you, beta. Hope this series, yes beta, hope is the only case for you, and it will definitely change your game once you get the maximum output. So hats off to you, that yes, you are dedicating yourself with the discussion also, and definitely it is going to be the game changer. So let us quickly jump to the discussion. The first question is from coordination compounds, the most loved inorganic chapter apart from chemical bonding, and this chemical bonding and coordination compounds never leave. Now the question says the number of geometrical isomers of the form. Now what is this? What is the type of the complex? You have a metal ion with what is GLY? GLY is glycine. What is glycine? Glycine is NH2. This nitrogen lone pair can act as a ligand, CH2, and the C double bond O and O minus. So it is a bidentate ligand, and both the donor sites are different. So I'm representing this GLY as AB because it is a bidentate. So denticity will be 2. So coordination because of this will be 2, but it is a unsymmetrical ligand. Nitrogen can also give and oxygen can also give. And I have Cl2 and Br2. So this is the complex, sir, because its coordination number is 6, so definitely its shape will be octahedral. So let us draw those octahedrons. So I guess this is quite easy for everybody. How to draw an octahedral shape? Four bonds on the same plane, one up, one down. Now how many isomers we can possibly think of? Sir, let us make permutation combination now. So I guess it will be quite evident to everybody that, sir, let's say this is A and this is B. This is the unsymmetrical bidentate ligand. Now, if I'm saying the A, That means, let's say Cl2 is A and Br2 is B. A can be trans, either B can be trans. Obviously, you will get the unsymmetrical bidentate over here. So these will be the two possible isomers. What about the other one? Let's say this is A, this is B, this is A, this is B. Then once you think of putting A and B to 90 to each other, then because of this unsymmetrical bidentate ligand, a possibility will, more possibility will arise. So focus your attention on this A then. If A has B opposite to it, obviously this B is now not trans, so let's say this B is having A over here. And what will be the other possibility? If this A is having to its opposite side, it is having the another ligand A, so B will be coming to that side. So I guess those will be the four possibilities. So yes, so it will be, what will be your right answer? How many possible permutation and combination you? So this is now, it becomes a question for mathematics for you. So I hope everybody got this answer. Yes, Abhirani, perfect. Perfect. Clear? I hope we can move to the next question. The next question says, okay, there is a Machar and Machar was making the screen green. So, sir, boards, please help. So black mystery beta, for boards, you need to do very well with your theory. And theory, only one thing can help you. The very first thing is, you have to be familiar with the theory. If you really want to be familiar, I would rather not say the one shots that we have in PWJ English channel, they are actually meant for me. They are actually meant for mains. But what you can do is make a 2x speed for if you're learning a concept, the theory, and the theory is relevant for boards also. Obviously, we teach NCERT, but and leave the calculation, the numerical parts. So make a 2x speed so that you can read the theory and leave the numerical part, because numerical part is valid for mains. In your board examination, you are definitely going to be asked about the theory, the single liners, because CBSE question also has they always it is also much filled with the one liner concepts. So one liner concepts, the theoretical concepts, you can very well revise with the one shots also. So for boards beta, that is the only thing that you can do, is because we are already sitting that after 2 days. Yes, not on 16th, on 18th you have your physical education. That is, I guess, Abhirani is telling us. So it just got clicked out of unfiltered out of my mind, that whether it is 16th or 18th, no matter whatever it is, you know your date sheet to the best, to the perfect time. So plan accordingly and work beta. Working is the only thing that you can do. Black mystery for boards also. So keep working, and whatever doubts you are having, you can always here we are obliged to discuss this chapter, this 25 questions first. But yes, later onwards, if you have any doubt, go to the one shots, and if some specific doubt comes, put a comment. We'll definitely get back to it. Now, the next question is from periodicity. The question says you have to arrange in the correct ionic radii. So what would be the ionic radii? Let us mark their block and period. Sir, for help, the question is also supplying us with atomic number. So first of all, what you should know, the magic numbers. What are magic numbers? 2, 8, 8, 18, 18, 36, 36. So what will be the atomic number of last element, that is 18th group? So 18th group will have atomic number 2, second period will have 10, third period will have 18, fourth period will have 36. So this will be your fifth period. And in fifth, after 36, because first one is 39, and we definitely know 39 is for Y. Y is yttrium. So but if you do not know the name, you can still mark out the place. So after 36, I have to reach 39. 37, 38 will be S block, then 39 will be D block. So Y will be a D block element. In fact, the first D block element just beneath scandium. So this is Y. Now let us look at the other guys. After this is gone, this is 47, then 63, and 57. So 57 is what we know, it's lanthanum. So lanthanum will come just beneath yttrium. After lanthanum, the next element is not filled. F block is filled. So after lanthanum, we'll go down to the 4F, which is lanthanoid series. It starts from 58, and 14 elements should be filled. So 57 will be lanthanum. 57 plus 14 is 71. So 71 will be the last element of the lanthanoid. You do not even have to know the name because number is, but symbol you should know. And in my one shot of periodicity, in initial 20 minutes only, you will get to learn all the elements with their symbols. So this is lutetium. So this will be the last one. And we know along the period, because their Z effective is also increased. Why is Z effective increased? Because 14 protons are extra added and the electrons are added in the inner shell of F subshell and D subshell, which have not poor but very, very poor shielding. So what is effective nuclear charge? Effective nuclear charge is nuclear charge minus shielding. Their nuclear charge is also increased because 14 extra protons are added. So Z increases, so Z effective increases. Shielding of D and F are very, very poor. So sigma decreases. That means Z effective is increased to a larger extent. So we definitely know this is the reason of lanthanoid contraction. So along the period, normally also size decreases, and for them size decreases to a larger extent. So size is decreased. So this guy, the 71th element, will have the lowest or the least or the smallest size. So which is Lu, obviously whatever is the trend of the atom, that only is the trend of their corresponding ion. So this Lu will be the smallest ion, but comparing it with yttrium, because it is 5th period element and these all are 6th period element, and down the group size increases. Yes, lanthanide contraction take place, but after lanthanum, not before that. So not 5th period element. So who will be having the lowest size? Because this yttrium is a 5th period element, so it will have the lowest size. So that means option 1 and 2 can be right. 3 and 4 are cancelled. Now, but comparing among lanthanides, so along the period size decreases. So this Lu will have the lowest size, after that europium, the iron, and post that lanthanum. So your correct option will be beautifully option number 2. A good question, a question that is asking you whether you know periodic table or not. I hope it is clear. Nitish is saying, sir, will these lecture help for NEET? Beta, for NEET, generally straightforward question comes. So yes, for good questions, they will help, because NEET also you get good questions. But yes, in general, NEET you get one-liners, because in NEET you are supposed to do 45 questions in the same amount of time. So obviously the question that they ask is generally one-liners. In JEE, they are asking you 25 questions and giving you 1 hour for that. So obviously the question are not directly one-liners, although most of them, some of them are, but yes, there is a difference in level. But if you want to study to a better extent, then obviously you can follow this. So moving to the next question. Now, for NEET, for all the bio students, like for mathematics students, you are comfortable with into divide, so you get an edge in solving physics, the physical chemistry. But these question of biomolecules, we do not learn these vitamins to that extent. There is some rhyme to learn the technical name of the vitamins also for the NEET students. I use that rhyme. But for JEE students, what is your what is the best capacity you should at least know in mock 2? What I have done is I have deliberately taken all the biomolecules, all the alpha amino acid, and I have given you a list. So take that list, take the downloaded version of this paper. We already give it in the WhatsApp channel, so you can watch and follow that WhatsApp channel of PWJ English, so that you can get all these notes. And here in this mock, I have deliberately taken a question of vitamins, which will help, which also force you that vitamins table, this NCERT beautiful table, you also have to learn by heart. Basically, vitamins are of 2 types. They are classified as 2 types. They are water soluble and they are fat soluble. Water soluble are just 2 vitamins, 2 types of vitamin, all the B vitamins, all the C vitamins. So what is vitamin? Vital amines. So all the B and C are water soluble vitamins, and all the Kida as in K, vitamin K, E, D, A, they are fat soluble vitamins. The basic classification. Now, for vitamins, even if you leave the source, just read it in the morning, read for like 4 days, just read it aloud. And in the 5th day, it will definitely come to your system. So what you need to learn, the vitamins, the sources which you can leave also, but if you're reading it, do not leave. And the deficiency disease, this is very, very famous. One more thing, for NEET students, they have to learn the technical name of the for all the vitamins, because actually there are 6 types of vitamin B, but for JEE student, as per NCERT of chemistry, only 4 vitamin B are given: B1, B2, B6 and B12. And for the 3, vitamin B1 is also called thiamine, vitamin B2 is also called riboflavin, and vitamin B6 is called pyridoxine, and vitamin C is also called ascorbic acid. So these names also you should know, and the deficiency diseases that they cause. So if you know this, you can very well mark the answer to this question, which I feel you have already done. So anyone, what is the answer to this question? Answer to this question is beautifully option 4. So, but you can only do this once you read that table. So I'm giving you that table. This is not from from Mars. This is from your NCERT, a very, very, very important table. So learn it by heart. Now, moving to the next question. The next question is from GOC. Now, mains have asked these questions few times, but I feel these topics are also very, very important for your class 12th organic, and advanced love these topics, but mains have also asked these topics, these type of question 2 times. Now, what I'm speaking of, we very well know what are optical isomers. They have same molecular formula but different ability to rotate the plane of polarized light. Whether it is dextro and levo can only be determined through experiment. So what we have done is we have categorized a method of actually knowing that whether 2 Fisher projection, which are isomers, because definitely their molecular formula is same. If their molecular formula is same and if their RS configuration are different, then they are different, as in they have different ability to rotate plane of polarized light. Whether somebody is optically dextro-rotatory and levo-rotatory, there is no theoretical method which can help you with that. It can only be determined through experiment. But if you know how to do the RS configuration, you can say that whether they are same or not. If they have same configuration of RS, then they are identical, and if they have opposite, then they are enantiomers, because enantiomer is also a name given to 2 optical isomers. Let's say one will have a ability to rotate light in clockwise direction, so it will be dextro-rotatory, so another will be levo-rotatory. We do not know which is dextro or levo, but we can know that whether they are isomers or identical by knowing the RS configuration. So how to assign it? Just go to the chiral carbon. Let's say this is the chiral carbon, this is the chiral carbon. Now its molecular formula is same. Now what to do? Just go to the atomic number of the directly attached atom and assign priority. So let us do the assigning priority thing. Now this carbon is attached with oxygen, carbon, carbon and hydrogen. Who is having highest atomic number? Oxygen. So this will be our most prior group. After that, second, this is also carbon, this is also carbon, tie. Now go to the next 3 bonds of carbon, because one is obviously this bond. This carbon is further making bond with oxygen. This is making with hydrogen. So who is having more atomic number? Oxygen. So this becomes 2, this becomes 3rd, and this becomes 4th. I hope we are clear with the prioritizing the group. Now, technically, this 4th group should be in the vertical line, and generally we keep it at the bottom. But if at all it is not, then you just do that whatever configuration you are doing, just take the opposite. Just take the opposite. For example, here the lowest priority group in the horizontal line. So whatever we'll get, we'll do the opposite. As in, if I go from 1 to 2, but you have to go from 1 to 2, and after that 3 should be coming, because 2 is just adjacent to it, so I'm directly going. So I'm going from 1 to 2. So how am I moving? I'm moving in a clockwise way, but my answer should be anti-clockwise. Why? Because the lowest priority group in the horizontal line. If rather it would have been in a vertical line, then I should say that if you are going clockwise, so it will be R. Anti-clockwise, it is S. So how I'm going? Clockwise. So I should assign R, but because lowest priority group is at bottom, so I'm assigning S. So I mean, whatever your answer is coming, just invert the answer. When the lowest priority group is at the horizontal position. Do the same thing over here. This is 1, this is 2. So going from 1 to 2, how am I going? Clockwise. But because the lowest priority group is at horizontal position, so invert your answer. So ultimately, if I'm moving clockwise, I should say R, but because I have to invert, so answer will be S. So this is also S, this is also S. That means both are identical. And question is asking us which is an enantiomer. So for being an enantiomer, you should have opposite RS configuration. So this is not an answer. I hope we are clear till this. Moving to the next one. This is 1, this is 2, 3 and 4. Now look, lowest priority group is at vertical. So whatever is the configuration, you will mark that configuration only. So from 1 to 2, how am I moving? Clockwise. So I should say R only because lowest priority group is at vertical line. Now over here, 1 to 2, how am I moving? But okay, the lowest priority group is at horizontal. So I should reverse my answer. So 1 to 2, how am I moving? Clockwise, but reversing. So answer will be S. So 1 is R, this is S. That means it is definitely an enantiomer. Although we got our answer, but still checking for the other one so that we may practice also. So you tell me, you also take a copy and pen and start doing this. This is 1, this is 2. Now 1, 2 is opposite. So mark 3 now. So this is 3. So how you should move? From 1 to 2 so that 3 should come. Move from 1 to 2 so that 3 should come. How you are moving? Clockwise. So it should be R, but because lowest priority is at horizontal, so reverse your answer. So I'll not say R, I'll say this is S because lowest priority is at horizontal. Now what about this one? Sir, 1, 2, but 3 is over here. So if 1 and 2 are opposite, how should you move? Move from 1 to 2 so that after 2 directly 3 should come. So moving from 1 to 2 so that 3 is coming. So I'm moving again in clockwise direction. But because lowest priority is in horizontal direction, so reverse your answer. So if clockwise, then R, but reversing, so answer will be S. So this is also S, this is also S. They are also identical, so not an answer. We already have got the answer, but just doing every possible cases so that you may practice. Now what about this one? Sir, 1, 2, 3 and lowest priority is at vertical only. So do not worry, whatever is your case, you give that answer only. So moving from 1 to 2 so that 3 is coming. So how we are moving? Clockwise. So this is R, not reversing because lowest priority is at vertical line. How about this one? This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. So lowest priority group is horizontal. So reverse your answer. So moving from 1 to 2, how am I moving? Anti-clockwise, so I should say S, but reversing, so I'm saying R. So this is also R, this is also R, so they are also identical, so not an answer. Although we have got the answer, but checking everything so that we may revise. This is called sequence rule of assigning RS configuration so that you may know whether the given compounds are similar or enantiomer. I hope we are clear till this. I hope we are clear till this. Response, guys? Okay, moving to the perfect. Moving to the next question. The next question is from thermodynamics. Now, such physical chemistry questions are also very much loved by JEE. I mean, there was a similar question in the January attempt also. The question says, for this reaction, for which delta H R is given. Remember, note the units. Note the units. It is in kilojoule per mole. And delta S is also given, but it is joule per Kelvin. So 90, many students who somebody was saying, sir, I've got negative mark. So whoever gets negative mark, beta, just make sure that whether you have done this numerical error or not seeing the unit. We definitely know what is the formula. Formula of Gibbs free energy changes. Delta G is equal to delta H minus T delta S. And for process to be spontaneous, this delta G has to be negative. And the question is telling you that this reaction is not feasible at 298 Kelvin. That means delta G will be positive. So if you increase the temperature, then maybe delta G can become negative. And the question is asking you, you have to tell that above what temperature it can become feasible. So for a reaction to be spontaneous, this guy has to be less than 0. That means T delta S by magnitude has to be greater than delta H, because delta H is positive. That means T must be greater than this ratio. Now put the value. What is delta H given to us? 491.1. Remember, it is in kilojoule upon. What is delta S? 198, but because it is in joules, so divided by 1000 to convert it into kilojoule, then the units will get cancelled. So divided by 1000, as in it will become 0.198. Now, because in such questions option are given, so you do not have to do proper, you can approximate also. So denominator is 0.2. So let us say it is 0.2. So this is nothing but 4911 upon 0.2, as in approximately 2. So this is 5000. 5000 by 2, 2500. So some you have any option around 2500? Yes, sir. Now into divide also saves your time. But for that, you have to be vigilant enough. So I hope we are good with this. Okay, nice explanation, Adityam. Thank you. If we are helping, then those comments are obviously the dopamine for us. So thank you. Moving to the next question. The next question is again from organic chemistry. You can say it is an hydrocarbon question. You can say it is a carbonyl compound question, because these concepts are there in NCERT, in hydrocarbon chapter also, in carbonyl compounds also. Now, what does it say? It is talking about the reductive ozonolysis. So what is the reductive ozonolysis? You see double bond, you break that double bond and you add double bonded O, and do not do anything else. If it is oxidative ozonolysis, then whatever carbonyl carbon you have got, replace the C bond H also with OH, because oxidative ozonolysis act as a strong oxidizing agent. Moving to the question. Now, one more thing you should know for this question is, sir, general naming. So in my hydrocarbons lecture also, in my GOC lecture also, what is an iso group, guys? Iso group, sir, first carbon, second carbon, and a methyl branch, and then a free valency. Now this photo is the photo of iso. So whenever general name iso is given, directly make this photo: first carbon, second carbon, a methyl branch, and a free valency. So if I have a gola over here, then what will be its general name? Isopropyl gola. If the master is hanging from here, you will say isopropyl master. But what it is saying? Isobutyl. So 3 carbon, no. Take one more carbon because it is bute. So removing this gola, adding 1 carbon. So this becomes isobutane. But this is not butane. Now it is asking us to make it ene. So butylene is a general name for alkene. So make this group a double bonded carbon. So this becomes isobutylene. So these general names you should know. Now reductive ozonolysis will do what? See the double bond, break the double bond, and do what? Do what? Add carbonyl group on this side also, on this side also. So this has become the simplest ketone, acetone, and because over here there will be 2 hydrogens, so this has become your formaldehyde, that is methanol. To look at the option, acetone and methanol. So option 2 is the right answer. So these questions are very, very, very doable, guys. You just have to be confident with the basic NCERT theory. Moving to the next question. So I hope you are clear till this. Adityan and all response. Chalo. Moving to the next question. The next question says you have to arrange 1 to 4 in increasing order of masses. So this is perfect Adityam. So the next, you just have to do the mole concept logic now. So number of moles is equal to, can be calculated as weight of substance upon molar mass. number of substance upon Avogadro's number, and if it is a gas, then volume occupied by gas in liters upon 22.4. But this formula you can only use for gases at STP, not for all. So apply using this formula for everybody. What should we get? The first is 0.4 mole of ozone. So let us calculate weight. So weight will be equal to number of moles into molar mass. Number of moles is how much? 0.5. Molar mass is 16 into 3. So I guess 16 into 3 is 48. 48.5 is 24 grams. So this is 24 gram. What about this one? 0.5 gram atom. Now, it is not saying 0.5 gram of atom. Then it would be 0.5 would be the weight. Gram atom is also a method of writing moles. So you should read it as number 0.5 moles of atom, because gram atom is also termed as moles of atom. Gram molecule is also termed as moles of molecule. So actually the 0.5 is the number of moles of atoms. Atoms of what? Oxygen. So if number of moles is 0.5, then its weight will be into molar mass, but for oxygen atom. And for oxygen atom, its atomic mass is 16. So 16 by 2 is nothing but 8. So this is 24, this is 8. Now, here number of species are given. So number of species upon Na. What is Na? 6 into 10 raised to the power 23. Okay, 0.022. So obviously you can approximate that. So this will be again 1 by 2. So this is 1 by 2 moles. So what will be weight? So 1 by 2 into molar mass. Molar mass of O2. It is a molecular oxygen. So 16 into 2 is 32. So this becomes 16 gram. Okay. Now 5.6 liters. So use this formula because it is saying gas at STP. So 5.6 upon 22.4 will be number of moles, and weight will be weight upon molar mass. So molar mass of CO2 is 44. 12 plus 16 into 2 is 32. So 44. This is, I guess, simple. So this is weight is 11 gram. So now let us arrange it. So which is the lowest? Second is the lowest. Second is the lowest. After 8 gram, I have 11 gram as in 4. So option 1. Option 1 will be your right answer. I hope we are clear till this, Adityan and all. Okay. Now, I hope we are clear till this. Now, let us solve this question. Now, I'm sorry, there are 2 answer correction, guys. Just read this question. There are 2 answer correction. Read this question. Now, this question is from yes, Adityan. So this question actually in your answer key, I'll be report, because whatever answer that you have placed in your mock test, it will be corrected with the correct answer. I'll just make that arrangement so that the answer key is also updated at our end. So there is an answer correction. Why? Because English, even NTA does this mistake. What? English is a very funny language. Not funny actually, but yes, when mixed with science, it always creates controversy. So let me tell you, let me give you the English behind it. The question says, statement 1, the number of moles of KMnO4 that will be needed to react with 1 mole of HCN. While in acidic medium, HCN oxidizes to this and this. The basic point of difference, why I'm saying statement 1 is incorrect. Even the answer is saying, even your answer key is saying statement 1 is incorrect. Why? Because actually there is an inorganic mistake. What is that? This is the question. So this is not the mistake committed in the question paper. We have taken this as incorrect only in the answer key also. But actually, KMnO4 being a strong oxidizing agent, it oxidizes carbon to its maximum oxidation state. So what is the maximum oxidation state of carbon? So +4. So actually, with strong oxidizing agent, carbon turns into CO2. This is the inorganic fact. So because it is saying C3 minus, therefore this statement is wrong. Leave the other but. Coming to statement 2, so this is definitely false. But coming to statement 2, it says that because N factor of KMnO4 in acidic medium is 5, which is correct. Because KMnO4 where MnO4 minus is the active species, it turns itself into Mn plus 2 in acidic medium. So oxidation state here changes from +7 to +2. So what is the number of electron transferred? 5. So what will be the valency factor? 5. Perfect. This is correct. And the N factor, which is valency factor for HCN, is 10. So let us see. HCN is HC triple bonded N. Now, if you just look at the oxidation states or how to assign oxidation state, I am giving you a simple method also. If two atoms are having one shared pair of electron, contribution is 1 1. Then go to the electronegativity. Because carbon is more electronegative, so this is -1 and this is +1. So oxidation state of hydrogen is fixed because it is making only one bond, so its state is +1. Among carbon and nitrogen, there are 3 bonds, so contribution will be 3 3. Nitrogen is more electronegative, so this is -3 and this is +3. So what is the final oxidation state? Partial charge on nitrogen. So oxidation state of nitrogen is -3. But what is oxidation state of carbon? +3 minus 1 becomes +2. So for carbon, oxidation state is +2. And if carbon changes from +2 oxidation state to CO2, and in CO2, carbon has an oxidation state of +4. So you tell me number of electron transfer from +2 to +4, there is transfer of 2 electrons. So for this guy, there is electron transference of 2. Now look into nitrogen. Nitrogen is also getting oxidized using strong oxidizing agent, which is KMnO4. So this nitrogen changes to nitrate, NO3 minus. And what will be the oxidation state of nitrates? Do the formula, which is X minus 2 3 just 6 equals -1. That means this is +5. So go to your number line. From -3, if I'm reaching to +5. So how many steps I'm walking? 8 steps. Because -3, if you walk 3 steps, you reach 0. So -3 to 0 is 3. And then from 0 to 5, there is again loss of 5 electrons. So total number of electron transferred is 8. So for this one species, how many electrons are involved? Sir, 8 plus 2, that means 10 electrons. So for this, valency factor is definitely 10. This is also correct. Then why you are saying, sir, it is wrong? Because now read the English. Chemistry is definitely correct, but now read the English. The molar ratio of KMnO4 to HCN. So that means now if I apply law of equivalence, then I'll say number of gram equivalent of KMnO4 will be equal to number of gram equivalent of HCN. Number of gram equivalent of KMnO4 can be written as number of moles of KMnO4 into valency factor of KMnO4, which we have recently calculated 5. It is equal to number of moles of HCN into valency factor of HCN, which is 10. So you tell me number of moles of KMnO4 upon number of moles of HCN is what? That it is 10 by 5. That means it is 2 by 1. But here English is telling you it is 1 by 2. Although this is a mistake from our end, it should be 2:1. But they have written 1:2. Therefore, in answer key, we have given that this is correct. Because there was a printing error. It is not 1:2. It should be 2:1. And because it is 2:1, so whatever it is given is wrong. So therefore, this is wrong and this is also false. So what should be your right answer? Option 2. So there is an answer correction because in the answer key, option 4 is okay. So I hope we know this logically why it is option number 2. I hope we are clear till this, everybody. Yeah. Moving to the next question. Now, the next question is from chemical kinetics. Now, generally chemical kinetics, it is what is asked? First order, zero order and Arrhenius equation. But you should also know some basic, which is differential form of rate law. So what is differential form of rate law? This is the question from that differential form only. So you are given with a reaction, ammonia forming nitrogen and hydrogen, a balanced reaction. It is saying, it is observed that this much. Now what is minus d by dt of concentration of ammonia? Sir, this is rate of decomposition of ammonia. But differential form of rate law, it tells us that rate of a reaction, which is also given, k1 times of concentration of reactant, k2 times of concentration of reactant, k3 times of concentration of reactant. We definitely know rate is equal to rate constant into concentration of reactant raised to the power stoichiometry. and that stoichiometry is 1. So we know it is a first order reaction. But it is not asked that what is the order of the reaction. It is asking the relationship between the rate constants. So how to find it? By applying differential form of rate law. What is differential form of rate law? It says rate of a reaction is equal to rate of decomposition of reactant, which is ammonia, upon stoichiometry of the reactant. So what is the stoichiometric coefficient of the reactant? 2. So that 2 must be divided. So rate is also equal to rate of formation of product, but again divided by the stoichiometric coefficient. So for nitrogen, stoichiometric coefficient is 1. So it will be equal to rate of production of, so because it is production, so I'm taking plus rate of production of nitrogen upon its stoichiometry is 1. It is also equal to rate of production of hydrogen. But what is its stoichiometry? Its stoichiometry is 3. Now, here we are given minus d by dt is K1 times of ammonia. Ammonia concentration is common, so remove that common. So instead of minus d by dt, what can you write? You can write K1. So instead of minus d by dt, what I am writing? K1. So K1 by 2. Sir, but there will be ammonia also. Ammonia, because we are equating, so ammonia will get cancelled. So why bother writing it? Rate of production of nitrogen is given out to be K2. So K2 upon what is the coefficient? 1. It is equal to rate of production of nitrogen is hydrogen is given K3, but K3 upon 3. Now this is the relation we have got through differential rate law. But in the options, it is asking for an integer. So what integer you should use so that everything get cancelled? 2 into 3, 6. So multiply a 6 over here, multiply a 6 over here, multiply a 6 over here. You will get 3, 6, and 2. So 3K1 equals 6K2 equals 2K3. So option 3 becomes your beautifully right answer. So I hope we are clear till this, guys. Hello? Okay, perfect. Now, whoever is watching, please do make the attempt with me and try to give answer, because this will also help you to be in sync with the actual paper temperament, because you have to be fast in the paper. So keep attempting with me, guys. Hai na? Chalo, moving to the next question. Now, the next question is again from coordination compounds. Yeah, perfect, Aditya. Now, the next question is also from coordination compounds. You can also say it is a question from D block element, because it is using some inorganic D block fact also. What is the fact? Okay, this question is also this is also a p block chemistry question, because nitrate, how do you check the presence of nitrate ion? Nitrate ion forms a brown ring. So this is also p block chemistry knowledge. Now, what is brown ring? Brown ring is always formed because of the formation of this complex, a very famous and a very known complex. So let us know this complex. Now, this complex has ion in what oxidation state? That is the question. What is its coordination number? So coordination number is 6, because there are 5 water ligands and there is one NO. Now here, what is NO? NO over here is nitrosonium ligand. Now remember EM, ammonium, sodium, actually inorganically we add suffix em only to cationic species. That means NO is a cationic ligand over here. It is a knowledge also that NO has an oxidation state, has a charge of +1 over here. So if I know this, then I can definitely calculate the oxidation state of hydrogen, let's say of iron. Let's say I do not know oxidation state of iron, so it is X. Water is neutral, so 5 into 0 is 0. But NO is nitrosonium, it is not neutral NO molecule. So nitrosonium will have an oxidation state of +1. Sulfate has an oxidation state of has a charge of -2, and overall this is a salt, so it is 0. So can you tell me what is X? Yes sir, X is +1, and that is only asked out of you in this first question. I'm just iterating a fact here. What will be the electronic configuration? Iron is 4s2 3d6. 1 electron of 4s is gone because iron is in +1 state, so 4s1 3d6. NO is not a, I mean, nobody is a strong field ligand over here, but because there is electron in 4s, so it will be forced inside. Not the inner D will be getting forced because nobody is a strong field ligand. But this 4s, one electron will be forced inside. So how many unpaired electron you will be having? 3. So 3 unpaired electron and hybridization will be sp3d2, a very, very, very famous important fact. Now, I hope it is clear. Shall I move forward? Now, moving to the next question. The next question says the bond order and magnetic character of Cn-. Sir, we know MOT. Yeah, Adityan is saying I made mistake in this question. Okay, didn't know. So Adityan, I am taking, that's why I'm saying that even if you're doing your boards, attempt these paper, because we are deliberately putting lot of efforts in making these questions so that they will be acting as your daily practice question. Daily practice question for what? Not daily, I mean in a week you will be giving 2 papers actually, so weekly 2 practicing papers, so that it will be giving you all the relevant questions and knowledge also, which you should keep on revising. So after this class, please take these notes. In between I have deliberately placed those slides which will be helpful for your revisions as well. Now this is a simple question from MOT, but the reason I have taken this question, famous in mains also, actually MOT that we know is only valid for homonuclear diatomic molecules. Sir, but this is not homonuclear, this is carbon, this is nitrogen. So actually we do fraud, but jugaad, actually the MOT that we are using, like we say, I'm telling you the jugaad. What is the jugaad? Jugaad is if the total number of electrons is less than 14. It is not a valid science, huh? It is a jugaad. If the total number of electrons is less than 14, then go for the molecular orbital diagram of elements which is having lesser number of electrons, that is for nitrogen. And if total number of electrons are exceeding 14, then go for electronic configuration of molecular electronic configuration of oxygen. So let us calculate the number of electrons. For carbon it is 6, for nitrogen it is 7. So what is 6 and 7, sir? It is 13. Go and check for the neutral molecule. Then whatever charge it is, then you can obviously include that charge. But first think which MOT you will follow, for nitrogen or for oxygen. Sir, because it is less than 14, so we check for nitrogen. And now what is the total? Because it is having one more electron, because it is Cn-, so that means it is having 14 electrons. So what is the MOT of nitrogen? So sigma 1s, sigmastic 1s, sigma 2s, sigmastic 2s. Do not write it, just like write it like this. Now after that, after 8 electron gone, so because nitrogen, so pi 2px and pi 2py will be filled first. So 9, 10, 11, 12 and then 13, but there is one more electron, so 14, because for nitrogen sigma 2pz is filled later. Now because how to calculate bond order? Nb minus Na. So do not do it as in this is bonding, anti-bonding cancelled, bonding, anti-bonding cancelled. These are all bonding, anti-bonding are not even filled. So how many bonding electrons we have? 6. So 6 by 2 is 3. So directly people, I have seen many instructors giving this trick, that trick. Do not take any trick. Bonding, anti-bonding, bonding, anti-bonding, cancel, and directly see how many electrons are there. So 6. So no anti-bonding, so none of them will be getting subtracted by anti-bonding. So how many are there in bonding? 6. 6 by 2 is 3. So bond order is 3. And because all the electrons are paired, so it is diamagnetic. So your answer is 3. I hope we are clear till this. Chalo. Okay. Now again, reply, response is a must. Although I know you are practicing also, but still. Response is dopamine. So if you're liking it, give me also the dopamine of response. Now moving to the next question. The next question is again from GOC. The question says the correct order of reactivity towards EAS. What is EAS? Electrophilic aromatic substitution. Because we know ring is electron rich species. Who can clearly attack this ring? Electron deficient species, as in electrophiles. So let us check. Whatever ring is more activated will be directing electrophile, will be attracting electrophile more strongly towards itself. So sir, this is a strong electron withdrawing group, so it should have the least, but it is saying it is in between. No sir, it is minus R also, minus I also. and chlorine is better. So if this would have been the case, it would be correct, but here it is incorrect. Now what about this one? OH is a super strong plus R, will create electron density at ortho and para position. So yes, it is very good. This is CH3, although CH3 also apply plus hyperconjugation. So through hyperconjugation also it will apply electron density at ortho and para position. So it is also activating, but hyperconjugation is relatively a weaker effect than resonance. So this will be coming next. And the COCH3, it is a minus R applying group. So it will actually withdraw electron and create positivity at ortho and para position. So it will be least reactive because the electron density of the ring has been withdrawn by this electron withdrawing group. So definitely this is the correct option of electrophilic aromatic substitution. So I hope we are clear. Yeah, thank you, Aditya. thank you, Mr. Nair. Now I hope, okay, although we have got the answer, but giving the right form. Now actually this is pyrrole, and pyrrole, the lone pair are conjugated in the ring, and therefore ring is also quite electron rich, and because it is quite electron rich, so this should be the best possible ring for entertaining an electrophile, because electrophile once come, it gets substituted, it ultimately do not break the aromaticity of the ring. So this will want the electrophile to come, because anyway wherever it will come, it will be replaced, so aromaticity will again be replaced, and because there is excess of electron, that is delocalizing, so this is better base than benzene. And obviously this nitrogen, people say, but this lone pair is not even participating in resonance, but this nitrogen which is having lone pair is also an sp2 hybridized nitrogen, while this nitrogen is sp3. So more be the s character, electronegativity will increase, so this should be the weakest among the three. So if rather these two are replaced, that will be a correct option, but obviously this is incorrect. Now what about this one? Let us correct this. So CH3 is same for all. So this is plus R, so most activating, perfect. No, this is minus R, so this becomes electron withdrawing, so this should go here, and CH3 will apply plus R, so it should come here. So if that should be given, will be your correct option. I hope we are clear. Moving to the next question. Now the next question is again from periodicity. So sir, टेस्ट में कभी 60, ओके पीयूष इज हियर सर, टेस्ट में कभी 60 70 और कभी 40 50 मार्क्स आते, क्यों नहीं बढ़ रहे मार्क्स, एंड यू आर क्राइंग 3 3 6 7 8 9. okay, so beta, how many times you have cried with the smiley? पीयूष कैसे एनालिसिस करूं? आई एम टेलिंग यू, अभी how many times you have cried with the smiley? 11 times. Don't you feel that if you would have revised half of the number of times, actually beta, it is not your problem, this is the problem with everybody. Even as a teacher during COVID, after COVID, we also used to have our own well established system. Post COVID, we also have, I mean personally I'm talking about myself, even I started some different ventures, but repeat, and post that ventures, let's say after a year, after a break of 1 hour, 1 year and 1.5 years, even the chemistry which I have been teaching since 2012, I personally qualified JEE, so I must have read physics, chemistry, maths. My JEE rank was around 6,000. In my time, there were only 6. I'm talking of back in 2007. At my time, there were only 6 IITs. So even with the rank of 6,000, I didn't get IIT, but I got NIT Kurukshetra. That too, electrical branch. So I mean, a very decent enough. But what I'm saying is, when I started teaching in 2012, everything was gone. So practically, even as teachers, we need to revise. So beta, revision is the key, na? So you have to keep on revising again and again. So if you revise, that is the only way marks will get improved. But keep practicing. The smiley of crying will not help. Do not cry, because everybody else who is not working is crying. So do not cry. Work for yourself, and then Piyush, I'm telling you, keep revising. Whatever thing you're missing the most, revise them in the morning. or the whatever be your maybe you're a learner at night, then there is a time that you know कि सर if I read at that time मेरे को ना भूलता नहीं उस समय पे, तो read at that point of time. Once you feel that this is the time where my brain works to the maximum efficiency, and in during those time learn and revise all the topics which you miss while doing paper. That will definitely increase your productivity. Moving to the next question of periodicity. Periodicity question says, among this column 1 and column 2, ionization energy. Okay, so obviously we have just now in the previous slides we have done this, the lanthanide contraction. So after yttrium you have, after yttrium I have Zr. After स्कैंडियम, तो सो शक्ति वॉकर, येट्रियम, यारी, जरा सी निभा मौत तक. आफ्टर येट्रियम आई हैव जेडार एंड देन लैंथेनम. तो ला हफ्ता, you have to remember that rhyme so that you ultimately know where are the elements. So zirconia, and after lanthanum 14 elements are filled, and then this is 72, so Z effective is quite high. So because Z effective is high, don't you feel the valence electron will be not releasing easily, because ionization down the group because of lanthanide contraction increases. The size is also approximately same. Generally down the group size increases. So this is a perfect application of lanthanide contraction. So this hafnium, because of its high Z effective, will have almost equal size, and in order to remove electron you have to supply more ionization energy. So yes, what is greater for hafnium as compared to zirconium? Sir, ionization. So 1 is R. So 1 is R. If you just see 1 as R, you will get your answer. If you just see 1 as R, you will get your answer. JEE मेंस लेवल पीवी के रिवीजन कर लेता हूं. ओके सर, अब रिवीजन ज्यादा करूंगा. हाँ बेटा, रिवीजन ही ज्यादा करना है. दैट इज द ओनली वे आउट माय फ्रेंड. पीयूष, it seems boring, but actually revising more and more makes you a perfect student, an unbeatable student. So for being an undisputed champion, beta, do the thing that is most boring for everybody. Revision at times become monotonous, but monotonity has to be beaten by discipline and sincerity. So do it, and definitely you will be doing wonders. Now, so I hope we have got the answer, but let us check. For radii, we definitely know for isoelectronic species, cations are always smaller, anions are always bigger, and for moreover this inert gas, for inert gases van der Waals radius is calculated, which is definitely much larger than covalent radius. So yes, what will for neon, what will be highest? Its radius. Electronegativity, this is oxygen, this is nitrogen, so electronegativity of oxygen is correct. And electron gain enthalpy, we know for second period element, because of their small size, their electronegativity is not the highest. The element beneath it, as in oxygen, is not having highest electronegativity. In fact, for group 16, sulfur has highest. So this is definitely for electron gain enthalpy, a very beautiful application of periodicity. Now, moving to the next question. The next question says, I have to identify the product Z. Now, this is aniline. So if I have aniline, what I'm doing with aniline? Sir, aniline is getting reacted with AC whole twice O. Now, this is acetic anhydrides. That is CH3, COO, COO, CH3. Now, we know that the lone pair on nitrogen will act as a plus loving group, as a nucleophile. This nucleophile will be going over here, and substitution will take place. Nitrogen will snatch one electron from hydrogen, and you will get a beautiful amide. So this amide will be your X. Now, now this is an NCERT, also very important for your class 12th boards. Now, generally nitrogen is a highly activating group, but after acetylation, these lone pair now are in cross conjugation. Why? Because they are delocalized here also, and they are also delocalized by the carbonyl carbon. So their electron density tendency in the ring is reduced to 50% because they have to delocalize there also. So now it becomes a mild activating group. And while this mild activating group is treated with Br2 in presence of CCl4, then now limited amount of bromination will take place because aniline excessive bromination takes place. So once limited bromination take place, it will only go at ortho or either para position, because ortho is quite sterically hindered. So para isomer will be your major product. This is the purpose of doing this acetylation. And post hydrolysis, sir, all the acid derivatives, so after bromination, if you do hydrolysis, all the acid derivatives form their corresponding carboxylic acid. So this will be broken. You will get your acetic acid CH3COOH, and H of the water will be coming to this nitrogen. So you again get your amine. So this is the famous method of limiting the bromination or electrophilic substitution of aniline, because it is a highly activating group. So this should be your answer, as in para substituted bromoaniline, as in option number 1, a beautiful application that is even present in your NCERT. So very good question for your class 12 boards also. Now moving to the next question, again a one-liner, a direct question which also make you understand that naming reaction of organic is not important. It is very, very important. Such questions have come to a number of times in January JEE only. Okay, so attempt this. By the time I read the comment, Adityam is saying, sir, if you don't do the reactions with ye, then beta, agar if you do not do acetylation, then you get 2,4,6 tribromoaniline, as in excessive bromination will take place. Okay, Adityam? Because aniline and phenol both are highly activating group. They activate the ring to such an extent that excessive electrophilic substitution takes place. So you get 2,4,6 tribromo derivative. Okay. Now moving to the next question. This next question is again a naming reaction. So when two aryl halide react with sodium and form biphenyl, this is Fittig. Yeah, okay. When alkyl group do this with sodium, it forms higher alkane, that is Wood's reaction. But when aryl and alkyl do that, it becomes Wood's Fittig reaction. So both are same. And in the question you are asked, which is not correctly matched. So because these two are correct, so not an answer. What else? So Friedel-Crafts reaction. What Friedel-Crafts reaction? What is Friedel-Crafts? In presence of anhydrous AlCl3, you can allow carbon plus also and acyl group also. So if this acyl group as an RCO, so C carbonyl group, acyl group is added at ortho and para position, this is Friedel-Crafts acylation. But it is saying alkylation. It should be acylation. So because name is written incorrectly, so this is not correctly matched. So third is your answer. Let us check fourth one. This is nitration. Nitration is when NO2 plus act as the electrophile, you get ortho and para substituted product. So this is also correct. So not an answer. Moving to the, now these are one-liners, beta. Never miss them. Never miss these one-liners. It should be yes, Adityam. It should be acylation. Perfect, bhai. Perfect. Now moving to the next question, a basic question from chemical bonding, sir. Who is an acid? Acid is a species which has a capacity to take electrons, and after taking electron, if I am a strong acid, whatever conjugate base I should form, it should be a stable conjugate base. So if these oxy acids of chlorine gives electron, who will be a stronger base? Sir, who has the capacity to hold electron? Who has the maximum capacity to hold electron? Sir, more plus can attract more minus. So let us directly calculate the oxidation state of the central atom, which is chlorine. So here oxidation state of chlorine is +1 plus x minus 4 to 8 equals 0. That means it is +7. So here it will be +5. So here it will be +3. And coming to this chlorine, this is oxygen with an hydrogen with a chlorine. So here contribution 1 1, this is -1, this is +1, so oxidation state of chlorine is +1. So more be the oxidation state, more will be its tendency to hold that electron. So carbon ion of this as an HClO4 when gives electron, HClO4 is known as perchloric acid. So it forms a perchlorate ion, and this perchlorate ion, which is ClO4 minus, is a very stable conjugate base because the +7 oxidation state of chlorine, which is this tetrahedral structure, whole of the minus can be delocalized in with all the oxygens. So this +7 can hold the electron easily and will shift the equilibrium forward. So it will be your strongest acid. So what will be your answer? Option number 4, a very, very, very famous example from chemical bonding, also involving the concept of block chemistry of halogen family. Now, coming to the next question. The next question is a simple question from equilibrium. People fear equilibrium, but if you are having a halwa question from equilibrium, do not leave it. The question says Kc for the reaction is given. Okay. If these are the mole per liter as in concentration is given of A, B, C, D respectively in a container at some time. So at some point of time t, these are the concentrations. So if you do the ratio of concentration, you do not know its state of equilibrium. So equilibrium, if you do not know the reaction is at equilibrium, so at any point of time, what you calculate? You calculate the reaction quotient Q. How to calculate it? Concentration of product upon concentration of reactant. So concentration of C into D, stoichiometry is 1 1 because this is a balanced reaction, upon concentration of A into concentration of B. The concentration at time t is given. What is the concentration? For C, okay, for A it is 1, for B it is 2, for C it is 3, for D it is 4. Okay, so this is just 6. So Q is 6, which is less than K. So if Q is less than K, then this is a track. The lowest point K is what? Is 10. Your ball is at a place 6. So where the ball will move to reach equilibrium? So ball will move to forward direction. That means the reaction, you can't see a reaction, but you can think of a reaction as this physical entity. So where the ball will flow to attain stability, to attain equilibrium? Forward direction. So reaction will move from left to right, a basic application of reaction quotient and value of equilibrium constant, a very basic question. Now, but yes, conceptually also it is good. So let me read, just check and let me read that comment. Left, right, yes, 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 beta, yes, perfect, perfect. So even one student is getting benefit, then the job is done for us. So thank you, Aditya. Moving to the next question. The next question again is a one-liner. The question says maximum amount of solid solute that can be dissolved in a specific amount of solvent. Sir, if I have a solvent and if I dissolve a solid solute into it, then whether it gets soluble or does not soluble depends upon its lattice enthalpy, hydration enthalpy, enthalpy of solution. So lattice enthalpy, all the enthalpies depend upon what? Sir, it depends upon temperature and whether the solvent and solute are getting attraction with each other or not. So intermolecular attraction will play effect. So the nature of this pink solute and the nature of this green solvent, so obviously they will decide, because like dissolves like. So whether the nature is like or not, so the intermolecular attraction will decide. So nature of solute also decides, nature of solvent also decides. Pressure for solids do not decide. Pressure is an important factor for gases. For gases, pressure play a very important part, governed by Henry's law, but for solid, pressure has no effect. And because pressure has no effect and you are asked that which is not depending, so obviously your answer will be pressure over here, because on the solubility of solid in liquid does not depend upon pressure. Perfect, 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 Aditya, perfect, bhai. Moving to the next question. The next question is again a common sense from NCERT also. Even NCERT uses this common sense of mechanism, a very famous mechanism, a very famous reaction called Cannizzaro reaction. Now, I'm explaining the mechanism also because this is the actual job, my actual job, to explain everything. Now, if I have a carbonyl group which is not having a alpha carbon. If a carbonyl group has an alpha carbon and the alpha carbon is having an hydrogen, then that hydrogen becomes acidic. And in presence of base, that acidic hydrogen gives aldol. But if I have a base and the carbonyl group is not having alpha carbon, then what will take place? Sir, ultimately plus minus attract each other. So sir, where is the minus? This is the minus. Where is the plus? Sir, carbon has a plus, nucleophilic. So addition will take place. So this will go and nucleophilic addition takes place. Once nucleophilic addition take place, what you get? Sir, this O becomes O minus and this OH has been introduced into this carbon. Now, because it is not having alpha carbon, so it must have some hydrogen. And we definitely know that this minus can be given back to this carbonyl group, and once it is given, the electron of hydrogen is taken by this hydrogen and it becomes hydride ion. So now this minus will want to attack some plus. So what is the available plus? Sir, another molecule of the similar aldehyde, because plus will be there in the another molecule. So this minus in form of H minus will be attacking this carbon. Once it happens, what you get is, look at this carbon. This carbon is having H. This single bonded O becomes double bonded O. So this becomes your carboxylic acid. And once this H minus attack to that carbonyl carbon, it is having two hydrogens. So after that two hydrogen, this new hydrogen has just now been introduced, and that O minus, that double bonded O becomes O minus. But now, who is a strong acid? Sir, carboxylic acid is a stronger acid. This alcohol is a weak acid. So now what takes place? Proton exchange. So this will take electron and this exists as anion. So it will form HCOO minus, and this hydrogen will be given to this alcohol and it will be forming. So disproportionation is taking place. Carbonyl compound is forming salt of carboxylic acid and corresponding alcohol. So now some experimental facts, sir. When this step is taking place, this was the rate determining step. It is the rate determining step for Cannizzaro reaction. Now, if you know this, this will be a piece of cake for you. So first, what has happened? The nucleophilic attack, then transfer of hydride ion, and after that, proton transfer. So that means what is the mechanism? Option number 1. I hope it is clear. Yes, sir, only for gases. Yes, perfect, Aditya. So this one also, I guess, quite clear, and it is a very, very, very basic and famous mechanism of Cannizzaro reaction. Moving to the next question. The next question is again from practical organic chemistry, and many people miss this question. You just theory, this is nothing. What we do in practical organic chemistry, sir, we take an organic compound and we oxidize it. Carbon becomes CO2, hydrogen becomes water. So this, what is an oxidizing agent? Copper oxide. The copper oxide, cupric oxide oxidizes others and reduces itself. So you after that, how much CO2 and water is produced? How do we know? By measuring this U-shaped tubes. So this is a practical fact. CaCl2 is a strong dehydrating agent. So whatever the gain of mass is there in this tube, that means this much water is produced. Because CO2 is an acidic oxide, so it reacts with base. So KOH is a base which will absorb CO2 and its weight will also rise. So by the rise of weight, you can calculate how much water and CO2 is produced. So this was a question just basis on that. So on the first tube, water is getting produced and is getting absorbed, and in the second later one, CO2. So your answer will be beautifully option number 2. I hope we are clear. Yeah, perfect, Aditya. Thank you. Now, moving to the integer type questions, the last 5 questions. The first question says from electrochemistry. Electrochemistry, that to what topic? Even January JEE Mains had these the single liners question. Sir, for electrochemistry, what I mean, for Faraday's law, what is most important? Quantitative analysis and qualitative analysis. Qualitative analysis asks you what is produced, and quantitative asks you how much it is produced. So for quantitative analysis, we use Faraday's law. Faraday's first law is weight of any substance that is liberated or produced at any particular electrode is nothing but it is equal to ZIT. Learn this formula. So how much weight I'm getting for 18 gram of magnesium. Magnesium is coming from this salt. So this Mg plus 2 must be taking 2 electrons and forming magnesium. So how much weight of magnesium is produced? I know. So this W is 18 gram. What is Z? Z I'm independently writing for you because people miss this formula. It is nothing but E by F. What is E? Equivalent weight. What is equivalent weight? Molar mass upon valency factor into F is charge on 1 mole of electron, which is nothing but 96500. So what is actually getting produced, sir? Magnesium. What is atomic mass of magnesium? 24. So what will be M? Z, writing Z over here. What is M? 24. What is valency factor? Okay, magnesium, I'm sorry, it is plus 2. So what is the number of electron transferred? 2. So what is valency factor? 2 into 96500. This is Z. What is F? What is I? I is the current passed. How much current you are passing? 10 amperes. Into time. This time you have to calculate because everything is SI unit. So time will also be in SI unit. What is SI unit of time? So time, SI unit is second. But in the question, what are you asked? You are asked time in hours. So you calculate time. So I guess the into divide is also quite easy. This is gone. This is 6 4 ja, 6 3 ja. This is 1. This is 2. And this is also 2 4. 2 8 ja 16. 2 2 ja 4, 2 5 ja 10. So what is time? 4 8 2 5 into 3. Into 3. This much second. 1 second has 60 minutes. 1 minute has 60 seconds. To divide by 60 will convert into minute. 1 hour has 60 minutes. So 2 60s will make the answer in hours. And now I hope your basic into divide, you do not have to do much calculation also. So your answer will be yes, Adityam. Thank you, bhai. Perfect. When you'll solve is Adityam is telling us it will come somewhere around 4. Perfect, bhai. Perfect. Now this is the temperament. Thank you. Moving to the next question, again from chemical bonding and from block chemistry logic also. Very famous question, will be helpful for your boards also. Now, we know oxides of nitrogen. How many oxides of nitrogen? I have 5. But the first 2 oxides, as in nitrogen in +1 state, nitrous oxide. Nitrogen in +2 state is the nitric oxide. These 2 oxides, although they are oxides of non-metal, but this is an inorganic fact that they are neutral. And generally non-metal oxides are acidic, but they are neutral. Just you know this NCERT fact, then you can do this question. This is +3, so this is acidic. This is +4, so obviously, sir, non-metal oxide is generally acidic except these nitrogen oxides. Now this is not, this is nitrous oxide, so it is neutral. Chlorines are non-metal +7, it will be very badhiya acidic. Sulfur non-metal +4, it will also be acidic. Now the famous neutral oxides are these 2 oxides of nitrogen and the CO. Carbon monoxide is also neutral because here carbon is in +2 oxidation state. CO2 is acidic oxide. So again, a carbon chemistry, P block chemistry of carbon. So these all are very famous examples. So these 3 are famous neutral oxides. So not an answer. Metal oxides, sir, metal oxides are basic because when they go to water, they form hydroxides. So they are definitely basic. So not an answer. NO, we have just told you that it is a neutral oxide. So how many acidic oxide? I have 4. So your answer will again be integer 4. Yeah. I hope we are clear till this. Good. Now moving to the now this is also one question where I am saying there is answer correction. I mean, because we were involved in so many things, so I could not have done that in your answer key, but it will be, I'm giving you the answer and the answer will also be updated. Yeah, Adityam, good. So let us do this question. This is now this is conceptually a good question. So I mean, out of all the questions, so for such questions in examination you should leave such questions. But how do you know you should leave such questions? By practicing them. Now, so let us do this question, but conceptually it is nice. Now This is reacted with ozone in presence of this. So this is nothing. Ozone in presence of pyridine act as reductive ozonolysis. So whatever ozonolysis we have done, see the double bond, break the double bond and make double bond O. But sir, benzene is a resonance stabilized system, and also the question is saying only one equivalent. So you just have to do the ozonolysis of one double bonded system. Why? Because it is giving 1 mole of one equivalent of ozonolysis. See, it is giving one equivalent. So who can react easily? Sir, benzene anyway does not undergo ozonolysis at normal condition because it is resonance stabilized. So only this bond will be broken. So what will be okay, but this will not be a post that you have to do the reaction with Grignard reagent. So let us form what is formed by ozonolysis. So the benzene ring will be intact, and here I will be getting this double bonded O, and this CH2 double bonded O will be getting separated. So I'm taking this system as the intermediate product by ozonolysis. After ozonolysis, what I am doing, sir, I am reacting with Grignard reagent. Although after Grignard reagent, hydrolysis take place. So I'll do that hydrolysis in mind. Why? Because question is not asking me about the exact product. Question is just asking me about the double bond equivalent, DBU. What is the double bond unit, double bond, or the simply DU, degree of unsaturation? The question is asking. What is degree of unsaturation? Pi bond has degree of unsaturation 1. Triple bond has 2, and cyclic ring also has du1 because it creates deficiency of 2 hydrogen. So deficiency of 2 hydrogen with respect to alkane is 1 du. So now if this carbonyl group is getting getting reaction with Grignard reagent, then what Grignard reagent do with carbonyl compound? The alkyl group does nucleophilic addition and double bonded O becomes alcohol OH. Yes, but post hydrolysis. So that hydrolysis I'm doing by my mind, although the question is not saying that's hydrolysis, but we can do that because, sir, we just have to find the degree of unsaturation. And because it is saying one equivalent, so just one will be doing it. So once, although it will be having more also, still nothing will be taking place. Okay, so what I do is I just draw these pi bonds separately because I have to calculate du. So this will be CH3, this is C, this is this carbon, and this double bonded O will become OH, and I will be getting a methyl group from Grignard reagent. I hope we are clear till this. So actually this will be your product A. So for product A, what is degree of unsaturation, sir? It is having 3 pi bonds. I just make those pi bond with different color so that you can see it. So this is 1 du, second du, 3 du, because 1 pi will create du1, deficiency of 2 hydrogen. And because I'm having a cycle also, so this guy will have a du, A will have a du of 4. I hope we are clear till this. Now, once this A is getting reacted with Br2 in CCl4. So Br2 in CCl4 is a reagent to form vicinal dihalide. And vicinal dihalides are only formed when normal alkene is getting reacted. Sir, this benzene is resonance stabilized. Stable system do not react as a simple alkene. So this after reaction will give no reaction. So B is also nothing but A. That was the catch in the question actually. Because this benzene is resonance stabilized, so it will also not react with Br2. And because it will not react, so answer will be no reaction. So because there is no reaction, so what is B? The reactant is your product, because reactant is not reacting. So it will also have a du of 4. So A will have a du 4. B, which is A only, will also have a du 4. So 4 plus 4 is 8. But you have to calculate du of C and D also. So going to C. Now, C is a very good question. Why C is a very good question? Because generally I told you benzene do not react, and it has been rarely asked by mains, but it is a very famous advanced topic, and our job is to move one step ahead. Now this is classic case of Birch reduction. Sir, what is Birch reduction? Generally what happens is, whenever you have a benzene under the influence of sodium in presence of any group like ammonia or alcohol which has a capacity to give hydrogen, ultimately the aromaticity is lost. How? I'm giving you mechanism also. So let me do that in different page. Now here we are having benzene. Okay, sir. Here I'm having OMe. Okay, it is a substituted benzene. No worries. Now, when it reacts with sodium, actually sodium is a metal which will directly give electrons. Now, these extra electrons are actually going to any of the pi cloud. Why I'm focusing on the pi cloud near to OMe? Because in presence of metal, what mechanism takes place? Are free radical. And actually radicals are also stabilized by resonance effect, because radical is also a place where there is deficiency of electron. So deficiency of electron can be satisfied by if somebody is giving me electron, so this will give electron through plus r. So if I'm attacking this pi cloud now, because this is one extra electron, so one extra electron will go where? Sir, it can go to this carbon. Why? Because here radical will be more stable, because it will be resonance stabilized. So that is the most important step that you have to think through your common sense of GOC. So what I'm saying is, this electron was already there. One extra electron of sodium, the green color electron, has been introduced, so minus is there. But a radical has been created over here, and this radical is stable. Why? I'm saying because it is stabilized by the plus R of this OMe group. Now, after formation of this minus, now this minus is carbon is electron rich and carbon is not having so much of electronegativity. So this minus will give electron, and it can give electron to any species. So if I have ammonia or if I have alcohol, even that alcohol can furnish the hydrogen. Right now in the question for bridge reduction, ammonia is given. So this minus will be going over here, and hydrogen will be trapped by this carbon ion, where you will be ending up with, this is OMe. This hydrogen has been added, so it becomes a neutral species, CH2. These bonds are as it is, and yes, I have just now created a radical. Now this radical is still intact. Now, sir, if this has happened once, it can happen one more time, because sodium metal is present, metal is willing to give electron. So this one more metal will give electron. Sir, one more sodium will come. It will form Na plus. It will furnish electron. Now, sir, because I need chain termination, so I need a radical here. Because if I form a radical here, it will undergo chain termination. So this electron will go to this pi cloud. Which carbon? Sir, this carbon, this CH will will get this minus, and again that CH minus will act as a carbon ion like this, will snatch hydrogen from the medium, which is ammonia in this case. So this will become CH2, creating a radical over here. Okay, there was a methyl group also, so let me add that methyl group. So this is a good question. I'm saying this is a good question. So whatever bonds, now this has turned into CH2, and this carbon also will get the hydrogen from the medium of ammonia. And where this double bond has not been affected, but there was a radical initially. Just now a radical has been created over here. It will undergo chain termination, and now aromaticity has been lost. So this is a very, very, very famous Birch reduction example, a very important mechanism for advance also. Basically for advance, but such questions you should know is what I'm telling you. Now, what is degree of unsaturated? So this will be our compound for what? This will be our compound, which is C. So this is my C. What is its du? Sir, 1, 2, and because of ring, I have one more du. So this has a du of 3. Now, what else I'm doing? Sir, again, ozonolysis and Grignard reagent. So after ozonolysis and Grignard reagent, now the question is saying only 1 mole of ozonolysis, see, only one equivalent. So this is a good question. Only one equivalent of ozonolysis I have to do. So one equivalent of ozonolysis will either break this double bond or that double bond. Now you tell me which alkene is more stable. Sir, alkene is electron deficient species. Here it is stabilized by plus R. Here it is stabilized by, okay, there was a CH3 group. So here it is stabilized by hyperconjugation. So which alkene is more stable? That one is more stable. So break this bond. So let us break this bond and form the ozonized product, as in, okay, I have to break this bond. So this will be OMe. This pi bond I'm taking as it is. This is CH2. This is one carbon. This is methyl. I'm making double bond over here. And this CH will also get a double bond. Now, post this, I do not have to stop here. After that, I have to do addition of Grignard reagent. But how much of Grignard reagent? That to only one equivalent. So which carbonyl will get Grignard reagent? Sir, this is an aldehyde. So this guy is in ketone. So who has a better reactivity towards nucleophilic addition? Sir, aldehyde. So I'm just doing that over here only. So this aldehyde will practically become OH and will be attached by the CH3 of the Grignard reagent. You are not asked the option, you are asked degree of unsaturation. A good question, I'm telling you, but such questions, I mean, there were some bouncers also. So such questions for mains you should leave, but you should know such questions for better questions, so for better problems. Ultimately, you have to do advance also. So what is degree of unsaturation? So this pi and this pi. So it has a du of 2. So what will be your final answer? Sir, 4 plus 4 because of AB, 8. 8 plus 3 is 11. 11 plus 2 is 13. So your answer should be 13 and this will be your modified answer. I guess in the solution it was given something different. So please mind us for that because it was a good question and the answer should be 1, 3, 13. Moving to the second last question. Now the next question, now this is, I mean, you always know, sir, whenever from solution chapter, whenever you have a pure solvent will give you pressure because of that pure solvent, and solution will give you pressure because of that solution. Okay, मजा आ गया, thank you. Nair, actually your comment से मेरे को मजा आ गया. Actually, that question, I mean, I have intentionally placed that question, but that one equivalent thing I missed while giving the instruction, that it is restricting it is taking stoichiometry also. So if stoichiometry has to be applied, then more GOC logic has to be given. So I do not wish to give that much of thing, but because it has been given one equivalent, so intentionally I wanted to give more questions also, so that whoever is watching should gain extra out of it. So that's why I've discussed that. Thank you. Now coming to this, so this will give pressure of pure solvent. This will give pressure due to solution. Now, because atmospheric pressure will be getting applied on this side, so whatever level I have reached is because of what? Sir, we definitely know that pressure of pure solvent, how do we represent pressure of pure solvent? P naught. So that's P naught, external pressure minus pressure of gas. Okay, external pressure, which is ATM, minus pressure of solvent, because here you only have pure solvent, is nothing but the difference, and difference is this H1, which is 660. So can you tell me what will be the value of P naught? Yes sir, external pressure is what? 760 mm of Hg. So 760 minus pressure due to this height, which has been reduced for mercury, which is 660. So here through this diagram, they are just giving you vapor pressure of pure solvent. They are not supplying just by writing, they are supplying it via diagram. Again, do that for the solution. So the pressure of solution will be external pressure minus whatever external pressure has been applied so that this height has been achieved, that is 680. So this will give you pressure by this compartment which is having the solution. So here I am getting pressure of solution as 80. So I hope you know the RLVP formula. What is relative lowering of vapor pressure? It is P naught minus PS upon P naught. But if I take P naught in the denominator, that is the exact question, that is the exact formula of relative lowering. It is equal to XB, and XB is equal to number of moles of solute upon number of moles of solvent plus solute. So ultimately over there we have to do approximation. So rather, if you are doing integer type questions, what do you do? P naught minus PS upon PS. Now this is not RLVP, but this will make your right hand side exactly equal to N2 upon N1. A very, very famous solution logic that you should know. Now, what is P naught minus PS? Sir, 100 minus 80 is 20. What is PS? Sir, 80. What is N2? Sir, but number of moles, so solute may be getting dissociated. So what governs the dissociation? Sir, Van 't Hoff factor I. So I comes with N2. And what is N2? Weight of solute upon molar mass of solute. What is solute in your case? Sir, CaCl2. Its weight is 222 gram. So let us calculate N2. So weight of solute upon molar mass. 71 is Cl2. 17 plus 1 plus 40 is 111. So N2 is nothing but 2. Let us calculate N1 independently. What is N1? Number of moles of solvent. Solvent is what? Water. How much water are you having? 324. So number of weight of water upon molar mass of water. What is 18 square? So 342. So it is 324. I'm sorry. So what is 18 square? So 324. So this is nothing but 18. So I hope the calculation is also easy for you. So this becomes I into 2 by 18. So this is 1 and 9. This is 1 and 4. That means I is nothing but 9 by 4. Now, if I is 9 by 4, what is the formula for dissociation, sir? Sir, it is 1 plus n minus 1 times of alpha. So for CaCl2, how many ions you get? Sir, 1 Ca plus 2 and 2 Cl minus. So 1 plus 2. That means 1 mole of this will create how many ions? 3. So that means n value is 3. So this is 1 plus 3 minus 1 is 2 alpha. Is nothing but 9 by 4. That means 2 alpha is equal to 5 by 4. That means alpha is equal to 5 by 8. But you have to report what value? 6.4 alpha. It is also a good question, a calculative one. So 6.4 alpha is in 5 by 8 into 6.4. So this is 0.8, 8 5 is 40. So your answer is 4. Not very calculative also, but yes. A question that is asking you Van 't Hoff also, a question that is asking you RLVP also, a question that is asking you that whether you know that to exactly calculate RLVP, use RLVP formula for dissociation thing, you have to take P naught minus PS upon PS. Actually, RLVP is P naught minus PS upon P naught. I hope we are clear till that. Coming to the last question. Now, clear? Okay, Ria is here. Thank you, Ria. Okay, perfect. Maja aa gaya. Okay, chalo. Coming to the last question from coordination compounds, and it is also asking you geometrical isomerism, very famous topic. I'm only taking that many cases of geometric isomerism which are famous for mains. For advanced, this becomes a huge topic, but for mains, it is, I mean, I've deliberately taken those topics, those cases of complexes which are easy. So help me with this. Sir, platinum, know this. D block cations down the group, their tendency to do crystal field splitting increases drastically. So because the tendency to do crystal field splitting increases drastically, therefore even coordination number is 4. But with 4 coordination number, if crystal field stabilization is large, then you form a square planar complex. So if this is a square planar complex, then this is M A2B2 type. You will not think of the linkage isomerism because S can also linkage, N can also negate. Sir, why I will not think of linkage isomerism? Because question is asking you to calculate geometrical isomers. So for geometrical isomers, you have to calculate this one only. So for this formula only, what will be the cases? Sir, cis trans, because this is square planar, simple square planar. So cis trans will give you 2 geometrical isomers. Now, this is MA3B3, your classic NCRT concept, FAC, MER, facial form and meridional form. So how many isomers, geometrical isomers? 2. Sir, this is again square planar because but En is a bidentate ligand, a symmetrical bidentate ligand. So chlorine can only come to the similar position. So you cannot have a trans in this case. So it can show no geometrical isomerism. What about this one? So this guy, now here, because this is chromium, En is a bidentate ligand, so its coordination number will be 6. So because of 6, now because of bromine, so bromine can come here, so cis, bromine can opposite, so trans. So here you can have again 2 isomers, your basic NCRT question. Now, Here, this is MAA whole thrice. So because this is AA whole thrice, so you cannot have any geometrical isomerism options. This can also give you no isomers because this will be MAA whole thrice form, which can give you no geometrical isomers. Last is cobalt with Cl2 and Br2. So if it give you square planar, then it will also have cis trans. But because cobalt is having Cl2 Br2, that means x minus 4 equals minus 2, as in x is equal to plus 2. So cobalt in plus 2 oxidation state is 4s electron gone. So this is 3d7. So 3d7 will be filled as without any forced pairing. So whole of the d will be filled by electrons because this is a weak field again. So because it is weak field again, so it will be just tetrahedral species, and tetrahedral is a symmetrical structure. You can't say it is cis or it is trans. So because it will be tetrahedral, hence it can't show any geometrical isomerism because tetrahedral is a symmetrical structure. So it will also have no geometrical isomers. So what will be the total number of geometrical isomers? 2 plus 2, 4 plus 2 is 6 will be your right answer for your 25th question. Dipen sir said, Gaurav sir ready. So over to Dipen sir, and all the very best guys. Revise this also and see you in the discussion of next chapter. So bye bye. Dipen sir, over to you.
So hello, hi, namaskar everyone. Just give me a quick response. Am I clearly audible and visible? The screen I have shared, I hope it must be properly visible. Let me refresh the screen and see whether it is running properly or not. So give me a quick response in the comment box, students. Are we clearly audible and visible to all these students? Yes, yes, yes. Great, great, great. So I hope I'm clearly audible and visible. And with that, let's get started with the analysis of the subject mathematics. Yes, your rank booster 3 test 3 we have conducted. I hope it must have gone really well and you all must have attempted it pretty well. Yes, good evening everyone. So without any delay, let's get started. Right, so first question, I hope most of you must have tried. Mathematics section is basically we are going to start with here. Few questions were really decent, really simple, really straightforward. You should have attempted most of them, all of them rather, I'd say. And rest of the questions were again moderate. So nothing, as far my knowledge allows me to think of, was very difficult or hard. But yes, a lot of questions were doable from this mock 3 as well. Let's get started with the first question for the day. It says there is a hyperbola. Great. So if there is a hyperbola, what are we said? That it passes through a point P 10, 16. Perfect. And it has vertices at plus minus 6, 0. The moment somebody says that it has vertices at plus minus 6, 0, you must have gotten a great decent clarity that this should be the standard hyperbola having its axis with x-axis as x-axis and y-axis only, and with that of course the vertices are 6, 0 and minus 6, 0. So we have gotten the idea about A as well. I hope you must have understood this part very clearly. Then the equation of the normal to it at P. So for normal, even if you are not aware of the standard equation, which we definitely ask you to mug up or memorize, you can figure it out with the help of calculus. How do we solve this question? A very standard, a very decent question. First of all, you need to work out the equation of the hyperbola that is needed here. So if I were to write the equation of the hyperbola, I'll say x square upon a square. What is a? I hope you must have gotten the idea that a here is going to be 6. I hope you're getting it very clearly. No confusion on that. With that, x square upon a square, so 6 square is going to be 36. Since it is a hyperbola, it should be minus y square upon b square is equal to 1. From here, now how do we figure out b? So to get b, I hope we are given that there is a point 10, 16 lies on it. So 10, 16 will satisfy it. 10 square will be 100. So it will be 100 upon 36 minus 16. 16 square is 256. So it should be 256 divided by b square is equal to 1. I hope there is no confusion on that. So I push this on the other side. I bring 1 on the other side. So it should be 100 upon 36, which if I wish to simplify, I can. I will divide it by, I think 4. 4, I think perfectly divides it. So 4 makes it 25. 4 makes it 9. I hope there is no confusion on that. And when 1 comes here, 25 minus 9, that's 16. So it should be 16 upon 9. Correct me if I'm wrong with the calculation part. And here on the right hand side, I'll have 256 by b square. I hope there is no confusion on that part. With that, I hope you are very much clear that 16 is having 256 as its square. So 16 times is 256. So I think we have cracked B as well. B will be square root over 16 into 9. That is how much? 4 into 3. That is 12. So I think we have cracked B as well, which is going to be 12. Did you understand this part very clearly? Shall I move towards the next part of the calculation? I hope calculation was there. A very decent calculation. 16, 16, 256. 16 into 9. So 16, 4. 9 is 3. 4 into 3, 12. So B we have cracked as 12. So we have A as 6. We have B as 12. I think the job is completely done, absolutely done. One of the methods is, you remember the equation or the formula to figure out the equation of the normal to the standard ellipse, parabola and hyperbola at its point lying on it, or otherwise with the help of calculus also you can do it. How do we do that? First of all, I have gotten the equation of the hyperbola, which now is given by x square by 36 minus y square by b square. What is b square? It is going to be 144 is equal to 1. I hope you are comfortably understanding it. Now, if I were to figure out dy by dx, how will I find it out? I hope finding dy by dx is a pretty simple task. It will be 2x upon 36. That is x upon half of 36 is 18, and that is it, minus 2y dy by dx, and 144 when divided by 2 leaves you with what? Half of 144, that I think is nothing but 72. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is equal to 0, of course. So if it is equal to 0, it goes on the other side. It leaves you with this. I hope there is no confusion on that. And even with that, you have gotten more clarity about this, that 18 double is 36. So 4 times should be 72. Everyone with me on this? So dy by dx we have received as 4x upon y. Any confusion on that? And with this 4x upon y, if I wish to figure out dy by dx at where? At 10, 16, I'll be getting the slope of the tangent to this curve, basically the hyperbola, at this point 10, 16. So 10 into 4 by 16. So 10 into 4 by 16, that clearly leaves you with 4. And here this is 5 by 2, I believe so. So this you get as 5 by 2. That's the slope of the tangent. So slope of the normal is going to be minus 2 by 5. So I hope we have cracked the slope of the normal, that is minus 2 by 5. From here, will you not be able to write the equation of the normal? The normal passes through a point 10, 16, and it has the slope as minus 2 by 5, the negative reciprocal of the slope of the tangent. So I hope it's a very simple task. Point slope form, which is given by y minus y1 upon x minus x1 is equal to m, which is minus 2 by 5. From here, can you not simplify this and write the final answer? Which I'm not doing. I'm skipping that part. Option B was the correct as far as my calculation allows me to think of. But I hope you must have understood the calculation, the approach and the idea. And tell me in the comment box how many of you have attempted this question correctly. Do you not think this was something very simple and easy? So if I were to classify this question, I'll categorize it as easy. But you may call it moderate because of calculation. So some calculation was there, but still it was somewhere between easy and moderate. It was conceptually simple and decent. The next question, something really simple you all must have been doing, and this is one of those questions which you all should do in the real examination hall. That's great, Ria. That's brilliant. With that, I will, without even solving this question, like to tell that this is definitely an easy question. How do we solve this? There is a circle given to us. So we are given a circle, decent, standard, basic circle. Now, how do we solve this circle, or how do we solve the question based on this circle? There is a straight line which is behaving as a chord here. So let's say this is that chord. So if this is that chord, the chord is 3x plus 4y. This should have been 3x. So there is a small correction here. This should have been 3x. I'm really sorry for that. So here, this chord would be 3x plus 4y minus 1 is equal to 0, right? Now, what are we told? The length of the intercept. So the length of the intercept is basically asked. I skipped seeing hyperbola, sir, but it turned out to be easy seeing the solution. Why, Adityan? I mean, why do you skip questions after seeing some keywords in that question? For example, if somebody talks about eccentricity, if somebody talks about asymptotes, whenever somebody talks about these words are definitely not intimidating. Please understand, they are very simple and decent. And to get more clarity, to get more understanding, to build more conceptual, I would say, understanding, you can always watch our one-shots. They are there to assist you with the revision part. so that you can consolidate these learnings with more clarity. Great, Ria, that's great. We would love to see the answer coming as the correct answer, but as of now, let's solve this. So we are given a straight line. If I look at this circle, will I not be able to crack its center? Negative half of the coefficient of x and y, so 3, 3 will be the center of the circle. With that, we can crack its radius as well. The radius is 9 plus 9, that's how much? 18. 18 minus 7, 18 plus 7, that's 25. So square root of 25 is clearly nothing but what? 5. So with that, we receive this length, the radius of this circle, as 5. But now the task we are now left with is, how do we find the perpendicular distance of this line from this point, which is the center of the circle, which is again a very simple task. I hope nothing here bothers us, because 3, 3 and this line. So from 3, 3, a perpendicular is dropped. The distance is going to be power of 3, 3 with respect to that line. So 3 into 3. This distance is what I'm talking about. So let's denote it by D. That is going to be 9 plus 4 into 3, 12 minus 1, which is going to be positive. So no need to put a mod over here. Divided by under root over a square plus b square. So 3 plus 4 gives you a 5 here. So 12 plus 9 is how much? 21 minus 1, that's 20. 20 by 5 is 4. So this distance turns out to be 4. Pythagorean triplet, 5, 4, 3. So this length is going to be 3. So if this length is 3, 3 plus 3 should be 6. So that should be the length of the intercept made by this line, which we are given in option B. So Ria, I think option B should be the correct answer. Great, great. I think this was something decent, something really simple. You all must have attempted this. And JEE does inculcate such questions in its papers. 2 to 3 questions are always there, very easy, very simple. This was one of those category of questions. And again, this is also, yes, Ria, I'm glad that you validated my statement that hyperbola is a very easy chapter in maths. It's definitely very easy. Since it is the last chapter of mathematics, the coordinate geometry, and that's where students lose the interest in coordinate geometry. They understand straight lines, circles with a lot of enthusiasm, but with parabola and ellipse coming into picture, the things getting more complicated, and that's where they tended to skip the concepts of hyperbola, and basically they get confused between ellipse and hyperbola. Somebody is saying that up to JEE Advanced was there, why are you not doing? There is no good. Okay, I totally understood this, Kannasela. I will definitely do something about this issue. Will definitely do something about that issue. Don't worry about that. Got it. Great. With that, moving ahead with this question, again a very simple, easy question. I wouldn't even call it moderate again. Team A consists of 7 boys and n girls. So there is a team A where there are 7 boys and there are n girls. Great. And there is a team B. Of course, there is a team B. What is there with team B? Team B has a configuration of 4 boys and 6 girls. Great. If you're watching India-Pakistan match today, keep posting their score as well. I'd like to see how is India performing today. So if a total of 52 single matches, so there are 52 matches are being played here, can be arranged between these two teams, but there is a constraint that a boy plays against a boy and a girl plays against a girl. Great. So they are asking the value of n. How simple question this is. Do you not think? Something really simple, something really straightforward. Now when a boy plays with a boy, how do you make a match happen? Sir, one boy out of these 7 boys needs to be selected and one boy out of these 4 boys needs to be selected. In how many ways can that be done? 7C1 into 4C1. So these many matches will happen between boys. Or how many matches could happen? Sir, out of n girls, 1 girl can be selected in NC1 ways, and out of these 6 girls, 1 girl can be selected in 6C1 ways, which is basically n, 6, 4 and 7. So 7 into 4, I hope you know. N into 6 you know, and these are the total matches which are given as 52. I hope from here in the next step, in the next line, you will get the answer. I got option 3 using combinations. Yes, great. Basic maths, basic principle of counting can be used. Even you need not use this C. NCR formula is not required at all. If you have 7 boys and 4 boys from A team and B team, how many matches will take place? 7 into 4, that's it. So 28, 52 minus 28 divided by 6 will be your answer. Something really simple. You could have done it at your fingertips. You need not do all this. I have deliberately done it to make you understand, to keep the calculation or the explanation simpler. But otherwise, in the examination hall, a smart student, an intelligent student doesn't write all this. I hope you're understanding the intent. Here we are teacher and we are explaining this. And that's why we are supposed to write it. I hope you understood the intent. With that, next question here. the general solution, a question based on differential equations, and I have personally lately recorded the entire one shot on differential equations, where I have highlighted the exact differential equations. I have highlighted all the formulae, and with those formulae we have discussed the technique to remember them. So not all the formulae are to be remembered, but I have shown you all the techniques. Before your April attempt, all the one shots of entire mathematics will get released. So there we have discussed the exact differential equations, and this question can be done with that within seconds, again within seconds. So again, previous question was easy. I'll classify this also as something really simple and easy and decent. How do we solve this? Here, look at this. If I club this part together, which is y dx minus x dy, and if I take this part on the other side, which is 3x square y square times e to the power x cube dx. Now I hope most of you must have started seeing it. Can you help me with what is needed to be done next? Can you not see it? With the help of exact differential equations, you must have something in your mind. Can you help me with the next step, students here? I hope somebody must be writing in the comment box that, sir, divide both the sides by y square. You would start seeing something really interesting here. So when I divide both the sides by y square, this gets cancelled here, and of course this gets divided by y square here. So now what happens here is, I hope most of you must have seen it clearly. We can integrate both the sides. I like to play cricket. That's great, Ria. You should play cricket. You should all be physically active. Play cricket, walk, run, jog, cycle, swim, write, sing, do all these things. Please trust me. Please trust me. Please trust me. So now, getting back to the question we all were having, I think you all must have started seeing how do we write it? Numerator upon denominator, quotient rule. Can you see this here? Derivative of numerator times denominator minus numerator as it is, derivative of denominator divided by denominator square. That is clearly okay. Thank you so much, Akanksha Jawar. 130 on 4. India is now losing wickets. So here I'll be saying it will be D. What would it be? It would be x by y. Can you see it very clearly? That's what I meant by having exact differential equations into picture. With that here, what you all see, can you not see that, sir, here if x cube, substitution comes into picture, right? If you are not getting it, if I treat x cube as t, we all can see it very clearly. 3x square dx becomes dt. So with that, I'll have this as integration of what? 3x square dx is dt, that's e to the power t dt. So I think both are the integrals are really simple. One, when integrated with respect to x upon y, gives you x upon y, and here e to the power t when integrated with respect to t gives you e to the power t, but t is basically x cube. With that, I'll have the constant of integration also coming into picture, and I think our job is done. You can mark the correct option by matching or verifying it. I hope it was something really simple and easy. A lot of things can be called easy and decent if you know the nuances, if you know the basics. But the moment you see this, you may get scared. Again, differential equations, the last chapter of calculus. The way you have enthusiasm while starting a unit or a part of mathematics, the same enthusiasm or same patience is needed to conclude it, to culminate it, to complete it. A lot of things can be started with great enthusiasm, but to accomplish them, but to finish them, patience is needed. So again, differential equations is the last chapter of calculus. Again, you do differentials, you do integration, definite integration, area under the curve, and then again you lose patience. And some students give up. But again, this is not a tough chapter. Everything is simple and easy if you understand it. So nothing needs to be scared of. It needs to be understood. Once you have understood things start becoming simple, easy and doable. The area bounded by the curves y is equals to x minus 1 square, y is equals to x plus 1 square, and y is equals to 1 by 4. If I could help you in drawing this curve, would you not help me with that answer? Right? So how do we solve this particular one? I'll simply draw the curve here. A very basic standard decent curve needs to be drawn. Just hold on for a while. Let me just here change the mode here. Give me a second, students. I'm just turning this fan speed here because it is getting a little hotter here. Getting back to the discussion we were having. So I'm first of all drawing the curve here, y-axis and x-axis basically. Now what do we do here? Can you not see, sir, I divided both sides by y square? Yes, Aditya, that's exactly what was needed to be done. Perfect, brilliant, great. Now, getting back to the discussion here, y is equals to x minus 1 whole square. Can you not see a parabola will come into picture, which will be having its vertex at 1, 0. it again will be the same parabola, kind of a parabola, but with its vertex at -1, 0. So two parabolas, standard decent parabola, and what we all are noticing it as that at x is equal to 0, at x is equal to 0, it will also be 1, this will also be 1. Did you get my point very clearly? So we'll be seeing two almost symmetrical parabola with respect to the y-axis. Here, if this parabola, I'm really sorry, if this parabola gets drawn somewhat like this, the other parabola will also be drawn somewhat like this. Did you all get my statement very clearly? I think the job is completely done. The job is absolutely done. Here, this parabola is having its vertex at 1, 0. This parabola is having its vertex at -1, 0. Did you all get that? And it is absolutely symmetrical. Now, there is one more line which is parallel to the x-axis, y is equals to 1/4. So here, if I could draw this line, of course, I hope I am very clearly making you understand that this point here will be 0, 1. So when you talk about 1/4, it will be somewhere below. And if you were to draw that line, it would be passing from somewhere here. So this would be that line. Let me just draw it here. Let me pull it down a little so that more clarity can be brought by you. Hold on for a while. Here, what is happening here? Give me a moment, students. I think there is something wrong. Yes. So now we have been able to draw this. So this is that line. So this is that line which is y is equals to 1/4. So this point over here will be 0, 1/4. I'm not writing it so that it doesn't get messy here. Okay. No. We all not are at one center. Gaurav sir teaches from another place. Sumit sir teaches from some other place. I take classes from Indore. Getting back to the discussion here. These are symmetrical. I have not drawn them, but these are absolutely symmetrical. This region's area and this region's area, they are absolutely symmetrical. So if I could figure out the area of this region and double it, I'll get my answer. Did you understand this statement? So from here, how do I solve this? I'll double the area. From where? Can I take this stripe to be parallel to the x-axis? So when I take this particular stripe which is parallel to the x-axis, I need to integrate it with respect to y, and the limits are going to be 1/4 to 1. Did you understand this part? So limits are going to be 1/4 to 1. Now what about the curve? What about the upper curve minus lower curve? So we all can see this is your upper curve, but in terms of y it needs to be written. And I'm taking its left arm. I hope you're understanding it. So here, this is the curve we are talking about. So it will be y square, it should be under root y is equal to x minus 1. But of course, there should be plus minus. Now, I hope you're understanding. This right arm will be the plus 1. This left arm will be the minus 1. So here, I'll say that x is going to be 1 minus under root y. This is going to be the left arm. This arm, this particular part, this is the left arm of the parabola. So here, I'll be writing it as 1 minus under root y instead of 1 plus root y. Did you get my statement very clearly? From here, if I proceed ahead, the upper curve is basically 1 minus under root y. dy needs to be done, and from here you can get the answer in the next few steps, 2 steps I would say. I hope integrating it is definitely not a tough task. But what happens in area under the curve is usually students, what error they commit is they figure out the curve, they figure out the points of intersections, they figure out the upper curve and lower curve, and of course the lower limit and the upper limit. Even they figure out the integration as well, but that's when they get lazy. That's where they get casual. And here, calculation comes into picture and you got to be very careful. And if you commit any error, you ruin the entire solution. Despite being so careful and cautious and attentive with the entire solution, with that casualness which you show with the few last steps of calculating the actual value, actual area, you commit the whole error. So avoid such blunders, be cautious, be alert, even if you are performing simple, decent standard calculations. Even as a teacher of maths, I still commit errors with calculations. I do a lot. So you all as students would definitely will do. While practicing in the real examination hall, while attempting the mocks, we all commit such errors. So beware of it, be cautious, be alert, don't lose your focus. It's all about have your concentration completely on that question. Don't lose your focus. Can I move ahead from here? I hope it's a very simple question now. You all can integrate it 2 times. Integration of 1 is going to be y minus, this is y to the power 1/2. So when you integrate it, y to the power 1/2 plus 1, which is of course 3/2 by 3/2, which is 2/3 times y to the power 3/2. So from here, I hope you all can solve this within few steps. Did you all understand this? Can I not say again, this is something easy, but you may call it moderate because of little bit of calculation. But again, it was somewhere between easy and moderate. Hold on for a while. The AC here is, I think, working a little slow. I hope you have understood this particular part. Can I move ahead from here? Great, Aditya. Now, moving ahead towards the next question. The next question says, the values of x satisfying tan of sec inverse of x sine of cos inverse of 1 by root 5, ITF. Now, again, I would say something really decent and easy, and you could crack it within seconds. How? Let's learn the technique. Can I take sec inverse x as alpha for a while? So, if I am treating sec inverse x as alpha, will I not say that sec alpha is x? Did you all understand my statement? So, if I am having a right angle triangle, where the angle is alpha, sec is what? Hypotenuse upon base. So, it should be x upon 1. In terms of proportionality or ratios, I can take it like that. So, with that, if I wish to crack perpendicular, because for tan I would require perpendicular upon base, that will be, by Pythagoras, it will be under root over x square minus 1. I hope I need not tell you the Pythagoras theorem. So, with that, I am having tan alpha on the left hand side. And what will be tan alpha? Tan alpha will be perpendicular upon base. So, that will be under root x square minus 1. That's your LHS, the left hand side. Now, can we talk about the RHS? Cos inverse 1 by root 5. Can I take it as beta? So, if I'm taking it as beta, we all can see cos beta will be 1 by root 5. From here, by looking at this only, you can tell me sin beta. But even if you are not able to crack it, you should be. As an aspirant of IIT JEE, you should be able to. But if you are still confused, you may say cos beta is 1 by root 5. So, base upon hypotenuse. So, perpendicular will be what? 5 minus 1, 4. So, it should be square root of 4. Correct me if I'm wrong. 5 minus 1 square. 5 minus 1 is 4. Square root of, what am I saying? 5 minus 1 is 4. Square root of 4 is 2. Now, when I say sin beta would be what? If I wish to crack sin beta will be sin beta, right? Perpendicular upon hypotenuse. So, that should be 2 by root 5. Everyone with me on this? Comfortably understanding whatever we are doing here. So, this LHS should be equal to RHS. I hope this is something which you all must have been doing since childhood, I must say. Nothing huge, nothing complicated, nothing confusing here. Square both the sides, so it gives you x square minus 1 to be equal to 4 by 5. You take 1 on the other side, you get the answer. Within the next few steps or 2 steps, I'd say x square will be what? 4 by 5 plus 1, that's 9 by 5. Square root of 9 by 5 is 3 by root 5, but plus minus will be added. So, can I write the value of x directly? That's plus minus. What was it? 3 by root 5. Did you all get that? Did you all understand? Okay, moving ahead with that. Thank you so much for being so considerate. Thank you so much. We totally appreciate this. Now, getting back to the discussion we all are having, can we see the next question on the screen? I hope it is again a basic question, something very easy, based on determinants. And if you use the decent standard concepts or the properties of determinants, you can again crack it within seconds. How? See this, fx is given as this. So, if I could use some decent properties, can I rewrite fx in a little different manner? First of all, I am seeing few things coming into picture. What are those things? Sir, can we not take x minus 1, x minus 1 and x minus 1 common from the third row? We can take anything common from any row or any column. It should be present in that. So, with that x minus 1 can be taken common from the third row. I hope there is no confusion on that. So, if I'm taking x minus 1 from here, if I'm taking x minus 1 from here, if I'm taking x minus 1 from here, so that I stay aware of it that these are taken as common already. Now, what else can be taken common? One more thing I could have done here, I could have taken x plus 1, I could have taken x plus 1 and x plus 1 common from the third column. Can I do so? So, with that x plus 1 coming into picture, I can have x plus 1 outside. So, let me now write it more properly. What do we see here? What do we get here? I think in the first column, I'll have 1, 2x and 3x. I can take one more thing common. What is that? Sir, I could take x and this x. So, when you take this x common, this x becomes x square. So, with that in the first column, we are now left with 1, 2 and 3. In the second column, I think we are now left with x. This becomes x minus 1 and this becomes x minus 2. I hope you are understanding it comfortably without any confusion or hesitation. And what about the third column? The third column will be 1, 1, 1. Did you all get that? Did you all understand it completely? Now, is it really a difficult task to crack this question? Can you help me with the answer, students, by writing your final answer in the chat box? Can you help me with the answer here? I hope this was something really simple and easy, something very moderate, something very decent, I would say. What we'll be doing here, I think what the best thing will be, anything which you wish to do, you can do, but I am thinking of the most appropriate operation so that you can get the answer very quickly. So from here, I would say that what should be done? I mean, one of the ideas is from row 1, row 2 can be subtracted, from row 2, row 3 can be subtracted. That is absolutely doable. But apart from that, what else can we think of? I think that is what we should do. Anything else do you have in mind? If you have in mind, do share it. Otherwise, I don't think anything else can be used here. I think that's the best practice here. Otherwise, what will it give me? It will not give me anything. So let's do that only. I hope this was the expression only. Right, so if I now do this operation, I'm doing it here only so that we can save some time. So I'm performing first operation here, which is in row 2, I am subtracting row 1 from row 2. I hope you have understood it. So from 2, if 1 is subtracted, it leaves you with 1. From x minus 1, if x is subtracted, it leaves you with minus 1. And from 1, if 1 is subtracted, it leaves you with 0. Any confusions on that? Can I move ahead with that? Now, what about the next part here, students? Now, one more operation I can do because it is a 3 by 3. So I can perform maximum 2 operations at a time. So from row 3, let me subtract row 1 only. I hope it's perfectly doable. So from row 3, if I'm subtracting row 1, this 3 minus 1 gives me a 2 here. X minus 2 minus x leaves me with a x. And x minus 1, sorry, 1 minus 1 leaves you with a 0. So I hope this is what we have gotten. From here, this gives you minus 2. I hope I'm expanding it, you're understanding it. So with that expansion, if I wish to expand it along with the along with the third column here with this 1, because these 0 wouldn't matter. I will have this into this minus this into this. So 1 minus 2 minus 2. 2 minus 1 minus 2, but minus 2 minus minus 2, that's 0. So 0 into anything is 0. That gives you fx as 0. So if fx is 0, f100 will also be 0, and you could have marked option A. A very simple, decent, straightforward question it was. You all must have understood it. From here, let's solve this question. How many of you have done it? Again, it is something really simple and easy. And instead of solving it with the help of binomial theorem, I'll say, can we solve it with some decent concepts, with some standard concepts of mathematics, the basic understanding of remainders? If you know that, we can crack it. How? Have a look at that. I hope you know this into this needs to be divided by 11. In the last analysis, we did discuss the concept of negative remainders. Were you there? Now, have a look at this. If I wish to figure out the remainder, when 2 to the power 35, sorry, 2 to the power, what is it, 35, 2 to the power 35 divided by 11. So this remainder, when multiplied with the remainder, which you get when 3 to the power 16 is divided by 11, you would get the answer. So if there is an operation addition, subtraction or multiplication between numbers, and if that needs to be divided by a number and you need to figure out its remainder, you can do it independently as well. So what if the remainder, the product turns out to be greater than the divisor? In that case, divide it again, because the remainder is bound to be lesser than the divisor or the divisor. Do you remember this basic phenomena here? The basic maths is expected out of you. With that, even without touching or introducing binomial theorem, yes, thank you so much for that reminder, Aditya. I'm glad that you are watching it consistently and regularly, and you would definitely get something really good out of these sessions. That's great. So with that, I hope you remember. Now, I am trying to think of a number which is close to 11, and the best thing will be, it should be 1 less or 1 more than the 11, the power of 2. So I'm thinking of powers of 2, which are multiple of 11, but at least 1 less or 1 more than 11, and it is always done. In these category of questions, they always make them like this. So we know 2 to the power 5 is 32, and 11 into 3 is 33. So 32 and 33, there is a difference of 1, so that will be the best power. Did you understand my statement? So we know 2 to the power 5 is 32, and if it is 35, it should be 7. 7 into 5 is 35. I hope you know how to do it. Divided by 11. Now here I'll find the remainder. times. Here also I'll do the same thing. I'm trying to think of 3's higher power. So 3 into 3 is 9. That's 2 less than 11. 3 into 3 into 27 is again very less than a multiple of 11. 33 and 27, there is a difference. 81 is again huge difference. 3 to the power 5 is 243. 3 to the power 5 is 243. And if you divide 243 by 11, I will say 22 and 23. So yes, the job is done. 3 to the power 5 will come into picture. So here also I'll use 3 to the power 5. So if it is said to be 3 to the power 5, it is 16. So 5 into 3 is 15. Into a 3 will come into picture. That needs to be divided by 11. And here I again need to find the remainder. So that product I'll take. Did you all understand this particular process without any confusion? Can I move ahead from here? Are you understanding this short technique? So here we are understanding the short technique to figure out remainder without even using binomial. So we are clearly not using the binomial theorem, and we are clearly understanding it with the help of remainders. Now what do we do here? 2 to the power 5 we all know is 32. 2 to the power 5 we all know is 32. So when 11 divides 32, 11 into 3 is 33. 32 minus 33 is minus 1. So the remainder is minus 1. I hope nobody is getting confused now. Minus 1 can be treated as a remainder. And minus 1 when raised to an odd power gives you a minus 1. So this whole operation gives you the remainder as minus 1 into this. Now what does it give you? It gives you 3 to the power 5. What is 3 to the power 5? So 3 to the power 5 is 243. 3 to the power 5 is 243. Do you remember that? Now when 11 divides 243, what do we get? I hope you remember. Sir, when 11 divides 11 into 2 is 22. 22 means what? 23. 11 into 2 is 22. So 23 minus 22 is 1. So this leaves you with the remainder 1. And 1 cube is 1. And 1 into 3 is 3. So this leaves you with the remainder 3. This entire expression leaves you with the remainder 3. So minus 1 into 3, minus 3 should be the answer. But technically speaking, mathematically speaking, minus 3 cannot be the remainder. Remainder is always between 0 and the divisor. So with that, minus 3 cannot be the remainder. So what do we do? Can you help me with that? Yes, I'll add the divisor to the negative remainder. So minus 3 plus 11 and 8 will be the final answer. Did you understand this technique? Will you remember it now? And please use it. It is amazingly time saving. The only effort which you need to make is crack the higher powers of these numbers, which are 1 less or 1 greater than the multiple of these divisors. If you could think of that, you can crack the questions within few seconds. Here, getting back to the moving towards the next question. This is something decent. This is somewhere between moderate and hard. And if I remove my bias, it could be treated as a hard question, but it is definitely a good question. How do we solve it? Has anyone done it? Has anyone done this question? If you have, please tell me what was your approach. I'll be sharing mine so that let's figure out whichever is better must win. Can you post the score, students? By the way, what is the score right now? How is India performing? Or is India's inning over? Can you help me with the score? Here, I'm moving ahead with this question. First of all, the moment you see this e to the power x coming into picture, you should have this thing clearly coming into your mind that, sir, e to the power x times f of x plus f dash x dx could be used. And with that, we all know the answer is e to the power x f of x. Always remember it. So I will try to convert this question into that. But if I now look at this, the derivative of this does not look like this right now, or the derivative of this does not look like this, but this is a possibility here. So if I could rearrange it in a little simpler manner, or by looking at the question or the options, I might be able to crack it. First of all, did you get it? Did you all understand it? Now, moving ahead with that, let me try and simplify this cot square x plus pi by 4 so that I could create something which is given in the options. Right there, students? Yes, great, Aditya. So with that, we have this cot square x plus pi by 4. This particular part I'm exploring right now. I'm not solving the entire question, this particular part. So when this particular part is dealt with, cot square x plus pi by 4, can I write it as 1 upon 10 square x plus pi by 4? I hope you have no confusion on that. Although you could have used the formula of cot a plus b as well, but to keep it simpler, I can use it like this. Cot square x I wrote as 10 square x, then yes, that's brilliant. That's exactly what we are expecting. Brilliant, perfect. So this is what I'll be doing, but in a little more simple format. I hope there's no confusion on that. Now here, please pay attention to this part. 10a plus b, what is it? Sir, we all know 10a plus b is always 10a plus 10b upon 1 minus 10a 10b, but it is already a reciprocal of it. So in the denominator, I'll have 10a plus 10b, that is 10 pi by 4 plus 10x divided by, that comes in the numerator, 1 minus 10a 10b, that is clearly 10x into 10 pi by 4. I hope you are comfortably understanding it. And this needs to be squared. Everyone with me on this? I hope you all are there. Now one advantage I'm taking here, since it needs to be squared, can I swap this 10x and minus 1? Because it wouldn't matter, because there is a square over here. So if it was 1 minus 10x, I hope without any hesitation, I can write it as 10x minus 1. Now why did I do it? I am doing it deliberately because I'm seeing something happening over here. I hope you are seeing that this is 10a minus, can I write this 1 for the sake of simplicity as 10 pi by 4? And here also this 1 stays like that 1 only, but here with this 10x I can multiply it by 10 pi by 4. So with that we have 10a minus 10b upon 1 plus 10a 10b, which is 10a minus b. Piyush Chaudhary is saying, sir, PW module, उसमें से प्रबल JEE Mains level PYQs कर लूँ April attempt तक के लिए all subject. Piyush, definitely. I mean, from wherever you solve, that should help you in enhancing your skill set. If it is definitely improving your knowledge, if it is adding values to your knowledge, if you are gaining something decent out of it which you were not aware of, then definitely it is good. I hope you are able to identify the level by looking at certain questions. You can do the sampling and you can get the idea. That's exactly what we are suggesting here. Yes, Riya. This is not a board level question, but yes, something between easy, moderate, you would say. So cracking this part is a little tricky here. So with that 10a minus 10b upon 1 plus 10a 10b, that is 10a minus b. So can I not write this part or this particular part as 10a minus b, which is 10x minus pi by 4. Of course, a square was there, so square of it. Everyone with me on this? Now we know the identity that 1 plus 10 squared theta is sec squared theta. I hope you all are aware of it. So from here, I can say that 10 squared theta can be written as sec squared theta minus 1. So this question now, I'll be rewriting as e to the power x times. Can I do it on the next page? I think that will be better. Now, I'm just simplifying this expression here. I'm still not solving the whole question. I'm now working on this expression. So what am I going I'm going to get is, yes. Great. In that case, that's great, Riya. So with that, here, 2 10x upon 1 plus 10x, that is what we are having as the expression. 2 10x upon 1 plus 10x, and this, which we have written as 10 square x minus pi by 4, can I write it as sec square x minus pi by 4 minus 1. So that minus 1 I introduce here, and it should be sec square x minus pi by 4. Did you get that comfortably? One more thing I'll do, and then I'll say that my job is done. How? 1 plus 10x minus 1. So here I'll take the LCM from this part and this part, and I'll try to simplify this. So where should I write it? Can I write it on the next page, or shall I write it over here? I hope writing it over there will be better, because chances of committing the error will be less here. So here, integration of e to the power x times here. What does it become? I'm simplifying this part here only. So 2 times 10x minus 1 minus 10x upon 1 plus 10x. With that, what do we get in the numerator? I'm just solving this bracket here, right? So with that, I hope you can see 2 10x minus 10x. That leaves you with 10x minus 1 divided by 1 plus 10x. Now, can you help me with this part? What is it, or how does it look like? Can you not see? It is clearly 10x minus 1, which is 10x minus 10 pi by 4 upon 1 plus 10x, which is 1 plus 10x into 10 pi by 4, which is again 10a minus 10b upon 1 plus 10 a 10b. That is 10a minus b. So this particular part becomes what? 10x minus pi by 4. So can I write it as 10x minus pi by 4? And now what are we left with? Sir, we are now left with sec square x minus pi by 4. We are now left with sec square x minus pi by 4. Now, have you not understood the whole logic? Have you not understood the entire question? And can you not help me with the final answer? How many of you got it right? How many of you got it right? If I treat this 10x minus pi by 4 as f of x, The derivative of tan theta is x square theta. As per the chain rule, this x minus pi by 4 will become 1. So I need not bother about that. So this is going to be f dash x. And do we know the answer in that scenario? Do you remember the formula? Something very highly used. Very highly used. That's great, Adityan. So with that, I'll say e to the power x fx. What was fx? X minus pi by 4, which we are given in option C. Did you all understand this? Can I move ahead from here? Everyone with me on this? With that, let's see the next question coming into picture here. The complete set of range of values of A, so that this equation has 3 real and distinct roots. Something really easy and moderate. If you know that questions can be solved with the help of graphs as well. How do we do it? Can someone help me with the answer? Here, if I rewrite this question, can I not say that, sir, you can write it as x cube minus 3x is equal to minus a. If I wish to solve the number of solutions, let me treat this function as fx and this constant function as g of x. Now let's try and draw the graph of f of x. So if I am drawing the graph of f of x, perfect. If I am drawing the graph of f of x, what I need to do here is x cube minus 3x, right? So let me try and help you with that. We are seeing f of x as x cube minus 3x, which I put equal to 0. So if I take x common, I'll be left with what? X square minus 3. X square minus 3 is equal to 0. Minus 3 I can write as root 3 square. So a square minus b square. That gives you the 3 factors as a plus b and a minus b. So I hope you must have gotten the clarity that this cubic can be drawn very easily. The roots are going to be 0, minus root 3 and root 3. So if I'm symmetrically seeing minus root 3 to be here, 0 to be here, root 3 will be here. This cubic has the coefficient of x cube as 1, which is positive. It will come from minus infinity and go till plus infinity. So if I were to draw its graph, how will I draw its graph? Sir, its graph will go somewhat like this. Its graph will go somewhat like this. So this is going to be its graph, this part. Is it properly visible to everyone? This is your curve f of x. Now let's talk about g of x. Before I talk about g of x, can I find its maxima and minima? Because if I could crack this maxima and minima, the local maxima and minima, I think we will be in a position or situation to say something about the 3 real roots and distinct solutions, the range of A. How do we do that? Here. I hope most of you must have gotten the idea. So this and this cannot be the answer if you are seeing the options. But still, if you are confused, I'll try and help you. How do we figure it out? So here, let me find f dash x first of all. So can you help me with f dash x? It will be, sir, 3x square minus 3. Did you all get that? 3x square minus 3. With that, if I put it equal to 0, when you put f dash x is equal to 0, 3x square is equal to 3. So you receive x as plus minus 1. Those are going to be the critical points where local maxima and minima may lie. So this, of course, is going to be minus 1. Symmetrically, this will be plus 1. So at 1, f of x will be what? 1 minus 3. That's minus 2. So this value over here is minus 2. At 1, it will be minus 1 plus 3. So minus 1 plus 3 is plus 2. So this should be plus 2. First of all, did you get that? Now, what is our concern? What is the matter of concern here? We need g of x. Now, let me draw g of x. Any random line I am drawing. First of all, we are told that g of x is equals to minus a is there, which means g of x is basically a constant function. And if it is a constant function, that means what? A line parallel to the x-axis. So if it is a line which is parallel to the x-axis, it could be here or here or here or here. But when it is here, it is intersecting the curve at only one point. If it is here, it is intersecting the curve only at one point. If it is here, it is intersecting the curve here and it is touching the curve here. 3 solutions, but 2 are repeating and 1 is different. If it is passing through here, it is touching the curve here. 2 real solutions, but same, and 1 different. So I would require this line to be roaming between minus 2 and 2. I would need this line to be roaming between minus 2 and 2. So if this line fluctuates between minus 2 and 2, I think my job will be done. Did you understand this whole idea or approach? So I would say that g of x, which we have defined as minus a, should be between minus 2 to 2. It should not be even equal to minus 2 or 2. So I'll say minus a should be greater than minus 2 and should be less than 2. So even if it minus a is less than or greater than or between minus 2 and 2, a will also be between minus 2 and 2. And with that, you would not hesitate in writing its answer as -22. Tell me how many of you got it right, and did you understand the whole approach? Shall I re-explain this? Can I move ahead with this question here? Next question, how do we solve this? Something really simple, something really simple. Everybody must have done this question. Nothing much is needed or expected out of you from this particular question. How do we solve this? First of all, the moment you see GIF coming into picture, you must get this idea so that at integral points the problem may arise. So I am bound to check its continuity at -1, 0, 1, 2 and 3, those integral points. Of course, it's a piecewise function. So at 1 and 2, the LHL and RHL are supposed to be there in the picture. So here, how do we solve this particular question? First of all, when you check its, what am I talking about? It's continuity, right? So if I'm checking its continuity at -1, so I would say at the -1 or in the RHL of -1, I'll check because -1 is the left extreme value here. So what do I see here? Let me try some values and get the final answer. So when I take -1, so mod of -1 is -1, I'm taking first of all f of -1 into consideration. So f of -1 will be what? Mod of -1 is 1. In GF of -1 is -1. So 1 minus 1 is 0. That's your f of -1. Let's talk about x approaching -1, but from right hand side, the RHL at -1. So when you talk about RHL at -1, so let's take or talk about a little greater value than -1. So even if it is greater than -1, that will still be somewhere around 1 only if its modulus is being taken. But what about this value, GIF of x? So something greater than -1, something just greater than -1. I hope there is no confusion on that on the number scale, this will be -1, this will be 0. So something just greater than -1 means what? -0.9. And when you take its GIF, that still remains -1. So 1 minus 1 still gives you 0, or it still approaches 0. So I hope you have understood it. So if I am seeing it to be having its value and the right hand limit at -1 same, which means it is definitely continuous at -1. So this doesn't qualify as the answer because now we are asked about the discontinuity, right? So -1 is excluded out of that consideration. Now let's talk about 0. Can it be discontinuous at 0? So with that 0, I think this will be the perfect place because 0 is here. So with that 0, the f of 0, the value f of 0 will of course be 0. But when I talk about left hand limit, let's say for a while, right? When I talk about left hand limit, so our value slight smaller, park 1 wicket down, 0 run. Brilliant, perfect. That's a great news. Let's solve this question with more enthusiasm now, right? So f0 minus, what do I get here? A value slight smaller than 0, right? So you can take any value smaller than 0. I hope you can see it. So a value smaller than 0 we can take as -0.1. I'm just doing it with this basic idea so that you can understand it more clearly. So with that, it will have somewhere around 0 only, the modulus of it. But when you take its GIF, it will be -1. So something very close to 0, -1 will be very close to -1. So its left hand limit is -1, where its value at 0 is 0, which is again not equal. So 0 is the point where the function goes discontinuous. So I hope you are understanding it. In the same fashion, I'll check it at 1. So when you check it at 1, we are bound to check it at 1. So I'll quickly check its value at 1. Here at 1, it is 1 plus 1. At 1, it is 1 plus 1, that's 2. The left hand limit I'm talking about. Let's talk about its right hand limit. So its right hand limit will also be 1 plus 1, which is 2. So at 1, it is definitely continuous. Did you understand the whole idea, or shall I re-explain this? Now, let's talk about 2. At 2, if I were to check its RHL and LHL, I'll say it's LHL. I hope you have understood it. And if you have gotten confused, I'll give you more clarity here. I'll use more appropriate methods. So I'll find f of 1 minus, and I'll try and find f of 1 plus, right? So let's do that. F of 1 minus, a value smaller than 1. A value smaller than 1, I hope you're understanding. This is there 1. 0.9 I can take. 0.9 still very close to 1, but 0.9 is where? It is 0. So what was it? 1 plus 0. That is somewhere around 1. So this is 1. Did you get my point? But when you talk about this, 1.1 we can take. So 1.1, 1.1, that's something close to 2. So this is not continuous at 2. I'm really sorry. I talked about its value. So value of the function can be attained from here, but it will give me the left hand limit, which are not equal. That's where I got to exclude this, that this will be the point where it is discontinuous. Are you understanding the whole approach? Now let's talk about its continuity at 2. because at 2 its definition is changing. So here if I talk about the left hand limit and the right hand limit, I hope you are pretty much getting it more clearly now. So 2 minus I'll get from here, 2 plus I'll get from here. 2 minus means what? 1.9 I can take. So 1.9 and 1.9, this is close to 2. So that will be 2. What about the right hand limit? 2 plus, that's 2.1. So 2.1, 2.1, that's again 2 plus 2. What did I do? Just hold on for a while. I am taking a value greater than 2, sorry, 1.9. So 1.9, 1.9, that's 2 plus 2, that's close to 4. And here this is 2.1. So 2.1, 2.1, that's again close to 4. So here the value of the function, the left hand limit and the right hand limit are not changing. So it is continuous at 2. It is continuous at 2. Now let's talk about 3. So at 3, I got to check two things: the value of the function and the left hand limit. The left hand limit. I hope you're understanding it. So value of the function f of 3. 3 plus 3 is clearly 6. No confusion about that. But left hand limit 3 minus. Remember this 3 minus. So 3 minus is still somewhere around 2.9, close to 3. But this 2.9 gives you 2. So 3 plus 2 is 5. 3 plus 2 is 5, which are not equal, and that's where it is discontinuous at 3. So it is discontinuous at 3.01 and 3, at 3.01 and 3, and I'll say in that case only 3 points, option D needs to be marked. Did you all get that? Have you all done a great clarity on this? Can I move ahead from here? So when we solve the next question, there comes the next question, something really simple and easy and doable. I will resume this session in 5 minutes. So let's take a 5 minutes break. So what time is it right now? This is 8:59, 9 o'clock basically. So I'll resume the class at 9:05. I hope it's fine. Let's take a 5 minutes break. You also flex yourself, then we'll move again ahead. All right, students, so we can resume. I hope I'm clearly audible and visible. Just give me a quick response. Am I clearly audible? So here, something really simple, easy. You all can see it. Okay, so I think I'm requesting students to avoid conversing between yourself. Again, as in offline classes, physical classes also, we request students to avoid having conversation among themselves. That's exactly what we are expecting here. Your point of contact or communication should be us, should be the teacher. Great. Thank you so much, Adityan. So this question, something really simple. You all must have cracked it. And there is a reason they have given you 0 plus. Because if they give you 0, the LHL doesn't exist. In that case, you will say the limit doesn't exist. But if it says 0 plus the RHL, with the concept of RHL, the limit, the chances of existence of the limit will definitely be there. How do we solve this? When I simply push this 0, so 10 0 means what? 1. Here, this is 1 upon 0, so 1 to the power infinity. So this is clearly a 1 to the power infinity form. And do we know the standard decent shorter formula to deal with the 1 to the power infinity form? The answer will be, this value of p will be e to the power. Limit this x approaches 0 from the right hand side, of course, fx minus 1, the base minus 1. So this base minus 1, this 1 gets removed and you are left with 10 square of under root x into g of x. Into g of x means what? Into 1 by 2x. So there you are left with 1 by 2x. But still, there is a small catch. What is that catch here? Students, can you help me with that? I hope most of you must have seen it, that sir, it will be 10x upon x. But here I'm seeing root x. Yes, Adityan. That's brilliant. So with that, can I write this root x? Can I write this x as root x square? So when I do so, I hope you are seeing it very clearly coming into picture. 10 root x upon root x whole square. So 10 of something upon something, when that something approaches 0, 10 of that something upon something approaches 1. So this will be 1 square into 2 in the denominator. So that will be 1 by 2. So the value of p which we receive is e to the power 1 by 2. But what are we asked? We are asked ln p. So if I am asked the value of ln p, it will be 1 by 2 times ln e, which is 1. So 1 by 2 into 1 is 1 by 2. Something really easy. Can you not crack it if you are aware of this basic funda? Something really simple. With that, moving ahead towards the next question. Here, again, the basic concept from the chapter of functions. We have released the one shot of sets, relations and functions, and there also we have discussed this concept which is being used here in this particular question. Every function in this world can be written as a sum of an even function and an odd function. Now, what is that funda? That short technique says that fx can always be written as fx please understand, plus f of minus x divided by 2 plus f of x minus f of minus x divided by 2. Now here all of you must be realizing, when you replace x by minus x here, it becomes f of minus x, it becomes f of x, so it will still remain same. So this becomes an even function, this becomes the even function, this is the even function. And here when you replace x by minus x, this becomes f of minus x, this becomes f of x, but when minus is taken common, it becomes original function only. So this is that odd part. So this is that even function and this is that odd function. First of all, did you get that? Can I move ahead from here? With that, if I am given fx as a to the power x and I am told fx is f1x plus f2x, where f1x is an even function, f2x is an odd function. So I'll say this is again an easy question if you are aware of this concept, but considering some calculation there in the picture, you may call it moderate, but still it is something very easy if you know the basics. So how do we solve this question? f1x and f2x, that's great, Vishwas Dubey, that's great, that's brilliant. So f1x, what is it going to be? How do we crack f1x here? I'll say f1x here is going to be fx plus f of minus x by 2. I hope everyone is understanding it. So f of x means what? A to the power x plus a to the power minus x divided by 2. That's the even part. Now what about f2x? The odd part. The odd part is going to be f of x, which is a to the power x minus f of x, which is a to the power minus x divided by 2. Now if you know this concept, cracking this is such an easy task. Now once you have cracked it, I think the job is done. What are they asking you? They are asking you the value of f of x plus y, f1 of x plus y plus f1 of x minus y. Let me check this question. Are they really asking this? Or will it be f2? Let me solve this with the help of this, then we'll check whether option matches or not, otherwise we'll make the correction. But to me, it looks like f1 and f1. Let's solve it, otherwise if it is not. What was there in the mock? Can you help me with that? Was it f2 or f1 in the mock test? Can you help me with that? So whether that, I'll definitely see it in my data as well, but as of now, just help me with that. Let me check it before I proceed so that we don't commit any error. Hold on for a while, I'm just checking it whether it is f2 or f1. This is question number... Hold on for a while, students, give me a second. This is 63, right? So this is f1, yes. So both are f1, both are same, great. Now, I think it's simple and easy. f1 of x plus y, can I do it on the next page? I should, yes. So here, it should be f1 of x plus y. f1 of x plus y means what? A to the power x plus y plus a to the power, I think, minus x, which is minus x minus y, divided by 2, plus what? Plus f1 of x minus y. So same with x minus y. So a to the power x minus y plus it is a to the power minus x. So x minus y will be a to the power y minus x whole divided by 2. Now our job is restricted to simplifying this. How do we do it? 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 I'm just thinking of the simplest approach so that it can help you in getting the answer as soon as possible. First of all, 2 is there, so I can take the LCM here. So I can write this 2 here like this so that it doesn't create any problem here. Now, can I club few things? For example, I'm clubbing this with this because a to the power x, like powers of t, clubbing. So here a to the power x plus y, a to the power x minus y. So this will be a to the power x into a to the power y. This will be a to the power x into a to the power minus y. So when a to the power x is taken common, it will leave you with a to the power y plus a to the power minus y. Did you get that? Did you understand that part? Plus, when I club this with this, I am again taking a to the power minus x common. So when you take a to the power minus x and a to the power minus x common, so I am taking a to the power minus x common, it leaves you with a to the power y plus this leaves you with a to the power minus y. I hope you have gotten the idea what are we doing here or what am I going to get next from here. I think the job is absolutely done. This factor and this factor is same, so it leaves you with a to the power x plus a to the power minus x whole divided by 2 into a to the power y plus a to the power minus y whole divided by 2. Sir, where did this 2 come from? I'll multiply it by 2, so the equation remains balanced. So with that thing coming into picture, can I see something here? Yes, I am seeing something here. What is it basically? This is your f1 only. So f1 of x, f2 of x, sorry, f1 of y. So f1 of x, f1 of y, that is what we are given in option D. Shall I help you in understanding this part, or have you gotten this step? Just give me a confirmation. Did you understand this step? This is your f1 x, this is f1 y into 2. Are we clear on this? How many of you got it right? Can you help me with the answer? How many of you got it right? Here, let's move towards the next question. Something again, I would say easy, but considering the calculation involved, you may call it moderate if I remove my bias. But this is definitely not tough. How? S be the set of all A which are real numbers. Okay, so there is a set S where A is any real number for which the angle between the vectors, this vector u and this vector b, is acute. So whenever the angle between two vectors is acute, we know their dot should be positive, cos theta, 0 to 90. But if it is 90 to 180, that's obtuse, that's negative. So acute, the dot should be positive. B is greater than 1. What is B? ln B, ln B. So if B is greater than 1, if I am told that B is greater than 1, one more conclusion I can draw, that ln B will be positive. Something basic. From the graph of log only you can conclude such basic conclusions, because this is 1 comma 0. So this is the graph of what? ln x. So if B is greater than 1, it is above the x-axis, which means positive. I hope you are understanding my statement very clearly. From here, what I'll do next is, let me find u dot v, because that angle is acute. So I'll say u dot v should be positive. How do we find u dot v? Component wise product I can take. So this I cap and this I cap. So A ln B ln B. So it should be A ln B whole square. Understanding it comfortably, students here. With that minus 6 and 2 j cap, right? So it should be minus 12. So it should be minus 12. And this 3 and 2a ln b. So 3 into 2, 6. So that's 6a ln b. Just correct me if I'm wrong. A ln b whole square minus 12 and 6a ln b. Great. Now, this should be positive because the angle between them is acute. I hope you are understanding it. Why am I doing it here? And if that is set to be positive, what do I do here? Can I take ln b as t for a while? And if ln b is positive, we know t is also positive. So this looks like a quadratic, which is a t square plus 6at minus 12, and we want this to be positive. Now there are two possibilities. I hope you remember. I want this to be positive. This to be positive, where we all know that t is already positive, where we are given that t will be positive. T means the variable of this quadratic is always positive. Great. That means on the positive side of x-axis. If I treat t as x for a while, can I treat t as x? You can take it as x, but as of now we have taken it as t, so I'll take it as t. But I hope you are understanding. T we have, t is the variable, the way we see in the quadratic. So that is the positive side of the x-axis. I hope you are understanding my words very clearly. And a is that arbitrary constant which we are trying to figure out. Now what do I want? For the positive values of t, this should be positive. And if this is positive, then what could be the possible values of a that we need to crack the set S? One of the methods is try the values from the options. That is perfectly fine. But I hope with that I may be getting the wrong answer, or I think with that I may end up wasting more time. So can I try it with some other approach? Two things are there. If I want this to be positive, first idea, it should be an upward facing parabola. Because if it is an upward facing parabola, in that case, I will say that if its discriminant is negative and if its coefficient of t square, that is if a is positive, I think it will be positive. This quadratic is always positive, no real roots. Do you remember that scenario? So let me find its discriminant. What is that? So its discriminant is going to be b square. B square is what? 6a. That is 36a square minus 4ac. So minus 4ac means what? Minus 4 plus 12. That is how much? 48 ac. That's a. But again, you can see the problem. A is positive. A square and a will be positive. 36 and 48 are positive. So this sum will be positive. So this will be positive, which means we wanted discriminant to be negative. So if discriminant is needed to be negative, in that case, I am not seeing the discriminant to be negative with a being positive. So I am clearly seeing no intersection, no common possibility, because a positive and d negative cannot happen simultaneously. So that clearly is not a possibility. Did you get that? Did you get that? So A cannot be positive first of all. A cannot be positive first of all. So option D is basically rejected on those grounds. Now I'm left with 1, 2 and 3. Now let's talk about A being negative. So whenever A is negative, what is the problem here? There is no problem here. I want this expression to be positive. So if A is negative, which is the coefficient of t square, it will be a downward facing parabola. So if it is a downward facing parabola, in that case, what do we want, sir? In that case, what I want is, it should be, if it is above the x-axis for a while, then I think my problem will be solved. But I am clearly seeing my problem is not getting solved because t is always positive. If t is always positive, which means our x. So if it is always positive, even if the y-axis is here, or if it is here, or if it is here, it is going to be negative for certain values. Are you understanding it? So there is a conflict if you are understanding my words. So from here, you may say, or you can clearly say that A being negative is not a possibility at all. We have already discarded A cannot be positive. Now I'm trying to make you understand why can't A be positive? Sorry, negative. I hope you're understanding when A is negative, the parabola will be either this. See, there are three possibilities. There are three possibilities. Which three, students? Either this one, or this one, or this one. But first of all, this we cannot have. In that case, this expression is negative, discarded. In this expression, this is 0, which is also discarded. So that's the only possibility I was supposed to take. But in that case also, the variable of this quadratic is always positive, which means if y-axis is here, it will be negative for some values. It is negative for some values. Even if y-axis is here, it will be negative for some values. Even if the y-axis is here, it will have its some values negative. So I hope my words are very clearly understood by you all that A cannot be negative. So A can be neither negative nor positive. With that, can we say that it should be phi? Option B needs to be marked. Did you all get that clarity, or shall I make you understand it in a more clearer manner? Are we clear on this? Can I move ahead from here? Everyone? The next question, the number of values of theta between 0 to pi for which this system of linear equations has a what kind of solution, students? Non-trivial. Do you remember that? So for non-trivial, the determinant, the delta should be 0. We have been discussing it a lot, many times. So again, I would say easy, but considering some calculation, you may call it moderate, but technically and truly speaking, easy. Great, great. Thank you so much, Vishwas, for your response. You are giving me a lot of Vishwas, a lot of confidence. So with that, a very bad joke. So 1, 3, 7. So delta, how do you define? A, B, C. Sorry, A1, B1, C1, A2, B2, C2, A3, B3, C3. That delta should be 0. Great, Aditya. Determinant should be 0. So delta, I'm going to write. So delta should be 1, 3 and 7. From here, delta will be -1, 4 and 7. And here, it will be sine 3 theta, cos 2 theta and 2. And this should be 0. Did you all get that? Or can I, or shall I re-explain this part? Now, I could use either Saris or properties or basic or standard expansion, whatever you wish to. Why do you delete your comments, Vishwas? I don't get it. Why are you? I have always seen this. Even in any live I see, you put a comment, we read it, we respond to it, and then you delete it. Why do you do that? Here. So here, the Saras rule. I hope you remember the short technique here. We can use the suggestion given by Saras, the mathematician. Repeat the first two rows. It will be -3, -1, 3, 7. It will be -1, 4 and 7. And from here, you can write its expansion. So what is it going to be? Can you help me with that? I hope you can write its expansion very easily. It will be 1, 4, 2. That's how much? 8. Then it will be -1 cos 2 theta and 7. So that's -7 times cos 2 theta. Getting it, everyone? And the next thing will be 21 sine 3 theta. Right? So plus 21 sine 3 theta. Since it is equal to 0, so this minus that should be 0. That means this and that should be equal. I hope you're understanding it. With this coming into picture, this is 28 3 theta. This is 28 sine 3 theta. I hope my words are very much clearly understandable by everyone. This should be -7 cos 2 theta. This should be -7 cos 2 theta. And with that coming into picture, this should be clearly -6. Now, if I rearrange this data, I get an equation. What would that be? Can you help me with that? This should be, if I take everything on the other side, I hope I'm doing it correctly. Am I making any mistake? I hope I'm not. I hope I'm not. Right? I hope I have written the data correctly. 137 minus 147 and sine 3 theta cos 2 theta and 2. So with this it should be 8. Then it should be minus 7 cos 2 theta. This should be 21 sine 3 theta. This should be 28 sine 3 theta. This should be minus 7 cos 2 theta and this should be minus 6. Correct me if I'm wrong. I hope this was the question given to you in terms of data. Now 7 cos 2 theta, 7 cos 2 theta are basically nullified. 28 minus 21, that leaves you with 7 sine 3 theta. Check the data, was it same in the data or question given to you? 28 minus 21 leaves you with 7, and this 6 when brought on the other side gives you 8 plus 6, 14. So 7 when divides 14 gives you 2, so sine 3 theta becomes 2, so 0 solutions are there. Am I making any error? Let me check the question because there is something wrong with the data. Let me check the question. The equations are 1, 3 and 7, minus 1, 4 and 7, and then sine 3 theta, cos 2 theta and 2. Then what's wrong? Can you help me with that? What's wrong here? I hope I have given the right expansion of the determinant, right? Let me check it one more time. The equation here, the equation which we have received is, this is question number 137 minus 147 sine 3 theta cos theta 2 theta 2. That's clearly this. Are we making any error? Because to me the solutions are 0. Let me recheck it one more time. So there is a sign issue. Where? Aditya, can you be more specific? 137 minus 147 sine 3 theta cos 2 theta and 2. So this should be 8. I hope you're getting it. Then this should be, I hope, oh, yes. Thank you so much for correcting it. Yes, I have taken this as minus 1, which is wrong. I am really sorry. I have done the entire calculation wrong. So let me do this calculation again. Just hold on for a while. Are you seeing that with that single minus, which I have taken mistakenly or incorrectly, has done or make us do this entire calculation incorrectly? I'll do it again. This minus should not be there. Are you understanding it? This is 137. I have mistakenly written as minus 137. So this here should be simply plus 1. Now let me rewrite this again. Let me check this, minus 147. I hope now the question looks fine. Can we go ahead with that? Here, this gives me 142, that's 8. This gives us minus 7 cos 2 theta. This gives us minus 7 cos 2 theta. And this gives us 21 sine 3 theta. So that is plus 21 sine 3 theta. Comfortably understanding this, everyone? Now let's talk about this. 28 sine 3 theta. 28 sine 3 theta. Getting it, everyone? This is 7 cos 2 theta. Yes, now it's correct. 7 cos 2 theta. And this should be minus 6. Now, if I rearrange this equation, what do we get from here? What do we get from here? I'm posting everything on the right hand side. So 28, 21, that gives you 7 sine 3 theta. Then 7 cos 2 theta plus 7 cos 2 theta, that's 14 cos 2 theta. Getting it, everyone? And one more thing we have, minus 6 minus 8, that's again minus 14 is equal to 0. Any problems with that, students? Yes, thank you so much for that correction, Aditya. I hope all the other participants also must have understood that you should be very careful with that plus minus sign. With that single minus, I got this entire equation incorrect. Despite being conceptually correct, you could get the wrong answers, and that's where you should be more cautious and alert. I think 7 can be taken common. We know sine 3 theta. 2 identities I'll be using, sine 3 theta, 3 sine theta, minus 4 sine cube theta. So I'm trying to converting it into sine. So cos 2 theta also, the version which I'm using, the version of cos 2 theta which I'll be using here is 1 minus. There are 4 versions rather. 2 cos square theta minus 1, 1 minus 2 sine square theta, cos square theta minus sine square theta, and the version with 10. So I'll be using the version 1 minus 2 sine square theta. Did you understand this comfortably? Any problems with that? So with that 7 sine 3 theta, so 7, 3 sine theta minus, okay, so we have already taken this 7 common, so can I remove this 7 from here? And this will become 2 and minus 2, this will become plus 2 and this will become minus 2. So plus 2 and a minus 2 here. Now, I hope now we can do it very clearly. 3 sine theta minus 4 sine cube theta plus what do I get? 2 cos 2 theta. So that is 2 minus 4 sine square theta. So that is 2 minus 4 sine square theta minus 2 is equal to 0. I think the calculation is really simple now because this 2 gets eliminated by this 2. So you can take sine theta common. So when you take sine theta common, or minus sine theta when I take common, this leaves me with 4 sine square theta. I hope you're understanding it. This leaves me with, when I take minus sine theta common, this leaves me with 4 sine theta. And when you take minus sine theta common, this leaves you with minus 3. And when you take sine theta common, you can make it vanish because sine theta cannot be 0. Because this needs to be checked between 0 to pi open interval. So at 0 and pi it is 0, sine theta basically. So that is clearly discarded. Now this clearly is a quadratic. You know how to solve this. Now this quadratic when I wish to solve, can splitting the middle term work here? 3 into 4, that's 12. So 6 and 2 I think. With plus 6 and minus 2 I think the job will be done. So I'll be writing it here only. Sine theta for a while for the sake of keeping the calculation a little simpler here. 4s square, sine theta I'm writing as s. This will be 6s minus 2s minus 3 is equal to 0. Did you get that part? Everyone with me on this? Now, one of the roots. From this splitting the middle term, you can crack the roots very easily. Minus 6 by 4. Minus 6 by 4 is minus 3 by 2. That's the sine theta. Sine theta cannot be minus 3 by 2 because it is minus 1.5, which is less than minus 1. So that value is discarded. Second value will be plus 2 by 4. Plus 2 by 4 is 1 by 2. So we are hoping for sine theta to be what? 1 by 2. Now, to check the number of solutions, we don't need the solutions, we need the number of solutions. So, if I could draw the graph of sine theta between 0 and pi, this is how the graph of sine theta looks like between 0 to pi. And if it is 1 by 2 intersects the curve of sine theta at 2 points. So, one option will be your final or correct answer. Are you all there, listening, watching and understanding it? Can we move ahead with the next question from here? So, the next question comes into picture. What does it say? Now they're asking you the range of sine x to the power 6 plus cos x to the power 6. Again, something easy, but because of some basic calculation, you may call it moderate, but I'll still call it easy. How? Great. Thank you so much. Now moving ahead with this question and its solution, how do we solve this particular one? Are you all there? Sine x to the power 6 cos x to the power 6. Can I write this as sine square x whole cube plus cos square x whole cube. Now with this coming into picture, I'll be asking you to help me with a cube plus b cube. Do you remember it? It is a plus b times a square minus ab plus b square. I hope you remember that. So with that thing coming into picture, I'll be writing it as a plus b. What is a plus b? Sine square x plus cos square x, that's 1, times this a square. A square means what? Sine square x whole square, that is sine x to the power 4, plus minus ab, that's what? Sine square x into cos square x, plus b square, that is square of cos square x, that is cos x to the power 4. So that is what we have gotten. Any confusion on that? Now to keep it more simpler, I'll be using one more thing here. What is that? Let me write it here. Can you help me with the square of sine square x plus cos square x? A lot of you must be saying 1, but let me complicate it a little. A plus b whole square, what would that be? I hope you remember it. It is sine square x whole square, that is sine x to the power 4, cos square x whole square, that is cos x to the power 4, plus 2 sine square x cos square x. Now I have done it deliberately. Why? Because this is 1. So 1 minus this will be this. Sine x to the power 4 plus cos x to the power 4, I could write as 1 minus 2 times of this, but 1 times of this is already there. So it is 1 minus 3 times of sine square x cos square x. Now one more thing I'm doing. What is that? I am willing to multiply this by 4 So of course I need to divide it by 4. Why am I doing it? You may realize in the next step. So when I multiply and divide it by 4, so let me introduce a 4 here. So I got to introduce a 4 here. But now 2 sine theta cos theta. I hope you can see sine 2 theta coming into picture. So I will be saying or calling it as 1 minus 3 by 4 sine x cos x. So this sine square x and cos square x basically 2 sine theta cos theta. So that's sine 2 theta. So that becomes sine square x. Now, by looking at this expression, cracking its range is definitely a simple and easy task. Now, how do we do that? I hope you all must have gotten the clarity. With this coming into picture, we know sine square x. If I begin with sine square x, we all know that sine square x lies between minus 1 and 1. I hope you all know that. But when I multiply it by minus 3 by 4, the sign changes because it is minus 3 by 4. So when the sign changes, I hope you're understanding it very clearly. When the sign changes, I hope you are clearly getting it. The sign gets changed. I'll do that changing of sign part first. So this becomes this becomes this, minus 3 by 4 is introduced. So minus 1 into minus 3 by 4 is basically plus 3 by 4 and 1 into minus 3 by 4 is minus 3 by 4. No confusion on that, I believe so. 1 is needed to be added. So with that plus 1, I think we have gotten the answer, because now this is our f of x, which is k here instead of f of x. So that I think we have received to be lying between what? 1 minus 3 by 4, that's 4 minus 3 by 4, that's 1 by 4. So that will be its lowest value. 2, 1 plus 3 by 4, that's 7 by 4, that will be its highest value. Now what were we asked? K belongs to which interval? Now, out of these options, whichever option matches or fulfills the condition. So I think option C, because this is the subset of that. So if they are asking you K belongs to which interval, so that set is the bigger set of the complete set, and to that this set belongs to that. 5 by 8, 5 by 4, 7 by 8 would be the problem. None of these is not there. Option C should be the correct answer. More importantly, did you understand how did we play with these identities, algebraic as well as the trigonometric? Most of you must be aware of. Can you help me? How many of you got this answer correct? Now with that, when I move ahead with the next question, we see the next question coming into picture. A decent question, again a decent question, not a very tough. I'll say somewhere between easy and moderate. Moderate again because of the calculation here. The AM and GM of pth and qth term of the sequence this. Now when you look at this sequence, this is clearly a GP, because here when you look at this, when you multiply it by minus 1 by 2, you get the next term. I hope you are seeing it. So if it is a GP, I can write its pth term and qth term, because the pth term will be given by A, that's minus 16 times R, which is minus 1 by 2 to the power P minus 1. That will be the pth term. Similarly, can you help me with the qth term? The qth term will again be minus 16 times minus 1 by 2 to the power Q minus 1. Now, that's not what we need to deal with. We need to deal with the AM and GM. So, we are asked to deal with the AM and GM of what? AM and GM of this TP and TQ. Alright, so how do we find AM and GM? Can you help me with that, students? To find AM, the sum divided by 2. So, AM will be TP plus TQ divided by 2. What about the GM? The GM will be square root of TP times TQ. I'm not writing it again because that is exactly what we need to do, which we'll do later. But here, the AM and GM, that means this AM and GM satisfy this equation. What is the equation? 4x square minus 9x plus 5. So 5 into 4. I think the given expression can be written as minus 4x minus 5x plus 5. I hope you are getting it. Why am I doing it? Are you understanding it? So this becomes 4x square minus 4x minus 5x plus 5. Yes. So the roots from here are going to be minus of minus 4 by 4. That's 1. Minus of minus 5 by 4. That's 5 by 4. Everyone with me on this? Now there are two choices. You take AM as 1 and GM as this, or you take GM as 1 and AM as 5 by 4. So there are two ways. Let me begin with the way where I'm considering, there are two approaches. I'm beginning with this case where I'm taking GM to be 1 and AM to be 5 by 4. Because we are not told which one is what. So I can take that benefit of doubt, but of course we got to consider both. So with that, when you take GM as 1, what is GM? Under root over this. So if under root over this is 1, the product is also going to be 1. So TP into 2Q should be 1. TP is this, TQ is this. So 16 into 16 into minus 1 by 2 into minus 1 by 2. So that's minus 1 by 2 whole raised to the power this plus this. So that's P plus Q minus 2, and this should be 1. Are you all getting this part? This 16 into 16, this 2 to the power 4, 2 to the power 4, that's 2 to the power 8. And when it is brought here, it becomes 1 upon 2 to the power 8 here, like this. Are you understanding this comfortably? Now, with this coming into picture, with this 1 by 2 to the power 8 coming into picture, I can write it as minus 1 by 2 to the power 8 as well without any hesitation or doubt. Can somebody help me with the score right now? What is the score? The score between India and Pakistan match right now. Okay, moving ahead with this. Although you should not lose your focus, but I am a teacher, I can afford to, although I should also not do this. But it's India versus Pakistan, let's lose our focus a little. By the way, minus 1 by 2, minus 1 by 2. So base are same, they are negative. So powers can be compared because it is even on the other side. So P plus Q minus 2 should be 8. P plus Q should be 8 plus 2, that's 10. The other possibility could also be considered, but I think we have gotten the answer with this. Ambiguity may not arise, and with that, we can come up with the option D as the answer. Did you get that? Moving towards the next question here. A very good question on complex numbers. And why am I classifying it as easy? Because if you know the geometry of complex numbers, you can crack it. So I'll share two methods. The first method, the basic one, which you should be able to think of with the help of intuitions. The second method, which if you ever get confused that what should be done next, you should try and use that. Both the methods will be using. How? Have a look at that. First method. Since I am a teacher, I know that argument of z minus 1 upon z plus 1, if it is a theta, then it always represents a circle under some constraints or conditions. But what about that circle here? If I talk about that circle, I am seeing two complex numbers here, z minus z1 and z minus z2. So the z1 is basically a complex number which is 1 plus 0 iota. I hope by comparison only you can say this is basically 1 plus 0 iota, and here it is minus 1 plus 0 iota or minus 1 minus 0 iota, that doesn't matter. So if I locate z1 and z2, they basically become 2 points here, and they are 1 and minus 1. That means they are on the x-axis, purely real number. So if I could introduce that here, I'll be having the x-axis like this, and here when I plot these points, this will be minus 1 comma 0. Let me write it as minus 1 comma 0, that's z2, and let me write it as z1. Are you understanding this comfortably? There is no confusion on that, I believe so. Give me a moment, students. So with that, when I go ahead here, rotation of complex numbers, Coney method, if you are aware of, even if you forget this formula, what you will say that locus of a point which moves in such a way, that when z minus z2 is rotated, the vector basically by pi by 4 in the anti-clockwise direction, then it becomes z minus z1. Coney method, rotation formula is what I'm using. So if it is rotated by an angle which is pi by 4, there we all know that if this chord is making a fixed angle, then this will be the arc of a circle, which means a circle will come into picture. Now this could have light below like this. There is a possibility that this circle could have been like this as well. This circle could have been like this as well. But the problem here is the order of it being clockwise or anti-clockwise. Because z minus z2 is rotated in the anti-clockwise direction, and it is becoming z minus z1. Are you understanding it? So z2 stays here, z1 stays here, and z2, z minus z2, if it is becoming z minus z1, which we are retaining by rotating it in the anti-clockwise direction, that can happen with only this scenario only. That may not, or that definitely will not happen with that other case or other circle which I was showing to you. Now, how do we find the answer, sir? We have clearly seen the options that it will be a circle. Even in the question we are told it is a circle. That is something not very special you have done. But how do we find the center in the radii or the radius? Now, the idea is really simple. If I could ask you to help me with its center, would you all not say that, sir, if this chord is making an angle pi by 4 at its circumference, it will be making an angle pi by 2 at its center, double of it. So here, this angle over here is going to be pi by 2. Without any confusion, you all can say so. This angle over here will be pi by 2. It may not look like that, but it is pi by 2. So this angle over here is a right angle triangle. Now, if it is red eye, this and this are same, which means it is an isosceles right angle triangle, which means if this is R, this is also R. I hope there is no confusion on that. So with that, can you help me with the length of this chord? One of the ways is, sir, this is 1, 0. This is minus 1, 0. So exactly between them, there will be origin. I hope you are getting it very clearly. So this will be origin, or anyways, this length is going to be 2. So if this length is going to be 2, by Pythagoras, you all can say r square plus r square is 2. So that's 2r square is equals to 2. Let me correct it. Sorry. R square plus r square is equal to 2. I hope we are going great. No. I hope this is 2. Let me just do it again. R square plus r square is equals to 2 square. I'm really sorry. So this is 2r square is equal to 4. So with that, r square is 2. So we have cracked the radius, which is root 2. Root 2, that's 2. Something very basic and simple and easy. With that, what I do next is, we have cracked r. So radius is going to be root 2, but that is given in 3 of the options. Now, how do we predict center? I hope most of you must have seen that, sir, this is going to be the origin. So option 4, option 3 cannot be the answer. Option 3 we have already discarded. So option B should be the answer, because option A cannot be there because of the radius. But still, how do I prove it that it will be 0, 1? Can you not help me with that? I hope most of you must have gotten that this is 1, this is 1, this is root 2. So can you not help me with this? Anybody can, by again using Pythagoras. Everybody understood that. This is method number 1, which you all should apply through intuition. You should all be able to do so. Sir, what is method 2? If you are absolutely clueless in the examination hall, what to do, what not to do, always substitute z by x plus iota y and just start calculating it. Always substitute z by x plus iota y and you'll getting the answer. Argument of a complex number upon complex number is argument of z1 minus argument of z2. So that I can write as argument of z, which is what? X plus iota y minus 1. So argument of x plus iota y minus 1 minus argument of this, which is x plus iota y plus 1. So x plus y, x plus 1 plus iota y, and this we are given as pi by 4. Now how do we write argument? That is, of course, always tan inverse of y upon x minus 1, tan inverse of y upon x plus 1, that is pi by 4. So with that, tan inverse x plus tan inverse y, that identity comes into picture, and you can find the answer. That calculation I'm not doing, but I'm showing you that there is a method 2 as well, which you can always apply if you are clueless that what needs to be done. If you are not able to think with the help of your intuition. Can I move ahead from here? Did you all get that? The next question here, a very decent, simple and straightforward. How do we do it? This is a line, this is also a line, these are the two lines. Then which of the following points lie on the shortest distance between L1 and L2? Yes, this is again something easy. But again, because of the calculation, you may want to call it moderate. How do we solve it? If I take any point randomly on this line, let me put it equal to lambda, and that point I'm denoting by P. So how will I define P? Sir, I will be defining P as 2 lambda plus 1, then 3 lambda, correct me if I'm wrong in terms of calculation, plus 2, and then 4 lambda plus 3. Similarly, if I define any point on this line, let me denote it by mu, the value mu parametrically, then Q point on this line will be given by 3 mu plus 2, comma 4 mu plus 4, comma 5 mu plus 5. Correct me if I'm wrong. Great. Now, pay attention to this. We know the basic concept here that, let's say, the line 1 lies in this plane, the line 2 lies in this plane, right? Both are, of course, skew lines. That's your plane 1, that's your line 1, that's your line 2. So how do we find the shortest distance between two lines? Along with the common normal to both of the lines. So this normal will be the common normal. In 3D, I hope you are able to imagine this. So what about this common normal? So a point on line 1 we have assumed as Q, a point on line 2 we have assumed as Q, P and Q. So can you help me with the direction ratios of PQ? So sir, the direction ratios of PQ will be 2 lambda plus 1 minus 3 mu minus 2. So 2 lambda minus 3 mu and 1 minus 2 is minus 1, comma 3 lambda plus 2 minus 4 mu minus 4. So it will be 3 lambda minus 4 mu and 2 minus 4 is minus 2. Similarly, 4 lambda plus 3 minus 5 mu minus 5. So it should be 5 lambda minus 5 mu and 3 minus 5 is minus 2. Sir, what have you attained by doing so? I have attained something really interesting from here. Can you help me with that? What did I do here? I hope most of you must have cracked it, sir. That sir here, that direction ratios of P are basically 2, 3 and 4. The direction ratios of Q are 3, 4 and 5. Now from here, what I'm suggesting here is that we know that this PQ is perpendicular on L1. So A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2, that summation should be 0. So one equation you will get from here. Second equation, this L2 is perpendicular on PQ because PQ is the common normal. So A1, A2 plus B1, B2 plus C1, C2 will be 0. Can you do it by yourself? And can I write the answer finally from here? Why am I saying so? Because with the help of this into this and this into this, I'll be getting two equations in lambda and mu. So I'm skipping that calculation because that will be huge. So I'm skipping that and I'm finally writing the values of lambda and mu. But I hope most of you must have gotten the idea that how are we finding the values of lambda and mu. Did you all get that? I hope there is no confusion on that. All I'm suggesting here is that 2 into this plus 3 into this plus 4 into this will be 0. Similarly, 3 into this plus 4 into this plus 5 into this will be 0. Sir, is there any other way to get the PQ without using lambda and mu? I took more than 6 minutes to get the final answer. Yes. That's exactly what will happen and what is going to happen with me as well. So I'm skipping that part, calculation part basically. So with that calculation, you will crack lambda to be what? Lambda will come out to be, that calculation I'm skipping, lambda will be 1 by 3 and mu will be minus 1 by 6. So this calculation basically I'm skipping. In lambda and mu, you will get two equations, you solve them, you get lambda and mu. Now, the job is not done yet. Once you have cracked the lambda and mu, you put lambda here and mu there. So with that, you will get P and Q. You will get P and Q. So can I write P and Q directly? I'm skipping that calculation part. So P will be attained as 5 by 3, comma 3, comma 13 by 3. Then Q will be attained as 3 by 2. Then of course 10 by 3, comma 25 by 6. I hope you have gotten this. Now, this is also not what we were asked. What were we asked? We were asked then which of the following points lie on the line which is connecting L1, L2, the shortest distance basically. So P and Q are lying on that line. So 2 points are given. I can write the equation of the line. How do I write it? I hope you remember this. I can write the equation of the line. Where should I write it? Where should I write it? I would try to write it here. If it gets confusing, do let me know. It will be x minus x1 upon x2 minus x1 is equal to y minus y1 upon y2 minus y1 is equal to z minus z1 upon z2 minus z1. That will be x minus 5 by 3 upon 3 by 2 minus 5 by 3. I hope you are understanding it. Everyone is equal to y minus 3 divided by 10 by 3 minus 3 is equal to z minus 13 by 3 divided by 25 by 6 minus 13 by 3. Now what I do next is check all the 4 options. Whichever option satisfies this will be the answer, which is definitely a lengthy in terms of calculation. Something really doable. You all can crack this question, but it becomes lengthy because of the calculation part. I hope you have understood it. I'm not doing this part. I've given you the equation of the line. Now hit and trial you have to do. All of the options you got to try and then you get the answer. Aditya, this is something which you should skip in the real examination hall. Great. I'm glad that you realized it, that it took time. But in the real examination hall, you should skip this category of questions. The next question. The probability that certain electronic component fails when first use is 0.10. Okay. If it does not fail immediately, the probability that it lasts for 1 year is 0.99. The probability that the component will last for 1 year. I hope something really simple. You could have cracked it in 10 seconds. Can you help me with the answer, students? An easy question it would be. First of all, it should last for 1 year, which means it should not fail when it is used. So the probability of it failing when first used is 0.10. So probability of it not failing will be 1 minus 0.10. So this has not failed. Now this has not failed, and now this should last for 1 year. So this should last for 1 year means what? The probability of it lasting for 1 year, one entire year, is 0.99. So it should not fail in the first attempt and it should last for 1 year. That's your answer. Can you do the calculation by yourself and mark the correct option? I can skip that part. Moving towards the next question. Now we have come to the part where we'll be solving the integer type questions. So final 5 questions for the day. How do we solve this particular one? This is a ray emanating from this point, incidental on this ellipse. Great. So this ellipse is there in the picture. Now, when this ellipse comes into picture, few things also come into picture along with this consideration of this ellipse. What are those things? Give me a moment, students. I'll just draw it properly so that you understand things more clearly. I think this is the midpoint here, the center here. 9x square 25y square 225. So if I write the equation of the ellipse, it will be x square upon 9 225. 225 is what? 25 into 9, because 25 into 10 is 250. That's clearly x square upon 25 plus y square upon what? Y square upon 9 is equal to 1. So that's an ellipse. For ellipse, what will be its eccentricity? We know that E square is equals to, I hope you remember the formula for eccentricity for ellipse and hyperbola. Do you remember that for ellipse the eccentricity is less than 1. For hyperbola the eccentricity is greater than 1. So we know a basic relationship that B square is equals to A square times. Now it should be either 1 minus E square or E square minus 1. This is how I personally remember it, so that we don't get confused with the form between the formula of ellipse and hyperbola. For hyperbola, the eccentricity is greater than 1, so that's where it will be E square minus 1. For ellipse, it is less than 1. The eccentricity, sorry, have I said it opposite? Let me write it first. For ellipse, let me say it for ellipse. For ellipse, we know the eccentricity is less than 1. So there it will be 1 minus E square. If it is hyperbola, it will be E square minus 1. I hope you got me right. You got me correct. Now, moving ahead with this conclusion, I hope we have B, we have A. Can we crack E? Great, great, great. So with B square and A square, I have 9 upon 25 is equal to 1 minus E square. So E square will be 1 minus 9 upon 25. So 1 minus 9 upon 25 means what? This is 1 minus 9 upon 25. That's 16 upon 25. That's clearly 16 by 25. That gives you E as 4 by 5. I hope everyone is with me on this. There is no confusion on that. Can I go ahead from here? Now, what do we have here? E we have received. Can you help me with its foci? Sir, we all know from here A is going to be 5. So AE, that is 5 into 4 by 5. That's 4. So its focus is going to be 4, 0 and the other focus will be minus 4, 0. AE, 0. Do you remember that? Now from here, what are we told? The next part here we are told that a ray emanating from minus 4, 0. Now the job is done. Can you use the property, the reflection property of the ellipse? So it touches the ellipse at 3, 0. So the ray emanates from minus 4, 0 and it touches the ellipse at 3, 0. So when it reflects, it touches the ellipse at 3, something. That something we can figure out when you replace x by 3. 3 square is 9. So this is 9 by 25. So y square by 9 is equal to 1 minus 9 by 25. Did you get that? From here, I'll say this should be 25 minus 9. That's 16 by 25. 16 by 25 when multiplied by 9 gives you this. So with that we have gotten y as 4, 3, 5. 12 by 5. So this should be 12 by 5 because it is in the first quadrant. Right. Now, sir, the ray will pass through the other focus. Yes. I hope you remember in the one-shots of parabola, ellipse and hyperbola, we did discuss the properties of reflection properties of these curves. Even if these videos are not released, you must be aware of them. And if you are not, the videos will be released soon and you will get the idea. Now, coming back to this discussion, the ray will pass through the other focus. So it will pass through 4, 0. So this reflected rays equation is what we are asked. And I hope you all are pretty good at that. The line which is passing through 4, 0 and 3, 12 by 5. 2-point form of a line. So y minus y1 upon x minus x1 is equal to y2 minus y1 upon x2 minus x1. This you all can solve. I need not do it. With that, you will get the equation of a straight line where you should cancel all the common terms because A, B, C, their HCF is 1, and there with that after cancelification you get the value of B. Don't just write the value of B which you get. Ensure that the HCF of A, B, C should be 1. Everything should be cancelled. No common factor should exist. With that you will get the value of B or mod B. Something really simple and easy. Can we move ahead with that? Let's solve the next question here. The set A has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The set B has 6 elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The number of functions from A to B satisfying F1 plus F2 should be equal to F4 minus 1. From here, let me first of all write. I hope you have understood that the previous question was again easy, but you may call it moderate if you think that here some calculation or a basic concepts awareness was checked, but I'll still say it was easy. This is also easy, but you may call it moderate because of some basic understanding involved, but still it is not moderate. It is easy if you know the concepts. How do we solve this particular one? How do we solve this particular one? Here, we are talking about this expression f1 plus f2 minus 1 should be equal to f of 4. Now, f of 4 can be up to an extent what? I hope you're understanding. This is the domain, this is the range. So for this range, the maximum value of f of 4 could be 6. I repeat, f of 4 at most or best could be 6. So the maximum value of f of 4 could be 6. I'm talking about these natural numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So if f of 4 could be 6, this f of 4 could be 6. That means we can conclude that f of 1 plus f of 2 minus 1 will always be less than 6. So 6 plus 1, that should always be less than 7. Shall I repeat this part? I repeat. This is always less than equal to 6. So 6 plus 1, that's 7. So f of 1 plus f of 2 will always be less than 7. Now let me start thinking of the cases. Case 1, when I say that f of 1, we are taking as 1. So when f of 1 is 4, how many choices for f of 2 do I have? For f of 2, the number of choices I am having are. The sum should be maximum 7. So for f of 2, I can take 1, I can take 2, I can take 3, I can take 4, I can take 5, I can take 6. I can take 6 as well. I hope there is no confusion on that. F of 4 should be less than equal to 6. I hope I have written. Yes, I'm making an error. If this was minus 1, this should be plus 1. So 7, it should not be 7. I am making an error. So f of 4 is less than 6. 6 minus 1, that's 5. So the sum should be less than 5. And in that case, f of 1 plus f of 2 should be less than 5. So 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3 and 1, 4. 1, 4 will be the maximum value. Did you get it very clearly now? Now, let me write the second case. What about the second case? When f of 1 is going to be 2, I hope you have understood the pattern now. F of 2 can be 1 because the sum should be less than equal to 5. F of 2 can be 2, but f of 2 can be 3 at most, but it cannot be more than 3. With that third case, I hope you must have predicted the pattern. When f of 1 is 3, f of 2 could be either 1 or 2, but it cannot be 3 because 3 plus 3 is 6. The fourth case, f of 1 is taken as 4. In that case, the only choice f of 2 has 1. Can I take f of 1 as 5? If I take f of 1 as 5, f of 2 should be 0, which cannot be there. So these are the few mappings, but these are not just the mappings. First of all, when f of 1 is 1, f of 2 could be this. So there are 4 possible mappings are there. Are you understanding this? With this, I'm seeing 3 mappings. With this case, I'm seeing 2 mappings. With this case, I'm seeing 1 mapping. Now, sir, this idea which we have developed here is regarding these 3 things only. Which 3 things? F1, F2 and up to an extent F4, which will be dependent on F1 and F2. Whatever value of F1 and F2 you take, accordingly F4 will be decided. But still I'm left with 2 more choices. Which 2 choices? F3 and F of 5. I'm still left with F3 and F of 5. What will you say about F of 3 and F of 5? Have they given any constraint? No, they haven't. So this is basically the codomain instead of the range. They are not saying it should be onto or into or many one or 1, 1. So I hope you are understanding. For F3 and F4, both, we have 6 choices each. F3 can be either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are 6 choices. So F3 has 6 choices. And even F5 also has those same 6 choices because they are independent of this condition or constraint. So 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1, because there is or, either this would happen or this would happen or this would happen. So this is or principle, basic principle of counting means addition. 7 plus 3, that's 10. into, and with this may happen, with this and this happen, this and this and this. So 6 into 6 is 36. So 36 into 10, that is 360 total number of functions or mappings are possible. Are you all clear on this? Everyone with me on this? Can I move ahead with the next question here? This question is a very decent, very simple. If I talk about previous question, I hope you have gotten the clarity here. Just hold on for a while. Give me a moment here, students. Can I take a 2 minutes break? Let me have some water, then we'll resume with these remaining few questions. All right, students. Are you all there, listening, watching, and understanding? Now, this is what we need to work upon. I'll again say something really easy and simple if you know the basics. Here, first of all, the numerator part. Whenever there is a variable plus integer in GIF, that integer can be taken out. So the numerator becomes 0 to 25. Sorry, it's not 25, it's 51. And there you have GIF of x plus what? Plus 25 dx. That is what you need to do in the numerator. The denominator needs to be integrated separately. This is a periodic function x plus 25. So x plus 1, fraction part of x plus 1, fraction part of x plus 2, fraction part of x plus 10, fraction part of x plus 25. It all will be same. So the denominator can be written as 0 to 51 fraction part of x. Did you all get that? Now we know the periodicity comes into picture. 0 to nt of a periodic function f of x can be written as n times 0 to t. Do you remember that? So this 51 from here can be brought here to the front, and I can write it as 0 to 1. And between 0 to 1, whether you take fraction part of x or x, they both are same. So I can take it as fraction part of x dx. The denominator is sorted. Same can be done to the numerator. This we know that x is always written as GIF of x plus fraction part of x. So this GIF of x can be written as x minus what was it? GIF of x, right? So it should be written as x minus fraction part of x. Did you get that? Now I can solve this particular part as well, because 0 to 51x, that integration you know. 0 to 51x, that integration you know. So this part I'll solve separately, and this part 0 to 51 fraction part of x, you have just done it. You have just done it in the denominator. Can you not solve this particular part now? I hope this fraction part of x 0 to 51 can again be written as 0 to 1. 51 comes to the front because it is periodic function with period 1. With 0 to 1, fraction part of x can be treated as x. And I hope from here you know how to do this, you know how to do this, you know how to do this. I am not going to solve this. You must have gotten a greater clarity on that. Can I move ahead from here? Again, easy question if you know the basics. The next question here. A and B are any two vectors. I'll again say something really simple and easy. With magnitudes 3 and 4, great. So A dot B, the mod of it will be mod A mod B. Mod A is 3, mod B is 4, cos theta, plus 2 times A cross B. So it will be mod A mod B sin theta. But of course it is mod. So 2 times mod A is 3, mod B is 4 times sin theta. And we are told its range. Its maximum value is m root n. So we know that this is 12 cos theta plus this is 24 sin theta. I hope you remember the basic identity. If I could ask you to use, if A sin theta plus B cos theta is what I'm asking, can you help me with its range? It will be negative of under root over 12 square plus 24. Even if you take 12 common, you can solve it more clearly, or more simply, I'll do it 12 and this I can keep it like this so that the calculation remains simple. So this 12 stays there outside. So minus of 12 times what? 1 square plus 2 square, that is clearly 5. So it will be minus 12 root 5 to 12 root 5. I hope from here you can compare m root n with 12 root 5 and mark the correct answer. Not a difficult question at all. Let me solve the next question. The number of distinct and real roots of this equation. How do we solve this? Have a look at this. Now, this is a biquadratic. If I differentiate it, so I'm treating it as f of x. F of x is 3x to the power 4 plus 4x cube minus 12x square plus 4. Now with that, can you help me with f dash x? You would say that it is 12x cube, then you have plus 12x square, correct me if I'm wrong, then you have minus 24x, right, is equal to 0. To find the critical points, I got to do this. So when you take x common, or rather 12x common, so when 12x is taken common, this leaves you with x square plus x minus 2 is equal to 0. Splitting the middle term can be used, 12x plus 2 and minus 1. So x square plus 2x minus x minus 2 is equal to 0. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, then I think splitting the middle term is done. So 12x, one of the factors will be x plus 2 and the other factor will be x minus 1. Can you see that coming into picture or happening over here like this? Everyone understanding this more clearly. So we have now gotten the critical points, the f dash x, right? Now what? Now we know if I talk about f dash x, right? If I could try and draw the graph of f of x, I am just trying to draw the graph of f of x, a rough sketch here basically. So x-axis I should not draw first of all. Let me, but of course, let me gain some more inputs here. Here, I'll talk about that data later. Let me just try and draw the graph here. We are getting some critical points, minus 2, 0 and 1. So one of the points is minus 2, other one is 0 and the third one is 1. Am I correct? Yes. So of course, as per the wavy curve method, plus, minus, which means what? Decreasing, increasing. I hope you are understanding. Decreasing and then increasing. So it will, the curvature will be like this only. But now, how does it go? Or how does it intersect the x-axis? That's what I need to crack, the number of distinct real roots of this equation, right? So to get that idea, now I need to figure out few more values. Which values, students? I will find f of minus 2, f of 0 and f of 1. So I need few values, f of minus 2, f of 0 and f of 1. The moment we crack these values, our job will be completely done. How? If I talk about f of 0, so f of 0 will be clearly 4. No confusion on that. F of 1 also seems easy because f of 1 gives you what? 4 plus 3, 7. 4 plus 3, 7. 7 plus 4 is what? 11. Correct me if I'm wrong. 4 plus 3, 7 plus 4, 11. Minus 12 plus 11 is minus 1. Let me find f of minus 2. That's a little tricky part. Minus 2 to the power 4 is what? 16. 16 into 3 is 48. Minus 2 cube is minus 8. That's minus 32. 4 into 12. Correct me if I'm wrong. 4 into 12 is again minus 48. And that's plus 4. So this gets cancelled. Minus 32 plus 4 is minus 28. So this gives you minus 28. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? I'm just doing it quickly. So here, f of minus 2 we attain as minus 28. So this will be below the, let me draw the y-axis as well. This is going to be the y-axis now. I hope you have gotten a good, decent or a complete clarity. How will the graph look like? The rough sketch of this biquadratic equation. F of 0 we have received as 4, so this will be the other point, and f of 1 we have received as minus 1, so this will be that point, minus 1 here. I think the job is completely and absolutely done, and you must have gotten a complete clarity that how will the graph look like. It is like this only. So here the graph will go like this, then it will go like this, and then it will go like this. Have you gotten it comfortably, understood it comfortably? I may not have drawn it very properly, but this will be the maxima. If I could draw it more clearly or with more clarity, I'll say here at minus 2 it will have its minima, then here at 0 it will have its local maxima, then here at 1 it will have local minima, and then it will go like this. It will come from plus infinity, it will go back to plus infinity, but it will attain this and this as minimum value. Why did we do this? Because with that I could crack that this curve is intersecting x-axis here, here, here and here, which means 4 points. So alpha, beta, gamma and delta, 4 distinct and real roots. With 4 distinct and real roots, I'll say 4 should be the answer. Did you understand this whole process? Did you understand the whole solution? Can I move ahead from here? So when I move ahead from here, I move to the end. Conclusion, simple, easy, moderate paper was there. 2 to 3 questions were lengthy. Again, you wouldn't call them hard. They were between easy and moderate. So entire paper was doable. You should have done a lot of questions. With that, let's meet in the next video. Thank you so much. You have been a great audience. Take a good care of yourself.